Welcome to Front-End Web UI Frameworks and Tools, Bootstrap 4. I'm glad you decided to join this course to learn about the most popular front-end web UI framework, Bootstrap. We'll look at various aspects of Bootstrap through several examples. You will learn by doing exercises as part of this course. Let's look at some details next. Before you begin this course, please make sure that you have sufficient background to be able to succeed in this course. You should have a good knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript before you start the course. From my perspective, web design and development consists of two aspects. One is the design of the website and the web page. The second one is the actual building and deployment of the web page itself. From the design perspective, what I mean is the design of the user interface and the user experience, the visual design, the prototyping, the elements of colors, graphics, and animation that might be of interest. In this specialization, we are not looking at this aspect of web development. Instead, we are looking at the second aspect, which is the development, building, and deployment of websites and web pages using technologies like the front-end web UI frameworks like Bootstrap, maybe a JavaScript framework like Angular, or a library like React, and hybrid mobile frameworks to design mobile applications, and also server-side development using Node Express, MongoDB, the main stack in more detail. If you are looking at the specialization thinking about the design aspect of websites, then you may wish to rethink again. This specialization concentrates on the development, building, and deployment of websites and web pages, a purely technical knowledge on using the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript-based skills for actual website development. You're also probably wondering about what is meant by full-stack web development. We'll look at more details of full-stack web development in the next lesson. In particular, if you're looking at how this course is positioned in the general context of full-stack web development, in this course, we are dealing with front-end web UI development, and in particular, the UI framework Bootstrap 4. We will look at the remaining aspects of full-stack web development in the rest of this specialization. This course looks at Bootstrap in great detail. We'll also look at responsive web design and how Bootstrap supports responsive web design through the Bootstrap grid system. We'll look at the CSS and JavaScript-based components in Bootstrap and how you can make use of them in building your website and your web pages. Along the way, we'll learn about web development using the command line. So we'll learn a lot of web tools that are based around the command line and the Node.js ecosystem. We'll briefly review Git and Node.js and look at Node.js-based tools, including task runners like Grunt and Gulp. This course itself is structured into 4 modules, each module roughly corresponding to 1 week of work. In the first module, we'll get the big picture view of full-stack web development. Then you'll get a quick introduction to Git and Node.js. Then we'll introduce you to Bootstrap and then review the Bootstrap grid system. That will lead you up to the first assignment in this course. The second module deals with Bootstrap's CSS components. We'll look at the design of the Bootstrap navigation bar and how we can make use of it to support navigation. We'll look at user input through buttons and forms. Then we'll look at how we can display content using tables and cards. Then we'll look at how we can include images and media into our web page using images, thumbnails, and media objects. And then finally, we'll look at how we alert users using tags, alerts, and progress bars. This should lead you up to your second assignment. The third module deals with Bootstrap's JavaScript components. We'll look at the big picture view of how Bootstrap's JavaScript components work. We'll review tabs, fills, and tab navigation. Then we'll look at how collapse and accordion can be used to show and hide content. And then we'll look at the use of tooltips, popovers, and modals to reveal content to be displayed in your web page. And then we'll look at the carousel component, which allows you to display sliding information on your web page. This should lead you up to the third assignment in this course. The last module deals with Bootstrap and Jquery and various web tools. We'll in particular look at how Bootstrap and Jquery interact and how you can write Jquery and JavaScript code in order to control your Bootstrap JavaScript components. We'll look at the various methods that are supported by the Bootstrap JavaScript components, which can be leveraged to write JavaScript code to control the behavior of these components. Then we'll review CSS preprocessing languages like Less and Sass. Then finally, we'll look at how we can build and deploy our website using NPM scripts or task runners like Grunt and Gulp. This should take you all the way to the final assignment in this course. I hope you will have a lot of fun doing the various parts of this course and also enjoy the exercises that you'll encounter at each stage that enable you to better understand various aspects of the Bootstrap Web UI framework. Before you embark on this course, let me take you through a quick tour of all the learning resources that are available in this course and how best you can make use of these learning resources to maximize the benefit of doing this course. The course itself is organized into 4 modules. Each module has an overarching theme that guides the design of the module. A module itself is divided into multiple lessons, each lesson concentrating on one specific topic. There would be an assignment due at the end of each module. Each module typically corresponds to 1 calendar week of work, so this whole course could be completed in 4 weeks' time. But please take the time necessary for you to completely understand before you move on to the next module. As already mentioned, each module is divided into multiple lessons. Each lesson itself is organized in this manner. A lesson starts out with a set of objectives and outcomes being specified for that lesson. Then following that, you will have a set of videos that introduce you to the concepts and technologies on which this particular lesson is concentrating on. This will be followed by 1 or more hands-on exercises that will help you to understand the concepts and technologies by doing the exercises. At the end of each lesson, you will also have additional resources which will point you to resources that might be useful for the topic covered in this particular lesson. Let's take a quick tour of your course page. So as you go to the course homepage, you will find a lot of details about the course there. And you'll also notice that the course itself is organized into weeks, each week corresponding to 1 module. Let's visit one particular module to learn how the module itself is structured. So as you go to each module, you will see that the module will have a brief introduction on the theme of that particular module. Then there will be a set of learning objectives for that particular module. Following that, you will have a set of lessons. As I mentioned earlier, each lesson will be organized into a set of items. Let's take a quick tour of this lesson on Introduction to Bootstrap. So as you click and go into that lesson, you will notice that at the start of the lesson, you will have the objectives and outcomes for the lesson explicitly specified. I would urge you to take a few moments to read through this document, because this will clearly set up the goals for this lesson and also tell you exactly what you will achieve at the end of that particular lesson. Following that, you would have a set of videos that will explain some of the concepts and technologies relevant to that particular lesson. I would urge you to watch these videos first. Following this set of videos, you will have one or more hands-on exercises for that particular lesson. The exercises themselves will be illustrated through a video which gives you step-by-step progress of that particular exercise. So I would strongly urge you to watch this video in order to understand how to do the exercise. Also, in the exercise, I will explain a lot of details about why each step is being performed in that particular exercise. Now, in addition to the video illustration of the exercise, you will also have a summary of the instructions for that particular exercise given as a separate document following that video. In this document, you will have access to the exercise resources, the set of files that you may need for performing that particular exercise. So you may download that particular exercise documents right there. Following that, the objectives and outcomes for that particular exercise will be listed out. Then each step will be illustrated briefly in this particular document here. So once you watch the video, you can also use this exercise instructions as a guide as you perform your own exercise routine. In addition, the exercise instructions will also contain code snippets that will be useful for you to do your exercise. I would strongly urge you not to simply cut and paste this code snippets. Instead, understand exactly what you're doing in each step, and then either type in the code yourself or copy and paste the code from the instructions here. Furthermore, for every video, if there is a set of presentation slides, those would be available in the downloads to the right of this video there on the web page. Also, if you go to the additional resources that are provided for you at the end of each lesson, you will also have links to the PDFs of the presentation. So there are two places from where you can download the PDFs of the presentations about the concepts and technologies for each module. You will also have access to the exercise resources in this additional resources section. You will also have links to the Bootstrap's own documentation about the specific concepts and technologies covered in that particular lesson. I will also give you links to articles, blogs, or additional resources from the internet that might be useful or relevant to this particular topic of the lesson. I would suggest to you to spend some time looking up these additional resources so that they may aid you in also furthering your understanding of the specific topics covered in that particular lesson. To summarize, the living resources in each lesson is organized into a set of video lectures illustrating the concepts and technologies, then hands-on exercises, which include both step-by-step instructions in the form of a video and also written instructions for the exercises and additional resources that might be useful for you relevant to that particular lesson. Also, as I mentioned, at the end of each module, you will have an assignment due. The tasks to be performed in the assignment will be illustrated through a video where all the tasks that you need to do in the assignment will be shown to you. Thereafter, you will have a written document that explains the details of that assignment. This written document will give you access to the resources that might be required for this assignment. Following that, you will have the set of objectives and outcomes for that particular assignment given to you. Then the requirements of the assignment will be specified in terms of the set of tasks that you need to complete, and the steps for each task will be illustrated there. You may also be given a snapshot of the web page to show you the state of the web page at the completion of this particular assignment, with the specific tasks being highlighted in that snapshot. At the end of the document, you'll also be given the review criteria, the criteria based on which your submission will be judged for this particular assignment. As you embark on this course, let me quickly remind you of a Sanskrit subhashita, or a wise saying about learning. It goes as follows: Acharyat padamadatte padam shishyah swamedhaya sab brahmacharibhya padam kalakramenacha. What this means is that 1/4 of your learning comes from your teacher, 1/4 of your learning comes through your own intelligence. As you do the steps, use your own intellect to analyze and understand what you're doing. 1/4 of your learning comes from your classmates. So this is where interacting with your colleagues that are also taking this course at the same time through the discussion forums would also help you to understand the concepts. And finally, the last 1/4 comes only through experience, or only with time. As you learn and make use of the concepts and technologies that you learn in this course, you'll begin to understand more and more about this particular topic. Let me leave you with my best wishes for you so that you would get the most out of your journey through this course. Wish you all the best. What is full stack web development? Let me clarify to you a few terms so that we start with a common understanding of full stack web development as applied in this specialization. We often hear people talking about the front end and the back end. The front end is where we are delivering the content to the user, typically in a browser where the user accesses the information. And this is where we use technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to render the content for the user. This information delivery is supported behind the scenes by a backend support, which is typically implemented these days using technologies like PHP, Java, ASP.NET, Ruby, Python, or Node.js. We often hear people talking about the 3-tier architecture for web development. In this approach, the entire web application is organized into 3 different layers. The presentation layer, which is concerned with delivering the information to the user. So this is usually the UI-related concerns that are dealt with at the presentation layer. The business logic layer, on the other hand, is concerned more about the data validation, the dynamic content processing, and generating the content to be delivered to the user. This is backed up behind the scenes with the data persistence layer or the data access layer. So this is concerned with how we store and interact with the data, typically in the form of a database, and access this data through an API. Exploring this further, let us see what is implemented typically in the traditional web development in each of these three layers. The business logic layer is usually implemented these days using technologies like Ruby, Python, PHP, Java, C++, or ASP.NET. This business logic layer is interacting behind the scenes with the persistent data typically stored in a relational database and accessed by the business logic layer. The business logic layer is also concerned with the rendering of information to the front side, typically in the form of server-side rendering these days. So the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is generated on the server side and then sent over to the client side in the form of a web page. In this approach, we need specialists in each of these three layers. So a front-end specialist typically would be well-versed in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The business logic specialist would be well-versed in one of the technologies that is used for implementing the business logic, and then you need a data specialist who will be well-versed in the relational database management system. There is an increasing trend towards using a single language to implement the entire stack, this being JavaScript. So you could have the front end implemented, for example, as a single page application using frameworks like Angular or React. You have the server side or the business logic layer being implemented using technologies like Node.js, which is also dependent on JavaScript. And then you have the data storage itself being implemented using technologies like MongoDB, which stores data in the form of JSON documents. And the information exchange between the server side and the client side is usually done using JSON as the format, and the server side supports a REST API endpoint. We will cover all these technologies as part of this specialization. So as you go through this specialization, you will see that on the presentation layer side, we will cover Bootstrap 4 and Angular or React for implementing front-end applications. Then at the business logic layer, we will be using Node.js and Node.js modules, and Express for implementing the business logic layer. We'll also consider backend as a service, and then the data support implemented using MongoDB. Git is a very popular version control system for software. We need Git for working with our Node ecosystem that we're going to use throughout this specialization. So it is important for you to get Git onto your computer. So let's go through a few quick steps to set up Git on your computer, and then some quick commands to enable us to make use of Git in this specialization. I will not go into too much of details about version control and how Git works and so on. That is beyond the scope of this course. Instead, we'll just get some basic understanding of Git. Git is, as I said, a version control system. This is a software tool that enables us for the management of changes to source code and maintaining a version history. So as your source code evolves, you will be able to check in the code at different points of time so that you can always have a way of rolling back to a previous version in case your updates to the code doesn't work correctly. There are various version control systems that are in use in the real world, including CVS, SVN, and Git being a very popular mechanism for version control these days. Where did Git originate? Git was designed by Linus Torvalds, the person behind the Linux operating system. Git was designed as a version control system, a distributed version control system for use in Linux kernel development. And it has seen much wider deployment in the real world these days. The Node ecosystem is very much tied into Git, and that is the reason why we need Git for this specialization. Let's now move on to a few hands-on exercises where you will first set up Git, then you will learn a few basic Git commands, and then also understand how you can set up an online repository in places like GitHub or Bitbucket for synchronizing your source code from your computer to the online repository. This is obviously not a comprehensive tutorial on Git, but we will learn just enough of the commands that are necessary for use in this specialization. Let's now run through a few quick steps to set up Git on your computer. One easy way of setting up Git on your computer is to go to this site called git-sem.com and then download the Git installation files from there. So when you visit this website, git.sem.com, you will see on the right-hand side here a button for you to download the Git. If you want to, you can go directly to the downloads page here on the site, and then you will find the downloads for various platforms, and you can download the one for your specific platform for installation. This is the easiest way of getting Git onto your computer. There are other ways of setting up Git depending on your platform. For example, if you install GitHub Desktop on your computer, it'll automatically set up Git for you. If you're using a Mac and you set up Xcode, and especially the Xcode command line tools, that will also set up Git for you. On this site, git.sem.com, if you go to the documentation page, you will notice that there is a book here called ProGit. You can just go on to the Getting Started link. You will see a specific chapter here on installing Git. So just go to this installing Git site, and there you have more details about how to install Git on your specific platform. So you can use any of the methods suggested here for installing Git on your platform. This is fairly straightforward, so I'm not going to go through the details of how to do the setup. Download the installer and run through the setup to get Git onto your computer. Once you install Git on your computer, start up a command window or PowerShell if you're using a Windows machine, or start up a terminal window if you're using a Mac or a Linux machine, and then at the prompt, type in git ---- version to check what version of Git is installed on your computer. So on my machine, I have this current version of Git installed, and that is good enough for me to work with. Once we verify that Git is installed, we will configure a couple of global identity parameters, the username and an email address, so that whenever Git does any commits, as you will learn later, it will make use of this information. So to do that, at the prompt, type git config ---- global user name, and then you can type in your username. The other parameter that I'm going to configure is my email. And to ensure that this information has been configured, we can type git config list, and then it will list out a bunch of configurations that we have done. Some of these are automatically set up for you, but if you want to, you can set them up as you require. So here I have my core editor value set to VI, which is what I use to do command line editing of files. So with this, we have completed the setup of Git for use on our computer. Once you get Git on your computer, it is time to go and learn Git bit by bit. let us now explore some basic Git commands that are very useful for us in this specialization. There is a lot more to Git than what we cover in this exercise. To get started, go to a convenient location on your computer and then create a folder named Git test. Then open this folder in your favorite editor. Here I have the Git test folder that we just created open in my Visual Studio Code. Let me add a file to this folder named index.html. Now you can see that I have added in some HTML code into this index.html file. Let's save the changes. Now let's switch to our command line. At the command line, go to the Git test folder and let's initialize this folder to be a Git repository. So to do that, at the command line, type git init. Now this folder has been initialized to be a Git repository. So this is our first Git command that we have learned, git init. This initializes the current folder as a Git repository. And when it initializes the folder, it will mark that folder as a master. This is the master branch for my Git. Now let's not worry about branches and so on. We will not deal with that in this course. We will only be working with the master branch in this particular specialization. So this would be marked as a master. Now this is the initial point of our repository. The next command that we're going to look at is git status. If you type git status in the command line, it'll tell you the current status of the folder. So let's do that at the command line and see what it shows. At the command line, type git status and read the information that is tapped out on the command window. You see that it says on branch master. So that is the master branch that we are on. And it says untracked files and then shows index.html in red. On your specific computer, it may be using different colors or represent this differently, but this is what it shows on my Mac. So now this index.html file that we have just created in this folder is now not been added to our Git repository. So let's go ahead and add that file to the Git repository. So to do that, we say git add, and you can simply say dot, which means that all the files in the current directory will be added to what is called as the staging area of my Git repository. So now if I again type git status, you will see that the file index.html is marked in green and it says changes to be committed there, and then shows the file name. And then so that means that this file is now ready to be committed to my Git repository. So the next command that we saw was git add. By using git add, you can add file or folders to the staging area. So once you add it to the staging area, then you can commit that snapshot of our folder status to our Git repository. So that means that when you do the git commit, what this command will do is commit the current state of our folders into our Git repository. So all the files as they exist at that moment, once they have been staged using the git add, then they will be committed to our Git repository when we execute the git command folder. So at this point, when we execute the git command, then our initial state will now be changed to the first commit to the Git repository. So let's go ahead and do that. Back at the command prompt, let's type git commit, and then we can even add a message to our commit. So I'm going to say git commit -m first commit, because this is our first commit to our Git repository. So when I do that, it says, okay, one file has been added to the Git repository and some other information will be typed out onto the command window. So let's now check again Git status. And now you say that it says nothing to commit. Working directory is clean. So what that means is that the current state of my working directory or working folder has been committed to the Git repository. So a snapshot has been committed to my Git repository. Now I can type the next command called git log one line and see that it shows a number there, an 8-digit number there, and then also shows the message that we put into our commit saying first commit. So that is the log of all the commits that have been put into my Git repository. So going back to our next Git command, we saw that git log -- one line will show us a brief log of all the commits. If you simply type git log, it'll display a lot more detailed information about all the commits. But this is sufficient enough for obtaining information that we require. Let's now come back to our editor here and in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to add more changes to my index.html file. So I will add So I have changed my index.html file. Now let me add another folder under the git test folder. So I will create a subfolder here named templates. And inside this templates folder, I'm going to create another file named test.html. This is just to show you how Git can commit entire folder hierarchy into its repository. So with test.html now there, I'm just going to copy everything from my index.html into my test.html and save the changes. Going back to the command line, let's now check out the status of our Git repository and this folder. So typing git status shows that the index.html file that we have already added earlier to the repository has now been modified. So there is a newer version of the index.html file. Also, it shows that there are some untracked files in this folder called templates. Let's add all these changes to our repository, to the staging area. So again, type git add dot, and then all these files will be added to the staging area. Again, checking out the status, you now see that the changes that have been added to the staging area. So all these files have been added to the staging area. Let's do one more commit. So I would say git commit -m second commit, and then let's check out the log. So if you check out the log, you now see that there are two commits in my Git repository, the first and the second commit, and note that each one of them is given a different number there. If you want to see the full details of the log, so you can type simply git log, and then you would see more details in there than what you would be interested in. So notice that the one-line commit only gives the first few characters of my commit number there. That is sufficient enough for us to operate with. Let me now go back again to my Visual Studio and then add one more line to my index.html file. So now my index.html file has been modified. And let's save the changes. Going back to the command line, doing git status shows that the index.html file has been modified. So let's add this to the staging area and then do a third commit. So let's say git add dot get status. Now you see that the index.html, the modified version, has been added. Now we can say git commit third commit and do git log one line, and you see that there are 3 commits in our repository. So now our repository contains snapshots at 3 different points: at the end of the first commit, at the end of the second commit, and at the end of the third commit. Now we also can roll back changes. We can revert the repository to a previous version. We can pull out a file from an older commit and then replace the existing file in our directory from the older commit. So let's see how we can operate with these things by learning a couple of more commands. At this stage, our index.html file is in the current state. So you can notice that it has an h1 and 2 p's. Let's now look at the next git command. The next git command that we are going to learn about is git checkout. So this checkout command allows us to check out a file from a previous commit in our Git repository. So if we don't like the current file that we have in our folder and if we want to go back to a previous version of the file, we can always check out the file from a previous commit or from the current commit and then continue to work with that file. So let's make use of this and see some further changes to our Git repository. Going back to our command line, we remember that between the second and the third commit, I made changes to my index.html file. Suppose I want to revert back to the index.html file from my second commit. So then I can simply say git checkout 900 CFCF. So that is the commit identifier, the number that identifies that particular commit. And then I can say index.html. And what you would notice is that that older file will now be checked out into my current working directory. Going to my Visual Studio Code, you now notice that my index.html file has reverted to the previous version. So the change that I made before the third commit is now gone. So my index.html file has been restored to my its state at the end of the second commit. Now, at the command line, if I type git status, you notice that this index.html file, which has reverted to what it was at the end of the second commit, it has now already been staged. So using this git checkout, we'll pull out an older version of the file and then replace what is in the current directory, and then it'll also check it into the staging area. So now, if I do that and then I realize that this is what I want, I can simply do another commit at this point, and then that file can be committed as the fourth commit. But suppose I don't like this, I want to revert back to the index.html file at the end of the third commit, then all I can do is say git reset head and index.html. So at this point, what happens is that the index.html, the modified version that I have checked out, is still there, but this file has been unstaged from the staging area. If you go back and look at the index.html in your editor, it will still show the state at the end of the second commit because we had pulled out that file using checkout for that. Now, if you want to revert it back to what it was at the end of the third commit. Then we do one more checkout from the third commit. Going to our command window, type git status, and you would notice that the index.html is marked as modified, but it also shows this particular statement here. It says git checkout minus minus and the file name to discard the changes in the working directory. So that's one way you can discard the changes that you have made to a particular file corresponding to the previous commit. So let me restore this index.html back to what it was at the end of the third commit. So to do that, I will simply say git checkout minus minus index.html. And then if I do git status, it shows that my directory is clean, and basically my directory has been restored to the state at the end of the third commit. Going to the file in my Visual Studio Code, I see that the file has been restored back to what it was at the end of the third commit. So this is one way you can, if you have made changes to a file after a commit and you want to just discard those changes, you can simply check out the file from the last commit, and then all your changes that you have done after the last commit will be discarded at this point. So these are some basic commands that are very useful for you as you go through the courses in the specialization, because you may want to commit at the end of each exercise. And as you proceed forward, you would still have a committed version of the state of your folder at the end of the previous exercise. So that way, if you are carrying out a new exercise and you discover that you have made mistakes and you want to revert back to the previous commit, you always have a way of doing that using the commands that we have just learned. So with this basic understanding of these few Git commands, we would be able to proceed forward with understanding and using Git in the courses of this specialization. So now we have reviewed the git reset for a specific file or git reset in general. If you simply type git reset, it will restore you back to the last commit. So it will reset the staging area to the last commit without disturbing the changes that you have done to your working directory. So once you reset, then you can check out the previous version of the file that you have committed in the previous commit. So this way you can restore your folder back to where you were at the starting point of the previous commit. So sometimes when you are going through an exercise and you realize you made mistake, you always have a way of reverting back to a previous version. So with these commands, I think you're all set to go ahead to use Git in the courses of this specialization. So at the end of this exercise, did you get it? Online Git repositories enable you to store a copy of your Git repository online, and it can easily be shared among multiple computers and multiple users. Let's learn about two of the online Git repository service providers, GitHub and Bitbucket, in a little bit more detail. We'll look at how we can set up our local Git repository to be mirrored in an online Git repository. There are several online Git repository service providers. Two of the most popular ones are GitHub and Bitbucket. I will go through in more detail about how you can set up your Git repository that you prepared in the previous exercise to be mirrored on an online Git repository on Bitbucket. To set up an online Git repository, go to one of these online service providers and then sign up for an account. So here I have signed up into my Bitbucket account, and I have my homepage open here. And so I'm going to create a new repository online on my Bitbucket repository. So I just click on the create repository, and then this would come up with some details. Now this varies with the repository service provider. So here I will specify the name of the repository as git test, and then I'm going to mark this as a private repository. For this course and all the remaining courses in the specialization, I would strongly advise you to keep your repositories as private repositories, because you don't want somebody else to be copying the code that you might save in your online Git repository. So please make sure that you only use private repositories in this specialization. So I will sign up as a Git private repository and then simply click on create repository, and then it'll do some setup and then be ready for me. Okay. Now what I need to do is to copy this particular URL for my repository. So you will see a URL for the repository in the home page of the repository. So just copy that URL for the repository, because we would need that in order to synchronize our local Git repository with this repository. So I'm going to copy that, and since I have already created my local Git repository, I'm going to go in there and set that up to be mirrored in this online Git repository. So for that, we need to use a couple of Git commands that enable us to do this. Going to the command prompt in my Git repository folder, I will type git remote add origin and then paste the URL for my Bitbucket repository that I've just created and hit the return. So now my local Git repository's remote origin is set to the Bitbucket repository. So now I want to be able to push the entire contents of my local Git repository to my online Git repository. So reviewing the commands for setting up the online Git repository, the first one that we just did, git remote add origin and the repository URL. And so this will add the online repository as the remote repository for my local Git repository. Once I do that, then I need to push my contents to my online repository. For that, I do git push -u origin master. And this command would push the local Git repository to the online repository. So let's type that at the command prompt. So once I type this at the command prompt and hit the return, it's going to set up my Git repository. Sometimes it may ask you to type in your credentials, including your password on your Bitbucket account. So you may have to do that. I had already done that previously, so that's why it didn't ask me again for the password. But once I type that in, then the contents of my local Git repository will be pushed to the server side. So now the data on my local Git repository is now matched on the server side. So let's go to Bitbucket to see the status of my online Git repository now. Going to my Bitbucket and then reviewing the online Git repository, you would see that there has been a branch, the master branch that has been pushed to my online Git repository. I can then examine the source by looking at the source here, and then you can see that I have the index.html file, which is exactly the same as what I have in my local Git repository, and examine the various commits also. So I can look at the state in the second commit and at the first commit. So you can now see that all this information has been uploaded to the online repository, including the history of all the commits. Then Going back there, you can see more details about all the commits that have been sent to the server side. I can examine each of those commits in a bit more detail. And then going back to the source, I can look at more details of the source like that there. So that has now set up my local Git repository to be mirrored in Bitbucket. The procedure is pretty much similar even on GitHub. So let me set up an online GitHub repository. Now, obviously, you have to remember that your local repository can only be matched to one online Git repository. So I will only go through setting up the repository on GitHub, and you will notice that the same kind of commands would be required if you want to set up your local repository to be mirrored on a repository on GitHub. So on GitHub, if you log into your account, you would see something like this in your home page. You can go to the right-hand side where there's a plus sign and then click on that to create a new repository, or just click on this button here to say new repository. And then when that comes up, I can simply say git test. And then again, as a reminder, please make that a private repository. Most of these providers allow you to now store private repositories online. So why make them public unless you really want to share it with other people? So I would strongly urge you to keep your repositories private for the moment, unless if you're working with a team. I should remind you that at this moment, GitHub supports private repositories only for those subscribers who pay for their GitHub account. So it is not available for subscribers who are using their free account. So simply click on private and then create repository, and then that will create a repository. And then you would see that GitHub also gives me a bunch of commands here on how to set up the repository. So for creating a new repository on the command line, the commands that we actually had done earlier, or to push an existing repository, the same two kinds of commands that have to be issued. So that basically sets up your GitHub repository to mirror your local repository. So since I have already linked my repository to Bitbucket, I'm not going to use my GitHub repository for that purpose. So as you notice, the procedure is pretty much similar on either one of them. Give and take a few differences in the way the information is rendered on the screen in the user interface and a little bit of changes. More or less, they are similar in the way you're going to make use of them in terms of mirroring your local Git repository to the online repository here. So with this, suppose somebody gives you a Git repository. Can you make a copy of that onto your local one? So this is where we use another Git command called git clone. So now here you see that I have this git test repository. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this repository and then copy this URL. And then I'll show you how I can create a copy of that Git repository or clone this online repository into my local computer. So let's pretend that I am on a different computer, and then we'll go to our command line and then create another repository with that same name. Going to my command line, I'm just going to move up into my, and you see that I have my git test folder there. So I'm going to create another temporary folder here just to show you that I can clone an online Git repository. So in my temporary folder, you see that it is empty. So to review the command, it says git clone and the repository's URL. So let's apply this command and then clone the online Git repository, pretending that we are on another computer. So I'm going to say git clone and then paste the URL of my Bitbucket repository here, and then you would see that that repository will now get cloned into a local folder with the same name, git test. So now if I do a listing of the directory, you can see that the git test folder has been created. So let's go to the git test folder, and then you will see that this is an exact copy of the folder structure that we had created earlier. So this is how you can clone an online Git repository. So all you need to do is to obtain the URL of that Git repository and then simply use git clone to get a copy of that onto your local computer. With this, we complete this exercise on using online Git repositories. So did you finally get it? JavaScript, which was designed as a scripting language for the browser, has seen deployment far beyond the browser. Node.js has played a significant role in this shift of JavaScript from the browser to the desktop. Let's now learn a little bit about what Node.js is and what role does NPM, the Node Package Manager, play in the context of Node.js. Node.js, as I mentioned earlier, allows us to bring the power of JavaScript to the desktop. Node.js is based on the JavaScript runtime engine that has been built for the Chrome browser. So the Chrome V8 JavaScript engine has been ported from the browser to run on the desktop and support the execution of JavaScript programs on the desktop. Node.js is built around an event-driven non-blocking I/O model, which makes it very efficient to run JavaScript programs on the desktop, asynchronous JavaScript on the desktop. Now, this is where Node finds its true power. Right now, we will examine Node.js in the context of its use as a JavaScript runtime. We will look at the server-side application of Node.js in detail in the last course of this specialization. This is the typical architecture of Node.js. So in this, the Chrome V8 engine is at the bottom layer, together with libuv forms the layer that interacts with the underlying computer system to support the execution of JavaScript programs. On top of it, we have node bindings, which is also implemented in C++. At the top layer, you have the Node.js and standard library, which are all implemented in JavaScript. And this is what enables us to write JavaScript programs and run them on the desktop. Naturally, the ability to run JavaScript programs on the desktop energized the web development community to explore using JavaScript to develop a significant number of web development tools. Tools such as Bower, Grunt, Gulp, Yeoman, and many others. We will explore some of these in the later part of this course and in subsequent courses. The last course in the specialization, as I mentioned, looks at the use of Node.js on the server side, how we can develop web server business logic all implemented in JavaScript on the server side. Together with Node, you often hear people talking about the Node Package Manager, or NPM. When you install Node on your computer, NPM automatically gets installed. The Node Package Manager is the manager for the Node ecosystem that manages all the Node modules and packages that have been made publicly available by many different users. A typical Node package consists of JavaScript files together with a file called package.json, which is the manifest file for this Node module. We will look at how we can use the package.json file in more detail in the subsequent exercises. now that you have Node.js on your computer, you're obviously wanting to immediately start using it. So in this exercise, we will start using Node. We will set up a package.json file for our git test folder that we had been working with so far. Then we will set up a Node module called as light server that will serve up the contents of our git test folder, and then we can browse this index.html file and other files in a browser. And we will also see how the light server will enable us to automatically see updates to our browser window as we make changes to our index.html file or any other files in our git test folder. The light server is something that you're going to extensively use in this and future courses to be able to see the changes in real time in a browser window as you edit the files of your project. As I mentioned, we want to set up the package.json file. So what exactly is this package.json file that we're going to set up? So here I have some information from the npmjs.org site, which specifies what exactly is the role of the package.json file. So the package.json file serves as the documentation on what all other packages that your project is dependent upon. So for example, when you set up the light server for your project, that will be recorded in the package.json file, so that subsequently you can also make use of that package in the future. Also, it allows you to specify which specific version of a package that your project is dependent on. So even if the package that you depend on changes in the future, you may insist that you want the user to install only a specific version of the package for use within your Node application. And also, it makes your builds reproducible, which means that when you share your code with others, then they can also do installation of all the Node modules, as we will see later in this exercise, on their own computer. So obviously, your next question would be, how do we create this package.json file? If you are starting a new project where you want to initialize the package.json file, then simply type npm init at the prompt in the project folder, and then that will take you through a set of steps which will enable you to configure your package.json file. So let's proceed with that for our git test project. So here I am in the git test folder in my terminal window. Make sure that you also open a terminal window or a command window and then go to the git test folder. And at the prompt, type npm init and then follow along the questions that are asked. So for the name of the project, we'll just leave it as the default git test. For version, we'll just leave it as 1.0.0. We can edit that later. For description, this is a test directory to learn Git and Node. Doesn't matter, type some description there. And then the entry point, I would just say index.html. Usually, if it is a Node package, the entry point would be index.js. Now, this folder that we have set up is a index.html based folder, so that's why I just type in index.html. Test command, nothing. Git repository, if we had already set up the Git repository in the previous exercise, it will automatically prompt that for you. If not, this would be empty and give you an option to type in the Git repository URL in case you're using an online Git repository. Some keywords for your project, which I'm going to leave blank. Author, type your name. Let's be narcissistic. and license, and then it'll show you the configuration of the package.json file in JSON format. So if you're familiar with JSON, this will look very, very familiar to you. So if this looks all good, let's just say OK, and then that results in the creation of the package.json file. So now if you list the folder contents, you would see the package.json file in the folder contents. Open the git test folder in your favorite editor and then take a look at the contents of package.json file in your editor. As the next step, we will learn how we can install a Node module using NPM, the Node Package Manager. So we're going to install this Node module called as Light Server. The Light Server will serve up the contents of this git test folder in a server that it starts up so that you can view the contents in a browser. Given that we have an index.html file, if we serve up this folder, then it'll be a website and you can view the index.html in a browser. So let's set up the Light Server and then we will see how we can make use of the Light Server to serve up the contents of this folder. This is very, very useful because if you're working on a web development project, you want to see the live version of your web development project so that as you make changes to your project, you can see the changes immediately reflected in the browser. So this is a very good Node package that is very useful for this purpose. So let's set up the Light Server. To do that, add the prompt, type in npm install. So notice if you want npm to install a Node package, this is how you're going to invoke it. And then you'd say Light Server. And then we also want to save the fact that our project is using the Light Server. So we will save this information in the package.json file. So to do that, we're going to type in -- save dev. Now the save dev option specifies that this Light Server is used for development dependency for our project. If you're installing a Node module on which your project is directly dependent on, then you would install it by simply saying -- save option. So let's go ahead and install it, and you wait patiently for the installation to take place. It'll take all of a few minutes for that to complete its installation. Once that is installed, then you would immediately notice when you look at the contents of your folder, you will immediately notice that there is a folder there created named Node_modules. Now, if you go into the Node_module, you will see a whole bunch of other subfolders in there which contain Node modules which are necessary for the Light Server Node module and so on. So let's take a quick tour of the Node modules folder to see what the contents of these are. Going to my git test folder, if you go into the Node modules folder, you would see, as I said, a whole bunch of subfolders there. Normally, you don't need to be venturing into the Node modules folder. They just exist there because they are needed for the Light Server. So as you browse through, you should notice a folder named Light Server here. When you go into the Light Server folder, note in particular the presence of the index.js file and then a package.json file and several other things. So this contents of this folder comprises the Light Server Node module. But this Light Server Node module is dependent on other Node modules to provide it with some additional functionality. So that's the reason when you install the Light Server Node module, it'll in turn install many other Node modules on which the Light Server itself is dependent on. So that's the reason why you see that explosion of those folders inside the Node modules folder. don't be too concerned about it. The sum total of all this will not be more than a few tens of megabytes. So it is not going to fill up your directory with junk. This is all essential for Node to be able to help you. In case you're curious about the Light server and how it works and so on, you can always go down to this GitHub site where the Light server is hosted and then look up the documentation for Light server. I will introduce you to whatever you need to know about Light server as we go through this course and the remaining courses. So you don't need to worry too much about it, but just in case you're curious, you can always go to this site to find out more details about Light server. The link is provided in your exercise instructions and the additional resources part of this lesson. Once you have completed that, then head over to the editor where you have the folder, git test folder open, and then view the contents of the package.json file. So you would see that the package.json file contains exactly the information that you configured with your npm in it. So you would see the name, version, and repository, author, and in particular, note this information here says dev dependencies. So, and then it specifies the Light server, and also notice it says hat 2.2.2. So which means that this particular project depends upon Light server that is at least version 2.2.2 or higher. So this is very useful for us. Now, why do we need this information here? Later on, when you go to the other exercises, you will notice that when you store this on an online repository, you don't want to be storing everything in your Node modules folder. We will only be storing information of all the files that we have created. The Node modules folder can always be recreated by typing npm install at our command prompt, and then based upon the dev dependencies and dependencies that are listed in the package.json file, all the Node modules that your project depends on will automatically be installed. We will see that later on how to use npm install in this course. Now that we are at package.json file, let's make a couple of edits so that we will be able to make use of the Light server to serve up the content. So right here in this option called scripts, let's add in one more here. So we will say start. So start is a command that npm supports, which enables you to specify a bunch of things that will be started. So later on we will see how we make use of this. So here I'm going to say npm run light, and after the test I'm going to add in one more entry called light, which I will configure as Light server. Okay, with these changes, let's save the package.json file, and then now our project is configured so that now if you start the Light server, the contents of your folder will be now served up in your favorite browser. Heading back to our command prompt, at the prompt, if I type npm start, now you see why I put that entry called start into my package.json file. So if I say npm start, whatever that start is configured as in the package.json file, we specified that as npm run light, and then light was specified as Light server. So essentially we are saying start the Light server. So once I type npm start, it will start the Light server and it'll serve up the contents of this folder. Now, how do you access the contents of this folder? If you want to access it locally, you will access it by specifying the URL as localhost:3000. This is the default settings for the Lite server. Furthermore, this should automatically open the browser window of your default browser and then show the contents of index.html in that browser window. Here you can see that I have opened my editor and my browser window directed at localhost 3000 simultaneously side by side, so that we can see how the browser window will immediately reflect any changes that we make to our files in the git test folder. So let me go to index.html, and then for the sake of space, I'm going to turn that over. And then, so here you can see that this is the contents of this. And then now let me add in one more paragraph. And save the changes, and then you would immediately notice that the change that I made to my index.html file is reflected into my browser. This provides a very nice way of being able to observe in real time the changes that you make to your code being reflected into your browser. So when you are working on a project, it'll be very appropriate for you to be able to see the changes immediately. So when you make a change and then save the file, the modified code is immediately loaded into your browser, so you can immediately see the change being reflected in your browser window. This is a very useful tool while you are doing development of your project. That is the reason why I introduced you to the Lite server and set it up so that we can make use of it as we develop the website in this course. If you recall, we had already set up our git test folder to be a Git repository. So checking again, we will see that we already have 3 commits in our Git repository, and this Git repository is already mirrored to our online Git repository, which we have set up in the previous exercise, either at Bitbucket or GitHub. My Git test folder is synced to my Bitbucket repository in this particular exercise. So what I'm going to do now is to show you how you can exclude some folders from your project folder and then make sure that they are not synchronized to your online repository. Now, as I said, the node modules folder can always be recreated by typing npm install at the prompt. So that's why when you upload the contents of your folder to an online Git repository, or when you do a commit of the folder to your Git repository, you don't want the node modules folder or all the subfolders under it to be included in the commit. So how do we exclude some folders or some files from our folder from being checked into our Git repository? So to do that, we will set up a file named .gitignore. So that's the name of the file, .gitignore. So to create this .gitignore file, we will go to our editor. So in the editor, in the git test folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I will name it .gitignore. Note that the name begins with a dot, and then the rest of the name is gitignore. So this is very, very important that you set up the file with exactly that name, .gitignore. So let's create this file called .gitignore, and the first line of that file we will type as node modules. So what this means is that the node modules folder is going to be excluded from our git commit. So once I create the .gitignore file and then add node modules into the .gitignore file, let's save the changes, and then we will now do a commit of the current state of our project into our Git repository. I hope you remember your Git commands. Let's do a git status, and then when you do that, you will immediately notice that you have the index.html file marked as modified, and then the two new files, gitignore and package.json. So we do a git add dot, and then do a git status, and then you see that all these new files have been checked into your commit. Let's do a git commit. Git commit -m fourth commit, and the files are committed. Let's push the new commit to our online repository. So to do that, git push -u origin master, and wait for it to be pushed to our server. Now if you go to your online Git repository, you will see that the package.json file and .gitignore would have been checked into your Git repository. Going to my Bitbucket repository for the Git test, you will see that when I look at the source, you will see that the package.json file has been added, the .gitignore has been added, and the new index.html file has been checked in. So that completes this exercise. So in this exercise, we have learned how to set up a package.json file using npm init. We have learned how to install an npm module, and we have learned how to use the light server npm module to serve up the contents of our project folder so that it can be viewed in a browser. So this is a nice way of serving up your web contents, your web application or your website, so that you can see changes in real time being reflected to your browser window. And then we also saw how we can set up the .gitignore so that some folders can be excluded from being checked into our Git repository. This completes this exercise. So with this, I'm sure you would have gotten a good handle on the use of both Git and then also Node and Node modules. Don't worry, we will be using Node extensively in various ways as you go through the courses of this specialization. This is just a start. Front-end web UI frameworks are becoming the go-to approach for designing and implementing the recent websites. Let's ask ourselves, what exactly are front-end web UI frameworks, and learn a little more details about them next. So obviously, in this lesson, we're going to ask ourselves, what are front-end web UI frameworks? What do they contain? What are some of the popular front-end web UI frameworks, and why do we need to make use of front-end web UI frameworks when we design our websites? So what are front-end web UI frameworks? Let's take a step backwards and imagine that you only know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you were asked to design a new website, you would obviously go about constructing and implementing the entire website using the technical skills that you have based on your knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You would often realize that there are many repeated components that you would use on your websites, and you would end up designing your own set of CSS classes. You will be designing some JavaScript-based components, and then once you get a group of these together, every time you need to design a new website, you would be making use of these predefined sets of CSS classes and JavaScript-based components to quickly implement a new website. Why not take this to its logical conclusion? How about if we design an entire framework that consists of ready-to-use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript-based web UI components? So here, a front-end web UI framework may define a bunch of CSS classes that will enable us to include components like buttons, tables, navigation bars, drop-downs, alerts, modals, tabs, accordions, and many more, and quickly enable us to design and implement a website. So this is what a front-end web UI framework accomplishes. It is a collection of all these components. Not only that, it gives you a method of defining consistent typography that you can use for your entire website design, and enables you to quickly scaffold out a web site or a web page. If you search for front-end web frameworks, you would find a plethora of them out there in the internet. Several people have done their own surveys of all these different web UI frameworks and have published their top 10 lists of front-end web UI frameworks. This is one such top 10 list. You may or may not agree with this ranking, but Bootstrap happens to be the most popular among all the front-end web UI frameworks. Bootstrap consistently ranks as the number one in many of the lists of front-end web UI frameworks. The remaining among this list may vary, but you would often find Semantic UI, Foundation by Zerp, Materialize, Material UI, and some of these others appearing in many of those top 10 lists. The next obvious question is, why would you want to use front-end web UI frameworks? First and foremost, they provide you with a consistent way of designing websites. And most of these front-end frameworks support what is called as responsive web design. We will examine more about responsive web design in the next lesson, but quickly summarizing it, you do realize that your website may be accessed from various kinds of devices of different screen sizes, ranging from small mobile phones all the way up to a full-fledged desktop. You want to be able to design your website to automatically adapt itself to cater to the size constraints of each of these different devices from which your website is being accessed. So responsive web design is concerned about this aspect. The second issue that most of these front-end frameworks try to address is cross-browser compatibility. If you have played around with browsers as much as I have done, I'm pretty sure you have come to realize that no two browsers render the same website exactly the same way. So when you design a website to render consistently across many different browsers, you're going to be facing an uphill battle. Now, these front-end frameworks have managed to address most of these idiosyncrasies of the different browsers in such a way that you can deliver consistent rendering of your website on different browsers. So that's the second reason why you may want to resort to using a front-end web UI framework. And the third aspect, of course, is that when you need to design a website, you're always going to be under terrible time pressure. So increasing your productivity so that you don't waste your energy and time on wasteful configuration issues of those individual components of your website. Instead, let that be taken care of by a consistently designed front-end web UI framework. So that saves you a lot of time in terms of implementing your website. And finally, of course, most of these front-end UI frameworks that are out there have their own community, the users that use these web frameworks for implementing websites. So this community of users will provide you with a very efficient way of being able to solve issues that you may encounter when you're applying any one of these frameworks for your website design. So given these different advantages, why would you not want to resort to using a front-end web UI framework? With this understanding about front-end web UI frameworks, let's now proceed forward to learn more about Bootstrap, the most popular front-end web UI framework. Let me do a quick introduction to Bootstrap before we go on to learn how to make use of Bootstrap in designing our website. If you go to the Bootstrap webpage, you will see that Bootstrap claims to be the most popular HTML, CSS, and JavaScript-based framework that is in use today, and specially designed for developing responsive mobile-first websites. Indeed, Bootstrap stands up to its claim as the most popular web UI framework. It supports a number of CSS classes that enable you to design various web components very effectively. It supports consistent typography to be used on your web page for rendering content. It supports many different kinds of web components like buttons, tables, navigation bars, modals, images, carousels, and many other, as well as many JavaScript-enabled components. This enables you to design responsive websites with the mobile-first approach. We will talk more about this in the next lesson. Bootstrap originated around 2011. It was created by these two people from Twitter. Hence, you might often hear people talking about Bootstrap as Twitter Bootstrap. Mark Otto and Jacob Thornton from Twitter designed Bootstrap for their own internal use and then ended up releasing it for the rest of the web development community to use for consistent website design. The current production version of Bootstrap is 4.0. If you had taken my earlier specialization on Coursera, I have dealt with Bootstrap 3.3.7 in the earlier Bootstrap course. Now, it's time to move on to our first exercise, where we will get our hands dirty with Bootstrap. Strap on your boots and let's get started with Bootstrap. I'm sure your fingers are itching to get your hands around Bootstrap. So, first step. Go to the exercise instructions that follow this video in your Bootstrap course page on Coursera, and then in the instructions you will see a link to this file named bootstrap4starter.zip. Download the zip file to your computer. Also, the step-by-step instructions that are illustrated in this video will also be given in the exercise instructions that follow this video. There you will have access to any of the code snippets that you need for this exercise. This would be the case for all the exercises in the future too. So should you need to get hold of the code snippets, that is where you will find them. Once you download the zip file, move that zip file to a convenient location on your computer. So here I have moved it to a folder named Coursera on my computer, and then I have the zip file with this long name there. Just unzip the file. Once you unzip the file, you will find a folder named Bootstrap 4 created in your computer. Inside the Bootstrap 4 folder, you will see another folder named Confusion there. Go into the Confusion folder and you would see two files there, index.html and package.json file. Now open a command window and then or a terminal and then move to this folder in your command window or terminal. At the command prompt, type npm install. Note that I already have the package.json file in there, so the package.json file is configured so that the light server development dependency would be installed if I type npm install. So once you type npm install, you will see that the light server will be installed in your node modules folder here. Once this is complete, open this folder in your favorite editor. Once you have the folder open in your editor, create a .gitignore file and then put node modules into the gitignore file and save. So this is to ensure that when you do a git commit, the node modules folder will not be committed. After that, it is time to go and fetch Bootstrap for use in our project. Before we fetch Bootstrap, let's do a commit of the current state of the file. So do git init and initialize your Git repository. Then you can check Git status and you would see that these files need to be committed. Add all the files, git commit -m initial setup. So this is the starting point of your folder at this moment. So with this, your starting point of your web project has been now committed to Git. Now you can set up this Git to synchronize with an online repository, just like we talked about in the Git exercises. So you can set up a repository either on Bitbucket or on GitHub and then synchronize this project to that Git repository. Our next step is to go and fetch Bootstrap. To do that, at the prompt, type npm install Bootstrap at 4.0.0 and also -- save, and let the Bootstrap be installed. Once Bootstrap is installed, we realize that we also need to install its peer, which is Jquery, as well as popper.js. So let's go ahead and install both Jquery and popper.js into this project folder. So to do that, at the prompt, type npm install Jquery at 3.3.1 and popper.js at 1.12.9 -- save. Now, whenever I install any of the npm packages, I am explicitly specifying the version of the package that you should install. The reason for this is that I want to make sure that as you go through this exercise, all the steps will work correctly. So I am specifying the exact version of the npm modules to be installed. So here we are installing the Jquery version 3.3.1 and popper.js version 1.12.9. Subsequently, also, I will specify the exact versions of the modules to be installed. So let's go ahead and install these. And once they are installed, we can go to the next step. Going back to our project folder, you would see that if you go into Node modules, you will see a folder in there named Bootstrap. And inside the folder named Bootstrap, you will find a folder named dist. So inside the dist folder, you will find two subfolders named CSS and JS. If you go into the CSS folder, you will find a whole bunch of precompiled CSS files here. The one that is of interest to us at the start is bootstrap min.css. That's the file that we're going to include into our index.html file in order to make use of Bootstrap in our project. Similarly, going to the JS folder, you would see that there is a bootstrap min.js file. We're going to include that also into our index.html. So that'll be the next step that you will see me doing. Before we go to the next step, let's start up our light server so that we can see the changes that we make to the index.html immediately reflected into our web page in real time. So let's start up light server. So at the prompt, type npm start, and then that should start up your light server. You can now see on the screen my editor on the left and the current version of the index.html page on the right. So as you can see, I have already configured the index.html page with some content. This web page looks like the typical web page of a computer science professor. Let's now open the index.html page in our editor, and then in the head part of the index.html page, right before the title, I'm going to paste in a little bit of code. This code snippet is given to you in the instructions. So you can simply copy and paste this code snippet, and I'll walk you through what this code snippet is trying to do. You will notice that I have three meta tags here. The first one says char set UTF-8, so this is the Unicode that is going to be used. The second line, which says meta name viewport, I'm going to come back and explain this particular line to you in the next lesson when we will look at responsive web design. Now, let me draw your attention to this particular line, which says link rel style sheet and then href. Note that I am specifying the href as node modules / bootstrap dist css bootstrap min.css. So what I am specifying is that the bootstrap min.css file, which contains the CSS classes corresponding to Bootstrap that we have downloaded using npm to our node modules folder, I'm going to include that into the head of my index.html page. So you need to include the CSS classes provided by Bootstrap. You also need to include the JavaScript classes provided by Bootstrap, which we're going to do at the bottom of this page. Going to the bottom of this page, note just before the closing body tag, I'm going to paste in the code to include all the scripts there. So to do that, I just paste in the 3 lines for the script to include the jQuery, popper.js, and also the bootstrap main.js. And note the order in which I have included these. So the bootstrap is at the bottom. Then since bootstrap is dependent upon both jQuery and popper in that order, so I will first import jQuery, and then after that we import popper, and then finally bootstrap main.js at the bottom of the index.html file. Now this is included at the bottom of the page because when you are loading the page from a web server, you want the CSS classes to be loaded immediately so that as the page starts rendering, when the JavaScript is fetched, the JavaScript needs to execute in order to make changes to your page with the JavaScript code, and that'll take a little bit of time. So you don't want the user to be waiting for the entire page to be loaded before they see something in their browser window. So that's why we normally load the JavaScript classes towards the end of our HTML page, just before the body tag. After making these changes, let's save the file. Now the reason why I am showing the index.html file in my editor and also the browser right next to it is the moment you save the changes that you have made to the index.html file, note how the browser rendering of that file immediately updates and see Bootstrap already in action on the page. Right now you see that your page is using Times New Roman to render all the content. The moment I save the web page, you notice that the fonts being used on your web page have changed. Now your web page is set up to make use of the Bootstrap classes, and it is using Bootstrap's default typography to render all the content. Bootstrap by default uses Helvetica Neue for the font. You can change the default font for Bootstrap and so on. But that'll be beyond the scope of our discussion right now. So once you set up your index.html page and save it, you will immediately see Bootstrap coming into action in our web page. So this is how I'm going to keep illustrating as we add various Bootstrap CSS classes and components to our web page, how the rendering of it in our browser will keep changing. Now, obviously, the rendering of the page in our browser is still terrible. It's better than the typical computer science professor's web page, but definitely not readable. We need to now bring into action the various CSS classes and the JavaScript components that our Bootstrap web UI framework provides in order to design our web page. So we will do that step by step as we go through this exercise. This may be a convenient time for you to do a git commit of the changes that you have made so that at the end of this exercise, your state of your project folder will be saved to your Git repository. Going to my confusion folder in another tab of my terminal window, if I type git status, I now see that my index.html file and the package.json file have been modified. So I'm going to do a commit. So now my status of the folder at the end of this exercise has been committed to my Git repository. You can synchronize that with your online repository so that the state of your project will be saved at this point. With this, we complete our first Bootstrap exercise. You have now seen how we can configure Bootstrap to be used in our web project. As we proceed to the next few exercises, we're going to employ the Bootstrap classes to design our web pages. These days, in the web development world, we often hear people mentioning the terms responsive design and mobile-first approach. Let's try and understand what is meant by these terms and how they affect the way you design your websites and your web applications. Your obvious question is going to be, why consider responsive design? To help us understand this, let's consider how people access websites these days. Traditionally, when websites were first designed, you could pretty much assume that people would be browsing your websites from a computer. These days, your websites could be visited from a smartphone, a tablet, or a computer with different screen sizes and screen resolutions. How do we render our website consistently on devices of different screen sizes? The one-size-fits-all approach that traditional website designers have taken no longer fits the bill. We need a better approach, an approach that will automatically adapt your website to the size of the screen on which it is being viewed. This is where we have to take an approach to adapt to the user's viewport. This has to be built into your website design and development so that it will automatically adapt to the viewport of the user's device. To help you better appreciate the need for addressing devices of different screen sizes, I am taking the help of the developer options that my Safari browser provides that enables me to view the website with screens of different sizes. So that hopefully will convince you of why we need responsive web design. So here you see the Coursera website being rendered on a 1920 by 1080 screen size. This would be a typical large desktop or a high resolution laptop screen. Then let's consider the same website being viewed using a smaller screen size. So you see automatically your screen layout is slightly adjusting to the size of the viewport of your device. Same thing at 800 by 600. So let's go down in screen sizes. This is an iPad Pro's view of the same site. This is an iPad Air 2's size. This is an iPad Mini 4's size. Note the transition from an iPad Mini 4 size to an iPhone 6s Plus in portrait mode. You now notice that the navigation bar has now collapsed into a button here, which when you click will reveal the options from your navigation bar. And let's look at the same thing in our iPhone 6s in landscape mode. Note how the screen adapts itself. Similarly, for an iPhone 6s in landscape mode, and go down to an iPhone SE, and you see how the website has changed the way it is being rendered. So hopefully this example has illustrated to you how and why we need responsive web design. The second related concept that you will hear is mobile first. The mobile first approach instead looks at designing your website for a mobile device first. So consider how you would satisfy the screen constraints of your mobile device. And then as your screen size expands, you would automatically start adapting your website to the larger and larger screen sizes, perhaps revealing more and more of the content so as to take advantage of the increasing screen real estate. So the same website, when seen on a mobile device, might have only parts of the information being revealed to the user, but then when rendered on a full-fledged desktop, it might show a lot more detailed version of the website. Now, this has to be automatically adapted based upon the information that you get from the device from which your website is being viewed. So how do we get this information? Fortunately, doing responsive web design is supported by many of the modern front-end web UI frameworks, including Bootstrap. So when we looked at Bootstrap's definition on its web page, it says responsive mobile-first approach. So how do we go about doing responsive web design? So this is where there are several concepts that are built into your front-end web UI frameworks that come to the aid when you need to do responsive web design. First and foremost is what is called as a grid system. We're going to look at the Bootstrap's grid system in more detail in the next lecture so that we will understand exactly how we can leverage that to be able to do responsive web design. The second aspect is fluid images, so that your images that you include in your website will automatically adapt itself to the screen size. And the third part is what is called as CSS media queries. From your CSS code, you can query the size of the media and then appropriately adjust your CSS classes to fit the size of the device's screen. Now, how do media queries work? Let's look at that next. Media queries are supported in CSS like this. So the technology allows you to do a media query to specify the minimum width of the screen under which this particular set of CSS classes will be active. So this would be specified in your CSS file as @media, and then within brackets you specify, for example, min width. There are a lot more options to the media queries than what I'm showing here. This is just one example of how you would do a media query in your CSS code. Taking a look at Bootstrap's CSS code itself, let's go in and see how media queries are being used by Bootstrap. So here you see an example of a media query where it says @media and min width 576 pixels, and then it specifies that this particular CSS class called container, which we will learn more about in the next lecture and also in the exercise that follows, we will see that the container's width is set based upon the width of the screen. Similarly, for a higher width screen, the container width is automatically adjusted. So this is what enables your web UI framework to support responsive web design. So doing media queries, your web UI framework is able to establish what kind of device you're rendering your website on and correspondingly adjust the CSS classes to fit that particular device's screen size. So then obviously the next question that is going to come into your mind is, how do we do this in practice? Fortunately, if you start with a well-designed front-end web UI framework like Bootstrap, things become very straightforward. We will learn more about this in the next lecture and the exercise that follows. In the previous lecture, we learned about responsive design. We also briefly mentioned that the Bootstrap grid system is designed for supporting responsive websites. How does Bootstrap's grid support this? And what exactly does Bootstrap grid involve that enables us to design responsive websites? Let's talk a bit more details about the Bootstrap grid system and how it supports responsiveness next. We saw the use of the viewport meta tag in the previous lesson when we did the initial exercise on setting up Bootstrap in our index.html page. I briefly referred to this particular line in the code then. But let's try to understand why we use this in our index.html page. What we are specifying here is that when our web page is being rendered by the browser in a particular device, then the rendering in the browser will take into account the size of the screen and automatically adapt the rendering of the page to the device's screen width. That way, when we have responsive classes, CSS classes built into our UI framework, then that will ensure that our web page is correctly rendered for that particular screen size. This is where the Bootstrap grid system comes to our rescue and enables us to design responsive websites. So again, emphasizing this point, Bootstrap's grid is designed to be responsive. We have already seen what this means in the previous lecture. And mobile first, which we have already discussed in the previous lecture, and then fluid, automatically adapting to the screen width. The Bootstrap grid takes advantage of the CSS Flexbox layout. The CSS Flexbox layout, which is being supported by the more recent versions of the various browsers, enables a lot more simpler and flexible layout options in CSS. Now, the actual discussion of how CSS Flexbox layout works is beyond the scope of this course. We will restrict ourselves to how CSS Flexbox is being leveraged by Bootstrap for its grid system. Earlier, Bootstrap had its own grid system, which was predating the CSS Flexbox layout, but the latest version of Bootstrap 4 has made the CSS Flexbox layout as the standard for the Bootstrap grid. This Flexbox layout can easily handle dynamic content and can adapt the containers to the dynamic content, and also can easily adapt to unknown size of the actual content enclosed inside the containers. The Flexbox layout also supports direction agnostic layout. What the Flexbox layout brings to the Bootstrap grids is the ability to do easy vertical alignment of the content within a parent element. We'll see the use of this in the exercise that follows. Also, it allows easy reordering of the content across different devices and screen resolutions with the help of media queries. Again, we'll see a little bit of that in the exercise on how Bootstrap leverages that to support interesting ways of laying out content. Also, the content itself, the content containers, can also be designed to be equal height columns so that the content container with the largest height determines the heights of all the remaining containers that are laid out in the same row. Let's now talk a little more details about the Bootstrap grid and how it actually works. The way the Bootstrap grid works is by applying a container class to the outermost layer. We might use a div for defining the element for which we apply the container class in general. The container is the outermost unit within which the actual content is laid out. Bootstrap supports both the container class, which is a fixed width layout, so which means that the content itself is restricted to a fixed width on the screen. This container class enables this fixed width to automatically adapt itself to the size of the screen by using media queries. So that is where the responsive design comes into our rescue. Later on, we will see how this container width adjusts to different screen sizes. Now, we also have the flexibility of using another class called container fluid, which enables the container to automatically adapt to the size of the screen. But the fixed width container fixes the size of the actual layout width. Inside the container, the content will be laid out in the form of rows. So typically what we would do is inside an outer div to which we apply the container class, we will include an inner div to which we will apply the row class. So the content itself will be vertically divided into multiple rows. And once this is divided into rows, within each row you can then lay out the content using columns. So each row in Bootstrap will be divided into 12 equal sized columns. Now, you can design your content to occupy any number of these 12 columns. So, and the fact that the container itself adapts to the screen width and the row itself being enclosed inside the container will automatically adapt to the screen width, and also the columns, the 12 columns will be determined, their widths will be determined by the row width itself. So which means that for different screen sizes, whatever content you lay out over this 12 columns will automatically adjust itself to the width that is allowed for the content. So this is how the responsiveness is built into the Bootstrap grid way of laying out the content. So how exactly do we lay out the content? We'll talk about that in the next few slides. The Bootstrap grid itself makes available to us 5 classes to specify different screen sizes. By default, there is a default class which targets all screen sizes starting from extra small to extra large. So the entire range of screen widths in Bootstrap's terms is divided into extra small, small, medium, large, and extra large screen sizes. We'll look at how these different classes of screen sizes are determined in detail in one of the later slides. So within your code, you will identify the layout specification by specifying SM for the small screen size, MD for medium, LG for large, and XL for extra large screen sizes. So when you do the layout, as we saw in the previous slide, every row in a Bootstrap grid system is divided into 12 columns. Now, we will lay out content using what is called as the column classes. For the column classes, we can specify how the layout is done for different screen widths. I'll look at the details of this in the subsequent slides later, but let me quickly draw your attention to how we specify the column sizes. We might specify the column sizes as col, which is one of the classes, or we'll say col-sm for small and col-md for medium and large and extra large and so on. Now, these column classes are used to specify exactly how many columns in a row will each piece of content occupy. How does this work? We'll see that in the next slide. So going back to our Bootstrap grid, suppose we have a piece of content and we want to lay out the piece of content. We can specify that that content is enclosed inside another div to which we apply a column class, like for example, column SM5. So in that case, what we are specifying is that for small to extra large screen sizes, this piece of content will occupy 5 columns out of those 12 columns. Now you're going to immediately ask me, what about the extra small? If it is not explicitly specified for the extra small, it will occupy the entire width of the 12 columns. We can explicitly specify from which range to which range the column layout will occupy how many of the columns. So in this particular case, when I specify only column SM5, what I mean is that this particular content that is enclosed inside this div will occupy 5 columns for all screen sizes from small all the way to extra large. Now, we now see that out of the 12 columns, we have already occupied 5 columns. There are still 7 more columns left. I could take another piece of content and then position it to the right of this by defining another div and then applying column SM7 there. Now, in this case, you see that 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. So these 2 pieces of content that are enclosed in these 2 divs will now be positioned side by side, and the sum total of them is occupying the entire 12 column width. So this is how we can specify. And we work with the 12 columns in defining the layout of the content here. With the use of the CSS Flexbox layout, Bootstrap also supports what is called as the auto layout columns. So in this case, I can simply specify column SM without specifying how many columns it is supposed to occupy. But in case I specify 3 divs with column SM in my HTML file, then the Bootstrap grid will automatically position these contents inside those divs side by side so that each one of them gets 1/3 of the total width. So since we have 12 columns here, each of these 3 will get 4 columns each. And this is automatically taken care of by the Bootstrap's layout mechanism. Now, we can explicitly specify the number of columns a particular piece of content occupies. So for example, suppose I specify 3 column classes, but the middle one I specify column SM6. Then what happens is when Bootstrap does the layout, the middle one will occupy 6 columns, and then the left and the right pieces of content will occupy whatever is left over. So out of the 12 columns that we have, if 6 columns are occupied by the middle piece of content, then we have left with us 6 more columns, and that will be equally divided between the contents on the 2 sides of this middle column. So each of them will get 3 columns of space each. So that is how the layout is automatically done with Bootstrap. In the exercise, we will see various combinations of use of these kind of specifications of how many columns each piece of content will occupy in our layout. This table summarizes the way Bootstrap treats the different screen widths and correspondingly how you identify these screen widths. So as I specified earlier, Bootstrap divides the entire screen width range into 5 classes. The extra small screens are those whose widths are below 576 pixels. Small screens are those that are between 576 and below 768 pixels. Medium screens from 768 to 992, large from 992 to 1200, and anything above 1200 pixels width is treated to be an extra large screen. So this is how the default Bootstrap grid is configured. Now, once you get comfortable with Bootstrap, you can also configure these divisions yourself. But for this course, we're going to stay with the default configuration that Bootstrap supports. Now, the grid behavior in this case is that whatever is laid out for extra small will be horizontal at all times. For the higher widths, they'll be collapsed to start with, but horizontal above the breakpoints. We'll see how this works in a short while with some examples. Now, we saw the use of the container in the previous slide there. For extra small screens, the container width is automatically determined by the screen width. But for small, medium, large, and extra large, the container width is as specified there. So if you use the div with the class container, then for small screens, it is 540 pixels. So you notice that if you have a screen width between 576 to 768, your content will be laid out in 540 pixels, which will be centered in the screen width. So the leftover space will be left as margins on either side of this content. Similarly, for medium, it is 720 pixels and so on. Now, when you specify how many columns each content occupies, then the column class prefixes that you will use is .col for extra small, col -sm for small, all the way to extra large. If you specify something with col -md, then that applies for medium to extra large screens. So whenever you specify any col hyphen and some number, then that applies to that particular screen size and everything above that screen size. Now, in all screen size cases, the number of columns is defined to be 12 columns. The grid in case of Bootstrap is designed to be 12 columns. and that is configurable, but the default value is 12 columns. The reason for choosing 12 is that 12 is a good multiple of 2, 3, 4, and so on. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of how many columns you choose to lay out your content. Between each column, so if you lay out two pieces of content side by side with their divs, between these two pieces of content, there will be a small gutter that will be left, empty white space that will be left of width, the gutter width, which is 30 pixels by default. So 15 pixels is borrowed from one piece of content and 15 pixels from other piece of content. Sum total together, 30 pixels of white space will be left between the two pieces of content. Think about how a newspaper column layout is done, and you begin to see the correspondence between the way a newspaper column layout is done and how the Bootstrap's grid does the layout of the content on a web page. Bootstrap's grid allows you to do nestable content, so you can enclose content inside content and then do nested content layout. And also it supports offsets. We will see the use of offsets also in some examples later. So let's look at our first example of how you would apply Bootstrap's column classes and how they would actually be rendered on different screen sizes. Here is an example of a situation where I apply to the two divs column-12 and then column-sm-5 for the red piece of content, and for the other one I applied column-12 and column-sm7. So the way this content will be laid out is for extra small screens, the two pieces of content will be stacked one on top of the other. So the red one will be stacked on top of the sea green color one. But for small to extra large screens, the two pieces of content will be laid out side by side. The reason for this is because we said column SM5 and column SM7 for the two. So for small to extra large, they will be laid out side by side so that the red content will occupy the leftmost 5 columns and the sea green content will occupy the right 7 columns of your row, all the way from small to extra large screen sizes. So this is how we would specify content layout for different screen sizes. Bootstrap also provides additional classes called as the order-classes, which allow you to reorder the content on the screen. So for example, if you apply an order SM first and order SM last class to the divs as shown in the example here, in this case, the div for which you apply order SM last will be pushed to the right side of the screen, and the order SM first div will be pushed to the left side of the screen. So applying these order classes allows you to reorder the content on the screen. Not only this, the order SM also allows you to specify, saying order SM1 to order SM12, to specify the order in which the content needs to be rendered on the screen. So using a larger number, you could shift the content to the right side of the row, and a smaller number will shift the content to the left side of the row. We will see an example of this also in the exercise. The next interesting support that Bootstrap Grid brings with the use of the Flexbox layout is vertical alignment of content. The earlier Bootstrap versions like Bootstrap 3 and earlier did not have the ability to do vertical alignment of content. With the use of the Flexbox for designing the Bootstrap Grid in Bootstrap 4, we get the flexibility that CSS Flexbox brings in terms of doing vertical alignment. So if you want the content to be vertically centered, then to the row, you would apply the class called align items center. So in this case, whatever content is laid out will be laid out vertically aligned within that particular row. So the content which occupies the largest height will be the one to which the remaining ones will be aligned when it is laid out in that row. Or if you pre-specify the height of a row, then all the content will be centered vertically within that particular row there. Not only that, Bootstrap's grid also supports horizontal alignment of content. Let's look at an example. So if you specify your content like this, say you have 3 columns, and the first one you specify div class column 3, then the middle one you say div class column auto. I'm going to come back to that column auto in a short while. And the right one says div class column 3. So in this case, what we are specifying is that the left and the right most pieces of content will occupy 3 columns each. The middle one, when I say column auto, it means that the number of columns that this particular div occupies will be automatically determined by the content that is enclosed inside there. So based upon the content, the number of columns occupied by the div will automatically adjust itself. In this particular case, in this layout, that particular content is being accommodated within 4 columns. So now you have 4 columns being used by the center div, 3 columns by the left, and 3 columns by the right. So sum total, you have 10 columns. So you have 2 columns that are left empty. Now, if you specify for the row, you specify justify content center, then the entire content in this particular row will be centered with respect to the row horizontal. You can also have the content left justified, right justified, and a couple of other options. Details are in the Bootstrap's documentation. Bootstrap also allows you to do column offsets. How does this work? Let's look at an example. In this column offset, we can specify a piece of content, and to that, if we apply the class as offset-sm-1, what we are specifying is for small to extra large screens, this piece of content should be right shifted by 1 column. So when this content is laid out, as you can see, the leftmost 1 column is left blank, and the content is shifted right by 1 column. And you can lay out the remaining content on the right side. So sum total, you can see that the 2 divs will occupy 11 columns, but 1 column offsetted to the right. So that is how we can control the layout of the content using a column offset. So as you can see, using the column size specifications, the vertical and horizontal alignment, the offsets, the push and the pull, and the flex first and flex last, we are able to get a lot of control on how we lay out contents for different screen widths and different screen sizes. Bootstrap goes even further by allowing you to nest content inside divs. So for example, if you specify 2 divs with the, as you see with column SM5 and column SM7, the 2 contents will be laid out as seen here. Now inside the right div, I can again go in and divide that div's width into a row, and then that row will automatically give me another 12 columns for that part of the screen, and then I can then do the layout using nesting of the divs and do the layout for different parts of that column. So nesting like this brings you even more flexibility in the way you lay out content in your web page. With all that discussion about the Bootstrap grid system and how the Bootstrap grid supports various ways of laying out content, we're going to now move on to our next set of exercises where we're going to apply the Bootstrap grid to our index.html page in order to do the layout of the content inside our index.html page. We will also use some custom CSS classes in the previous lectures, we have learned about responsive design and the Bootstrap grid system. We have seen how the Bootstrap grid allows us to design responsive websites. It's time for us to move on to the next exercise, where we're going to work with the index.html page that we created in our previous exercise and apply the Bootstrap grid classes to make it responsive. Taking a quick look at our web page in the browser, we see that it is still terrible, although the fonts have improved a little bit, and we are now using the Bootstrap's default fonts. Let's now try and apply the Bootstrap grid classes to index.html to improve its layout. Going to the index.html page, let me quickly draw your attention to this particular line in the index.html page that we included already in the previous exercise. I had referred to this line when we were talking about the Bootstrap grid system. So here we see that we have specified the meta tag with the viewport and the content with width as device width and initial scale 1 and shrink to fit no. So this meta tag allows us to make our web page responsive by looking at the viewport tag there. Moving ahead to the next step, we're going to roll down to the body of this index.html page and then look up the first div that comes right below the header tag there. To this div, we're going to apply the class container. We have already learned about the container class in the previous lecture. So once we apply the container class, then taking a look at our web page, we see that part of the content right there has already adapted itself. Look at the difference between the content up here and the one below here. Now this content down below here is in the footer of our index.html page, and this content is in the header. But the content on the middle is the actual content of our web page that is inside the div to which we applied the container. So applying the container class, you can immediately see that the width of the page within which our content is laid out has now shrunk, and then you have some extra space left on either side. So with this container width being a fixed size container, our content will be fixed to this particular width on the screen, leaving enough margin on either side as white space. Let's apply the same container class to both the header and the footer also, and then see how the content changes. Going back to our web page, what I'm going to do now is for the inner content here, the inner div inside the container, I'm going to apply the class as the row class here to this first one, and I'm going to simply copy this and then apply the same to the second div here, which is lined up with the div, and also scroll down, and then to the third div here, I'm also applying the row class here. So now the content inside this outermost container class is now divided into 3 rows. So whatever is inside here will be one row, whatever is inside here will be the second row, and the one here will be the third row. We'll later on apply the column classes to these. Let us now move to the header in our index.html's body, and to the header I'm going to apply a class called as Jumbotron. The Jumbotron component allows you to set apart the content inside the Jumbotron from the rest of the page. We will see the result in a short while when we look at the resulting web page. Now to the div inside this header, I'm going to apply the class as container, so that whatever is inside the content will be now constrained by the container width there. Similarly, moving down to the footer here, in the footer also the first div inside the footer, I'm going to apply the class as container. And the div inside there, I'm going to apply the class as row there to the div inside there. So this div will take us all the way to this particular div here. And then the next div also, that is right below that, I will apply the class as row. So now my footer contains 2 rows here. We'll style the content using column classes in a short while. Going to the header also, I will apply the row class to the second div inside the container div here. So this div, which matches up with this, will be one single row in the header. Let's take a look at our resulting web page. Going to our web page, you can now see that the header content is now set apart from the rest inside this gray box on top here, but the content itself is now lined up with the content down below here. Now this is the result of using the container. Moving to the footer, you can now see that the footer content is also now lined up inside the container. But the page still looks not that great. We'll now apply the column classes to the inner divs now. Going back to the index.html page, we'll now start applying the column classes. So going to the header, to the second inner div inside the Jumbotron here, let me apply a class as column12, column sm6. So here, the content in this first div will occupy the entire row for extra small screen sizes, and then will occupy half the row. So that's why column sm6 for small to extra large screen sizes. Now similarly for the second div here, although it doesn't contain any content there, I'm going to define the column classes here as column12 and then column sm. So notice that here, by specifying column12, I'm explicitly stating that for extra small screen sizes, whatever content is inside this div will be stacked below the content above here. And then for small to extra large screen sizes, this content will occupy the leftover amount of columns in the row for small to extra large screen sizes. So here in this case, since 6 columns are occupied by this content, this will get the remaining 6 columns there. Moving down to the content rows here, for the content here, so for this first content, which is a label here, I'm going to apply the classes as column12, column sm4, column md3 here. So stating that for extra small screen sizes, this will occupy the entire row. For small, it'll occupy 4 columns, and then for medium to extra large, it'll occupy 3 columns in the row. Now, so the remaining part will be occupied by the content down below here. So to that, I will apply the classes as col, indicating that this will occupy the next, will be stacked below the content here in the extra small screen sizes, and then I'll say column sm, so which means that this will occupy the remaining 8 columns here because 4 columns is taken up by this one, and then we'll say column md, so which means that this will occupy the remaining 9 columns because 3 columns are taken up for medium to extra large screen sizes by the content above here. Now that I have defined for the first content row, I'm going to take the same column class application here and then apply that to the second row here and also the third content row here. Similarly, I'm going to copy this one and then apply the same to the content columns, content divs down below here. So now we have configured both the header and the content columns there. Let's now move down to the footer. In the footer, you notice that this div contains 3 inner divs here. So for each of these 3 inner divs here, I'm going to apply the corresponding column classes. So for the first one, which contains links to the various pages that will form part of this website, I'm going to apply a column class as column4 column sm2 here. So meaning that for extra small screen sizes, this will occupy 4 columns, and for small to extra large, it will occupy just 2 columns here. Then for the second one, the second div in there, I will apply the classes as column7. So notice that I have 4 here and then 7 here, so that total occupies 11 columns. I have left 1 column empty. I'll come back later to apply an offset to take care of that extra column. So this is column 7, and then column sm5 to the second one. So this is 2 plus 5, 7. So I still have 5 columns left over, which I can use for the third div here. Now, for extra small screen sizes, these 2 contents will be positioned side by side, and then this div, which contains links to social media sites, will be in a separate row stacked below. But for small to extra large screen sizes, this will occupy, the first one will occupy 2 columns, the second will occupy 5, and the remaining will be taken up by the social media links here. So for the third one, I'm going to apply the class as column12 column sm4 here. So column12 column sm4, meaning that this will occupy a separate set of 12 columns stacked below the previous content for extra small screen sizes, but for small to extra large, it will occupy 4 columns. So here we have 4 plus 5, 9 plus 2, 11. So 1 column is still left over for small to extra large. So that's how I'm going to apply the column classes to these. Now, we still have the one below here where we contain the copyright. To this, I'm going to apply the class as column auto, meaning that this content will occupy just enough columns as is required by the content there. Later on, you will see that I will position this content in the center of the screen there by using yet another Bootstrap CSS class. We'll come to that in the next exercise. So with this, we have applied various column classes to the header, the content, and the footer. Now, this is a good time for us to save the changes and then go and take a look at the updated index.html page. Taking a look at our index.html page, you now notice how in the header, which is the Jumbotron, the content is now occupying just half of the screen there. The other half of the screen of this particular row is now left empty. Coming down to the content rows, you see that the label on the left side occupying 3 or 4 columns depending upon which screen size we are using, and the remaining being occupied by the rest of the content. So here we have 1 row, the second row, and the third row. And then the footer here, you can see that the links are on the left side, the address in the middle, and then the social media links on the right side. So this is for a medium-sized screen there. Now, if you want to look at the same view for an extra small or small screen sizes, if you're using Chrome, then Chrome has these developer tools that you can turn on by clicking on the View Developer Tools. And when the developer tools come up, you will notice, let me reduce the size here. you will notice this small two windows there. So clicking on that will turn on the responsive view for these sites there. So you can see that in here, the view of this same web page on a Pixel 2 site, which is 411 by 731 in portrait mode, so which is corresponding to an extra small screen size. So you can see how the content is laid out. So you can see the Jumbotron content there, and then the remaining part of the content down below here, and then down to the footer. So in the footer, you can see how the links and the address are laid out side by side. Now reducing the screen size so that we can see how the footer is laid out here. So the remaining part, you have the links on the left side, you have the address on the right side, and then the social media links down below in a separate row here, and then the copyright at the bottom there. So this is the interesting view that we see for extra small screen sizes. Getting back to our code here, I'm going to now apply the order and offset classes to this content in order to display the content in a slightly different manner. So going to the content row here, for the two divs here which contain the content, I'm going to apply the classes as order sm last for the first row here, and then for the one down below here, I will apply order sm first to the row down here. So which means that when this content is displayed, this content will be pulled to the left side of the screen, and then this content will be pushed to the right side of the screen. So this will be ordered to the right side, and this will be ordered to the left side, as I explained about the order classes in the previous lecture. Now, similarly, for the second row, I'm going to leave it as such, but for the third row, I'm going to apply the same set of order classes. So I'm going to go to the third row here, and then apply the order sm last to this one, and then I will apply the order sm first to this one. And so this one again will be reordered such that this content will appear to the left side and this content will appear to the right side. This is just a way of positioning the content in a bit more interesting way. Now, moving down into the footer here, now I'm going to apply an offset class here. So notice that I have already mentioned that these two columns will occupy 4 plus 7, 11. So one column is left over. So I'm going to apply an offset one class to this one. So which means that this content in this div will be pushed right by one column here. And similarly, since I said offset one, this will be applied to extra small all the way up to the extra large screen sizes. And so that is the use of the offset class. So now that we have made the changes, let's save the changes and then go and take a look at our web page in the browser. Going back to the browser, you now see how the header is as before, but in the first content row, you see that this content has been pulled to the left side and the label to the right side. The second row is different, has been maintained just as before, but for the third row, you see that this has been pushed to the right and this has been pushed to the left. So that is the use of the order sm last and order sm first classes there. Now, going to the footer, you now see that the content in the first div here has been pushed right by one column. So you can see that there is one column of white space here, and this has been pushed right, and the remaining ones have been formatted accordingly. So with this, we complete the changes to our index.html page for this particular exercise. With this, we complete this particular exercise. In this exercise, we looked at the use of the container, row, and column classes in order to design our web page a little bit nicer. In the second part of the exercise, which will follow this, we're going to add more to try and improve the way this web page is rendered. It is still not to my satisfaction. Obviously, there is still room for improvement. This may be a good time for you to do a git commit with the message Bootstrap Grid Part 1. We'll continue with the Bootstrap Grid exercise that we started out in the previous exercise. We're going to do a few more things to our index.html page in order to improve its layout. We're going to use some custom CSS classes and add some color to our index.html page using custom CSS classes. The next thing that I'm going to do is go down to the footer, and for this UL here, you notice that this list, when you look at our web page, is displayed in the web page using this bulleted list here. I'm not too happy with this bulleted list. I want to remove these bullet points and then simply show them as only the links there. So to do that, I'm going to use another list style called as list unstyled and apply that to that UL tag there. Going back to our web page, to this UL tag in the footer, I'm going to apply the class as list unstyled, and this would remove those bullets in front of these links there. Now, let me add a few custom CSS classes to the index.html page. To do that, we will now create a folder here and then name it as the CSS folder here. Inside the CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file and then name the file as styles.css. Now, inside the styles.css file, I can now add some CSS classes in order to style our page. Let me add some CSS classes here. So I would add my first class as row header. So as the name implies, this class I am applying to the header, and then I would apply the margin as 0 pixel auto, and then padding as 0 pixel auto. So this is for the row header. So I'm going to have 0 margin and 0 padding for the row header. And then for the row content, so I'm going to add one more CSS class called row content. And then for this, I would add margin 0 pixel auto, and then padding I would add 50 pixel, 0 pixel, 50 and 0 pixel. Then I'm going to add a border at the bottom of my row here, and then the border I will give it 1 pixel and then call it a ridge, and I will set the minimum height to be 400 pixel for the content here. Now that way my web page will look a lot more nicer on the screen. Now this again, you have to try and see until you're satisfied with the way the page is laid out. Now also, I'm going to include one more class called as the footer, which, as you might have already guessed, I'm going to apply to the footer, and I will apply a background color to the footer as D1C4E9. if you ask me how I selected the color, I just looked up the color and then I was happy with that color. You can choose any color you want to apply, but this color seems to be good for me, so I added that color. And for the padding for the footer, I would add 20 pixel and 0 pixel. Now, once I have added these styles to my CSS file, let me apply the CSS file to the index.html page. Now, going to the index.html page, obviously I need to use that CSS file inside my index.html page. So right after the Bootstrap CSS file, I'm going to do a link and style sheet, and this is styles.css file there. So that is where my CSS file is stored. So I'm going to include that into my index.html page. Now I am going to go into the body and then apply the classes that I have just created. So going to the header, I will apply the row header class to the div in the header. Then for the content, I would apply the row content classes to the rows there. So to the 3 rows in the content, I apply the row content class, and then going down to the footer tag, I will apply the class footer here, and then save the changes. Let's go and have a look at the web page now. Going to your web page, we are already beginning to see some interesting changes to the web page. So you can now see that the content in the web page has been laid out a bit more cleaner. That is the border bottom that we added to the row content. So you can see that there is enough separation between the rows, although the contents of the rows are still positioned towards the top in the rows. So you have these 3 rows, and then look at the footer. The footer now has acquired the background color that I applied, and notice how the links are styled with the list unstyled on the left side here. We are not done yet. We're going to do a few more changes to the index.html page and then come back and have a look at the final result of this exercise. Going back to our editor, I'm going to add a few more CSS classes into my styles.css file. So I'm going to go in there and then add a class called Jumbotron. So you see that we have already applied the Jumbotron to our header there. Now if I add more properties to this Jumbotron class here, this will be applied to that Jumbotron in addition to the standard default Jumbotron that Bootstrap already includes. So I'm going to add in a few more things. So I'm going to add in a padding of 70 and 30 pixel on its surroundings, and then a margin of 0 pixel all around, and I will set the background of this to 9575 CD. This is a somewhat of a darker purple color, which seems to go very well on the Jumbotron. Again, by trial and error, I selected that color, and also the text color as floral white. So for the Jumbotron, we're going to apply those classes, and also I'm going to apply one more class to the address class. We have an address in the footer, so I'm going to change the font size of that to 80%, a slightly smaller font than the normal font. And the margin, I will give it a 0 pixel. And the color, I'm going to use 0f, 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 and then save the changes. So a couple more CSS classes added. Switching back to index.html. What I'm going to do now is to go to the content rows, and then I'm going to try and position this content in the middle vertically in that row. This is where I'm going to take the help of the vertical alignment that Bootstrap Grid supports through the Flexbox support. So to do that, I would say align items center. So this is the other class that I need to add, align items center. And I'm going to add that to the remaining two rows also. Align items center to the second and the third row. And that should do a vertical justification of the content of the rows. We'll see the result in a minute. Going down to the footer. In the footer, you see that we have used the column auto for this copyright content there. Now I'm going to position this right in the middle horizontally using the justify content center class there. So there is a justify content and a few other classes there. I'm going to use the justify content center class for that. That will essentially position that column in the center of the row there. So that applied to that. And then one little change that I'm going to do is to this inner div there, I'm going to apply a class as text center to that, so that these links are centered on the screen. With these changes, let's go and take a look at the web page at the end of this exercise. Going to our web page is already starting to look even better now. So you can now see that the Jumbotron is now styled with a new background color, which is a little darker purple there, and the lettering is now in floral white color, a little bit indented there. Then you can now see that the content in the content rows are now vertically centered for the three content rows. So this is the use of the align items center that we applied to the rows there. Then going to the footer, you can now see that this copyright is now justified to the center of the screen. Look at how the links here have been centered. I realize that I want to also position this vertically centering to this particular row. So let's go and apply one more class to move this to the center of this particular row vertically. So to do that, going back to index.html, in the footer, for that particular column which contains those, I will apply the class as align self center. So this should be applied to the div which uses the column classes. With this, that particular content will be aligned to the center of the row. The remaining content will still remain at the top. Let's take a final look at the footer. Going to the footer in our web page, you can now see how this has been positioned vertically at the center. These two pieces of content are still aligned to the top of the row. That is fine because that looks okay on in there, but this one I have dragged it down vertically to the center of this particular row. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we saw the use of custom CSS classes and also used some of the classes for justifying the content horizontally and vertically in our rows. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message Bootstrap Grid Part 2. It is time for your first assignment in this course. In the first assignment, we're going to provide you with a unstyled aboutus.html page. The zip file containing that aboutus.html page is available to you in the assignment instructions. So you need to download that page and then move that page to your confusion folder. Thereafter, you will apply Bootstrap classes and the Bootstrap Flexbox grid to style the page. When you move the page to the confusion folder, then you can view the page in your browser by typing localhost:3000/aboutus.html, and your light server will serve up the aboutus.html page. So this is the only way you can get to view the page. So to begin with, the page will look like this, and completely unstyled page which just contains content. Now your job is to go through 3 tasks in order to format this page. Let's look at the 3 tasks in more detail. Your first task is to apply the Bootstrap's CSS and the JavaScript classes to the aboutus.html page so that this page will be instantly transformed into this page, where as soon as you add the Bootstrap's CSS and JavaScript classes, the header and the footer will automatically get formatted correctly, because I have simply copied the header and the footer from the index.html page into this page and then left all the Bootstrap formatting as such. But the actual content of the page is still left unstyled. So now, as the second task, you're going to apply the Bootstrap's Flexbox grid, including the container, the rows, and the column classes, to this content of the page so that you can style it properly. Now, when you apply the classes, you're going to apply the row and column classes to the aboutus to just leave it as such. Then you're going to apply the row and column classes to this content so that this content occupies only half the screen. And then you're going to apply the row and column classes to this content so that it occupies the entire screen width. So choose the row and column classes correctly to apply to this. You can use the custom CSS classes that we have already implemented for the index.html by adding the styles.css file also to style the content in this page. So when you complete the second task, your page will end up being styled like this. So you can see that the About Us page exists in its own. Then the Our History part, notice that on a small to large screen size, the Our History will occupy only half the screen width. Then the Corporate Leadership part occupies the entire screen width in this case. This is the second task that you need to complete in your assignment. For the third task, as you can see, this content layout looks fine for large screen sizes, but when you go to the extra small screen size, especially like this, you notice that the content is too much in this section. So what we would like to do is to use another Bootstrap class provided for us called tnone and dsm block. There is a link to the responsive classes in the assignment resources. So you can check out the documentation for the dnone and dsm block. You need to apply those so that this description will be hidden in the extra small screen sizes. So when you apply the classes to this corporate leadership part, the same content will now be laid out without the description. So it will be hidden in the extra small screen size. But when you go to the small to large screen size, the content will become visible. So you can notice that for the extra small screen size, the content is hidden. But for the small screen size, that description content will be shown clearly. So this is your third task in your assignment. While you are at it, you can also apply the same classes to the descriptions in our index.html page so that the detailed descriptions for the content items will also be hidden in the index.html page when it is viewed on extra small screen sizes. This completes your first assignment. Also, when you submit your assignment, please take a full page screenshot of your layout, both in say a small to extra large screen size and also on the extra small screen size, and then include that as part of your submission. To take a full page screenshot in Chrome, you can use a Chrome extension that is available to us. The link to the Chrome extension is provided in the assignment resources that follow the assignment description. After you complete your assignment, in case you're saving your changes to a Git repository, please don't forget to commit the changes to your Git repository with a message assignment 1. Let's now talk about navigation. What is navigation? Why is navigation important for your website? And how do we provide navigation information on your website? So these are the questions that we will try to answer in this particular lecture. The first obvious question that comes to your mind is, why do we need to have website navigation? As you realize, most websites are no longer single pages. Of course, there do exist those single page websites like your professor's web page in your computer science department, but most websites usually contain more than one page. As we have seen with our Confusion website that we are building, we already have added a second page called the About Us.html page. Now, the way we navigated to the About Us.html page was to explicitly type that into the address bar of our browser. But that is a very inconvenient way of navigating to your website. It would make a lot more sense to provide an intuitive means for the users to navigate your website. This intuitive means could be provided by many different approaches, the navigation bar being one of the most common methods of indicating this information. So we will look at several common ways of providing navigation patterns on typical websites. In this context, you often hear people talking about information architecture. The information architecture deals with the structure of the system with respect to the way the information is organized, labeled, and navigation is provided through the content or through this information. Now, information architecture by itself is a whole big field. It is beyond the scope of this course to cover information architecture. But in case you are interested in organizing and providing information to users through, for example, websites, then I have provided you some links in the additional resources that you can go and read for further knowledge. But in any case, when you're designing a website, it is important to understand the need to design the information navigation structures within your website. And this organization of information within your website also dictates what kind of navigational aids you provide on your website, and based upon how the information is organized. Typically, a website would be organized in some kind of a tree structured or a hierarchical fashion. And that automatically dictates to you how you would design navigational support within your website. The use of a navigation bar, breadcrumbs, and other means of navigation are very, very essential for enabling users to be able to see various parts of your website. When you visit most websites, you would often look for the navigation bar. This is some kind of a bar that is typically attached at the top of the website, or sometimes at the bottom of the website, or sometimes on the side, that provides you with sufficient pointers towards the kind of information that you can access on this site. So your navigation bar will typically contain links to various pages that form part of your website. So a typical navigation bar, how do you go about designing this? When you design a typical navigation bar, you should obviously keep in mind some do's and don'ts about how you design navigation bars. First is that you use user-friendly and simple terms within your navigation bar to indicate the various links that the users can follow within your website to reach information. You should provide a standardized navigation so that wherever the user is within your website hierarchy, they always know how to go back to the home page, how to go to the next, previous, or up and down the hierarchy of some sort. So indicating the location of the user within the hierarchy of your website is very, very useful to provide a user-friendly way of navigating your websites. Also, there are some standard conventions that people follow when these navigation bars are designed. Typically, when you have the logo of your website or your company included in your navigation bar, a click on these logos or a home button should take you back to the topmost level of the hierarchy or the home page of your website, typically the index.html page. Some of the don'ts that you should keep in mind is that you should not have too many choices in your navigation bar. How many is too many? If you find that navigating using your navigation bar is too cumbersome, then that means that there are too many options on your navigation bar. Provide a reasonable set of choices within your navigation bar so that you can indicate the directions that the user can follow in navigating through your website. And when you use these navigation elements in your navigation bar, don't use generic labels. Use meaningful labels. For example, if you put a label named product in your navigation bar, people may be confused about what you mean by product. Or say if you put a service in your navigation bar, they may be confused. What kind of service are you providing? It may be more meaningful to give a more descriptive term in your headers in your navigation bar. Yet another means of providing navigation for users is to provide what is called as breadcrumbs. These are typically provided somewhere in the web page, typically towards the top edge of the web page, closer to the heading of the web page. The breadcrumbs sort of indicate some kind of a navigational hierarchy within which you're currently in your website. So this provides a secondary navigation option for your website. So this could be placed somewhere below the primary navigation. It may indicate the hierarchy of pages through which you have gone, and the current location may be highlighted specifically in the breadcrumb there. So various ways that people can use breadcrumbs include providing a path-based navigation. Say, for example, if you have a user going through a set of steps in order to complete a task on your website, say, for example, reserving an airline ticket, then you could use a breadcrumb approach for indicating to them what step the user is currently on in the sequence of steps. Similarly, if you are providing a location-based navigation for hierarchical approach within your website. So what level of hierarchy you are in and what is the upward path towards the root of your hierarchy. So that could be indicated by your breadcrumbs. Your breadcrumb could also be attribute-based, meaning that you provide a set of choices indicated in your breadcrumb for the user at the current point of time. A typical front-end UI framework provides many other ways of providing navigation on your web pages. These include tabs, pills, pagination, drop-downs, accordions, tags, and scroll spray and affix. We will look at some of these in a bit more detail as we go through the various lessons in the modules that follow this particular lesson. We just completed a discussion on the importance of providing navigation in your website. We also looked at several different ways that we can provide navigation in a website. It's now time for us to look at Bootstrap and look at the components that Bootstrap provides that enable us to add navigation to our websites. Two important components from Bootstrap is the navbar and breadcrumbs. We're going to examine both of these in this exercise. Let's get started by adding a navigation bar to the top of our web page. We can do that using the navbar component that is part of Bootstrap. So how do we get started? We go to the body of our HTML page. So here I have index.html open, and at the top I'm going to add in an element using the nav HTML tag. Now the nav HTML tag is intended for providing navigation, so let's take the advantage of this tag and build our navigation bar using the nav tag. So at the top I'm going to add in this tag with the nav and construct the navigation bar around this nav tag. So once we add this nav tag into index.html, then we can go ahead and then apply the Bootstrap's classes to this nav tag. So I apply the class navbar. So the navbar class in Bootstrap allows me to create a navigation bar. There are many different ways of customizing the navigation bar, which we will look at as additional classes that we will add to this nav tag. Along with the navbar, we also add in the next class, which is navbar dark. Now I want my navigation bar to be dark in color with a darker background because that goes very well with the website that I have just designed. We can have navbar light, which is a lighter colored navigation bar. So you can choose to use either one of them in your web page. The next class that I'm going to use is navbar expand SM class. Now, and also I will specify the screen size below which the toggleable behavior comes into existence. Now, when I say navbar expand SM, that means that for small and extra small screens, this navbar will become a toggleable navbar, meaning that it will be collapsed in those screen sizes. You will pretty soon learn how this works when we look at how we can add the collapse plugin to the navbar to enable that kind of behavior. So along with the navbar toggleable SM, I'm going to apply a background color to the navbar initially, which would be BG primary. Now, BG primary is the primary color that is defined in your Bootstrap. By default, this is a version of blue color that is used by Bootstrap. So I'm going to start with that as my primary color. Later on, I will customize my navbar's color using some CSS classes. In addition, I am also going to apply another class called as fixed top to the navigation bar. What fixed top does is it fixes the navigation bar to the top of the browser window where this web page is being rendered. Even when you scroll your web page, the navigation bar will still remain at the top of the page. You can simply use fixed bottom to fix the navigation bar to the bottom of your browser window, or you can say static top, and also you can just not use this class. If you don't use that, then your navigation bar will also scroll when your web page is scrolled upwards. In my website, I choose to keep the navigation bar fixed at the top of the page. There are many other options that are available which you can find in the Bootstrap's documentation. So this is one example of the use of the navigation bar. Now, in addition, inside the navigation bar, I'm going to enclose whatever content is going to be used in the navigation bar inside a container. So this is where I will use a div element here and apply the container class to this div element. So whatever is enclosed inside there will be restricted to the same width as the rest of my web page. As you recall, I use the container class to define the width of the content in my web page. So I'm going to apply the same to my navigation bar also, so that my navigation bar information will be displayed within the same width as the rest of my web page. You can choose not to use the container class in the navigation bar, in which case the contents of the navigation bar will spread over the entire width of your screen. Inside the navigation bar, I'm going to add in a class to an A tag here. This class, which I call as navbar brand, allows me to display some information as a branding information in my navigation bar. So if you have a company, for example, you can display the name of your company or the logo of your company using the navbar brand, so that that will be prominently displayed in your navigation bar. Obviously, when you visit many websites, you will see that the name of the company is somewhere visible in the navigation bar of that website. So let me add in that navbar brand. This can also be hyperlinked to the home page of your website. So I'm going to leave that there. In the remaining pages of my website, I will set the href to bring me back to the index.html page, which is the home page. And inside here, I'm going to add in the name of my restaurant. Let's save the changes and go and have a quick look at the current state of my navigation bar. Going to the web page in the browser, you can now see where my navigation bar is visible on my web page in the browser. The navigation bar is now at the top of the page, and you can see that as I scroll my page, the navigation bar still remains at the top because I use the fixed top class. You can also see the navbar brand allowing me to display the name of the restaurant there. Later on, I'm going to replace that with the logo for this restaurant. You do notice that the navigation bar is partly covering the Jumbotron. We're going to fix that a little bit later using some CSS customization. The next thing that I'm going to do is to add in a few links to my navigation bar, so that these links will lead me to the other pages in my website. So how do we do that? Going back to index.html, I'm going to add in a UL here, within which I'm going to declare all the various links that are going to be displayed in my navigation bar. So this UL, to which I'm going to apply the class as navBarNav. So this is the class that will help me to define the set of links that will be included in my navigation bar. And these links will be displayed horizontally inside my navigation bar. The mrAuto class that I have also applied to the UL is used to specify the right margin. So this is a utility class that is available in Bootstrap that allows me to specify the right margin. So if I say mr-auto, what it means is that on the right side, the right margin should be set as much as possible. So which means that the content will be pushed as left as possible within the navigation bar there. Inside this unordered list, I can use list elements to include the various links that are going to be part of my navigation bar. So in there, I'm going to add in a few links there, and I will start out by specifying the first one there with the link. To every list item in your navigation bar, you're going to apply the class as navItem. This allows these list items to be displayed horizontally as links in my navigation bar. And then inside here, I can then use the A tag to add in the actual link that will be part of my navigation bar. So inside there, I use the A tag with the class navLink. And this also allows me to use the href attribute to define the link there. And the first one that I'm going to include is home. So this would include an item called home in this navigation bar. Let me just copy that and then paste that, and then we will edit some of these because I want to add 4 different ones to my navigation bar. The first one is home, the second one would be about, the third one would be menu, which I'm going to build as part of the next course, and the last one will be contact. A typical company website would have links like this in its navigation bar. So with adding these two, now what I can do is that we can explicitly identify one of these links as the active link, meaning that when you are on that particular page, that particular link can be highlighted. So to do that, we will apply another class called active to one of these list items. In this case, since this is the index.html page, I am applying the active class to the home link there. This pretty much completes my navigation bar in the index.html page. One little thing that I would like to fix here is that the about link, I want to link it to the aboutus.html page that we have already included into our website, because that is where I want it to lead. Let's go and take a quick look at our navigation bar at this point. Coming back to our navigation bar, you can immediately see the result of including those items into the unordered list there. So you see the home, about, menu, and contact there, and each of them is a link, but this is a navigation item, nav item here. And note how the home is highlighted here because of the use of the active class. So if I click on the about, it should take me to the about page. Lo and behold, there we are. But I do realize that I don't have a way of going back. So which means that I also need to add this navigation bar to the aboutus.html page. We'll get there in a short while. For now, I'm going to quickly navigate using the back button of my browser back to my index.html page. One one thing that I also wanted to demonstrate to you was how this navigation bar will collapse for small and extra small screen sizes. So let's turn on the view using the responsive view, and then let me go to the Galaxy S5, and I notice that when I use the Galaxy S5 like this, you can see that this is being displayed and then it is already covering the screen there. That is not the behavior that I want. I want to be able to hide this when I am viewing this on a small and extra small screen, and then perhaps add a button here which I can use to toggle on and off the display of these links. You have seen such things in mobile websites. How do we do this in Bootstrap? Let's go to that step next. Going back to our navigation bar here, let me add in a button there which will act as the toggle button for showing and hiding my links from my navigation bar when it is displayed on extra small and small screens. So to add there, let me add in a button and apply some classes to this button. We're going to discuss more about buttons in Bootstrap in the next lesson, but to add a button in Bootstrap, you would apply the class for this particular button as navbar toggler. So this is a navbar toggler. So as the name implies, you are already beginning to understand what this button is going to do in this case. And then I would add the type as button to indicate that this is acting as a button, and then data toggle as collapse. Now this data toggle attribute that you see here is actually a JavaScript component usage in Bootstrap. We're going to look at this data -star kind of attributes more in the next module, where we will look at Bootstrap's JavaScript components. The navbar requires one of those JavaScript components to be able to toggle on and off my links in my navigation bar. So that's the reason why I quickly introduced this concept here, but we'll come back to examine this Bootstrap's JavaScript components more in the next module. So data toggle collapse, and then the data target as hash nav bar. Now I'm going to introduce another div with the ID as nav bar. So when I specify a data target hash nav bar, that refers to the ID of that other element, which is going to be the target of this particular button here. So that's the part that I add in to the button. And also I want the button to display something here. And it typically, when you see these kind of buttons in mobile websites, it would contain 3 lines there, so which is typically called as the navbar toggler icon. So I'm going to include a special icon that is included in Bootstrap called as navbar toggler icon. So if I apply this class to a span tag, then that will introduce the navbar toggler icon to my button there. So that introduces a button. We're going to look at what this looks like in a short while. Now, when I click this button, I want to be able to show and hide these links. To enable me to do that, what I'm going to do is to surround this UL with a div here. So I'm going to come in and introduce a div around this UL. And to this div, I will apply the class as collapse and then navbar collapse. And then I give it an ID as navbar. Now you're beginning to see the correlation between these classes and the ID and what I declared in the data toggle and the data target. So here the data target I specify as hash navbar, and so the ID given to this div is navbar. And I specify the data toggle as collapse. Collapse is one of the Bootstrap's JavaScript components, which we will look at in more detail in the next module. So enclosing this inside the div for small and extra small screens, this would be hidden by default, but when I click on the button, the contents of this div will be revealed on the screen. Let me also add an MR auto to the A class navbar brand there, so that I automatically introduce a right margin, sufficient right margin to this navbar brand. Now let's go and take a look at this in our browser. Going to the browser, you can now see how my navbar is collapsed on small and extra small screen sizes. And notice this button on the left side. When I click on that button, the links in my navigation bar are displayed and hidden. This is the behavior that I want for responsive implementation of my navigation bar. If I switch to a normal large screen, the navigation bar is completely displayed, including the links. But when I view the same thing on a smaller screen like this, then the navigation bar's links are hidden behind this button and then will be toggled on and off by clicking on that button. So that is the responsive behavior that you can build into your navigation bar on your website. Now that we have completed the navigation bar on my index.html page, I want to be able to introduce the same navigation bar to the about us.html page. Before we get there, let's go to the footer here, and then you notice that in the footer we have these links. I want to be able to update this link also to point to about us.html, so that even by clicking the link in my footer, I would still go to the about page. Now, going back up here, what I am going to do is simply copy this code of this navigation bar from here, and then go to about us.html page and then paste that into my about us.html page. Not just that, I need to do some adjustment to this because this is now in the about us.html page. So obviously, there are a few things that I need to update. First and foremost, this navbar brand, which should lead me back to my home page, should now be updated as index.html here. And then the list item here now, the second one, the home page again, I want to update that to index.html there. And then the second link to the about, because this is the about us.html page, I'm going to put it back to the hash there. And then I will remove the active class from the first item and then apply the active class to the second item, because this is the about page, and so that should be the one that is highlighted. Again, going to the footer of the about page, in the footer I will do the same updates to the links here. So the home page should lead me back to index.html, and then let me save the changes. So now my about page is also updated correctly. Going to the browser, you can now see that I am on my home page, and then when I click on the about page, I will go to the about page. Note how the same navigation bar is displayed in the about page. So you have the about being highlighted because I applied the active class to that, and then I can go back to my home page either by clicking on the navbar brand or the home. So let's click on the navbar brand, and we are back in our main or home page or index.html. So now the navigation is correctly set up both in the home page and in the about page. Couple of additional things that I'm going to do is to apply a few CSS classes that I can change my navbar's color. And also, I would like to add a breadcrumb to this about page, and so that the breadcrumb will also give me another way of navigating back to my home page, and also will indicate the hierarchy in my website where I am at the moment. So let's do those two steps next. Going back to the editor, in styles.css, I'm going to add in a couple of more classes here. You notice that my navbar was hiding part of the Jumbotron. In order to avoid that, what I'm going to do is to my body, I'm going to give a padding of 50 pixels on the top, so that those 50 pixels will be left for the navigation bar to cover. Whenever you're using a fixed top navigation bar, it's a good idea to give this padding to the body of your web page so that the navigation bar doesn't cover the topmost element in the body of your web page. So the remaining ones I'm going to leave as 0 pixel, and also the z index for my body as 0. From your knowledge of CSS, you understand what the z index does. And the next one I'm going to do is I'm going to overload navbar dark class by adding in one more color for the navbar class, and the color that I'm going to choose is 51 2DA8. This is a dark purple color which looks very good in my website. Indeed, if you have interest where I found these colors, you can visit developer.android.com and then look up the documentation for material design, and there they have suggestions for how colors can be used in your Android application. But the same thing applies even to a website. So that is where I went and selected these colors to be used in my website. So applying these. Now, when I do this, I have to go back to my index.html page, and then from the navbar, I should remove this BG primary. Otherwise, the color that I suggested in the CSS will not be applied to this. Similarly, go to the aboutus.html page and then scroll to the navbar and then remove the BG primary from that also. Now, while I am in aboutus.html page, let me introduce a breadcrumb into my container, the first row of my container there. So this is where the About Us title was there. So there I'm going to go in and then introduce an OL. I'm just using the OL tag as a way of introducing the breadcrumb. You can use even a div for this and it'll still work just fine. It just so happens that the example on Bootstrap's documentation used an OL, so I'm sticking with that. Even a simple div will also work fine here. I say OL class call 12 breadcrumb. So the breadcrumb class is applied, and note the call 12, meaning that stretch the entire screen. And inside there, I'm going to go in and add 2 list items. Now you see why the use of OL is useful here, because I can use the list items to describe the breadcrumb item. So breadcrumb item here. So I include one breadcrumb item, and then inside there I will use the A tag to define a link back to my home page. So I say A, and then to this A I give the href as .index.html, and then include that into my first breadcrumb. And then after this, the next one that I'm going to include is another list item. And the second list item, I will apply the class as breadcrumb item and active. So note the use of the active class here. And then inside there, I would say about us. I don't need a link here because I'm already on the page, so that doesn't need to be included for this list item. Let's save the changes. So you can see how the breadcrumb has been introduced into this particular about us page here. Let's go and take a look at the resulting web page. Going to my web page, you can now see that the color of the nav bar has now changed to the dark purple, which I introduced through the CSS, and this looks nice on the screen here. Dark purple followed by a lighter purple, and then at the bottom even more lighter purple for my footer. Well, I am no designer, but this is the best that I could come up with in terms of adding colors to websites. As you know from history, men are colorblind, so we have very poor taste in colors. If you're married, your wife will definitely remind you about it. Let's go to the About page and see what it looks like. So this is the About page, and in the About page you can see the nav bar with the correct color there, and note the breadcrumb included in the About Us down here. So you can see the home, which leads you back to the index page, and then the About Us. As you saw, we applied the active class to this one. So that's how the About Us is displayed and the home page. So this is the default breadcrumb style used in Bootstrap. And if I click on the home page, I'll be back to my home page. With this, we complete this exercise on navbar and breadcrumbs. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message navbar and breadcrumbs. Let us now talk about icon fonts. What are they? How are they useful, and how do we make use of them in designing our website? Icon fonts provide a very flexible way of including tiny images into our web pages that can be styled just like text. So that is the reason icon fonts prove very, very useful in designing websites. Using icon fonts, you can take a web page like this and quickly turn it into a web page like this. Note the use of icons together with the text in the nav bar. And then when you scroll down to the footer, you can see more icons being used in the footer, and also your social media links are now replaced by social media buttons here. So these are the changes that icon fonts will enable you to do to your website. So as I briefly mentioned earlier, icon fonts are a set of symbols or glyphs that can be used in your website design. These can be used just like regular fonts, just like regular text fonts that you use in your website. The advantage is that you can style them and then expand and contract them and use all typical stylings that you use on your text for your icons also. They are seen as a popular lightweight replacement for simple graphics that you can use in your web pages, simple graphics or images that you can use in your web pages. And they are very, very useful in designing your web pages. There are many icon font packs that are available in the market. One of the most popular ones is Font Awesome, which I'm going to talk about next. Font Awesome, as I said, is a very popular icon font. it is available free for use in designing your web pages, and it has been extensively used by many different websites. We'll learn how to download Font Awesome and then use it in our web page in the exercise that follows this lecture. Using Font Awesome in your web page is as simple as using some classes that are applied to an I or a span tag in your web page HTML code. So once you include the CSS and the font files that are available through Font Awesome, then it is very straightforward to make use of Font Awesome in your web pages. Another common feature that you would see on web pages is the use of social site buttons there, like Facebook, Twitter, Google Plus, and YouTube, and many others. Now, fortunately for us, there is this other CSS file called as Bootstrap Social that you can download and make use of in including various social media site buttons into your web page. We will see the use of Bootstrap Social in the exercise that follows. Once you download the Bootstrap Social CSS file, you include that in your web page, and then together with the Font Awesome icons, you can combine that with Bootstrap Social's classes to include various social media buttons on your web pages. So without further ado, let's move to the next exercise, where we're going to use both Font Awesome and Bootstrap Social, a modified version of Bootstrap Social.css file that I provide on the exercise instructions that you should download and include in your Confusion project and make use of it in the exercise. Let's now move on to our next exercise, where we will learn more about icon fonts. We will download Font Awesome and then include it in our website design, and also we will download Bootstrap Social and design some social buttons to be included in our web page. To get started, go to the Confusion folder in your terminal window, and we will use npm to go and fetch Font Awesome for us. So at the prompt, type npm install font awesome -- safe. So this will fetch Font Awesome into our node modules folder, and at the same time it will add Font Awesome to our package.json file as a dependency. Once Font Awesome is fetched, then we can go ahead to make use of it in our website. The next step is to fetch the Bootstrap Social and install it into our project. So to do that, at the prompt, type npm install bootstrap -social at 5.1.1 - safe. And this will fetch Bootstrap Social and install it into our project. Now we need to use these font files, the Font Awesome and then Bootstrap Social, in our website. So going to index.html, right at the top, just before the styles.css file, I'm going to import both Font Awesome and Bootstrap Social. So right there, let's type in link rel style sheet href node modules font awesome css font some.min.css. So let's import that into our index.html file. Similarly, we will import the Bootstrap social. So node modules, Bootstrap social / Bootstrap social.css. So these two we will include into our index.html. Similarly, I need to include both these into my aboutus.html. So let me copy that and move over to aboutus.html and then paste that into the aboutus.html also. Now, getting back to index.html, we are now going to make use of the font awesome icons and also the Bootstrap social icons in our index.html page. Going to the navigation bar in the index.html page, right in this link for the home page, I'm going to go in and add the font awesome code. So I will say span class fa home. So the fa says that I'm applying the font awesome class. fa home is the specific icon for the home icon. So that is what I want to use on my home page. And then close the span tag there, and then after a space, the home button. So that will include the home icon in there. I'm going to copy this, and then for the about, I'm going to use the same thing, but instead of fa home, so notice give a space between the closing span tag and about. And instead of fa home, I would say fa info. Now, these I have figured out that these are the icons that I want to use. You can check out the Font Awesome's documentation to find out which particular icons and how you include them. For menu, I will use a list icon there. I call that icon as FA list. Now, also, I'm going to use larger sized icons. So I will also include FALG into the icon classes, FALG. Now for contact, I'm going to use FA home, and then if this is FA address card, FALG, and save the changes. You should repeat the same addition of the same icons even in aboutus.html page, and then we'll take a look at our web page after we complete the changes. After modifying also aboutus.html and index.html by including the icons, I have saved the changes, and then here I am at my web page, and note how these icons got included into my navigation bar. So you can see that there is a home icon in front of home, there is an info icon in front of about, a list icon in front of menu, and an address card icon in front of contact. So this is a nice way of adding some visual elements into your web page. Now this is wonderful. Now what I want to do is now work on updating the footer. Now I want to replace the telephone, fax, and email with icons, and also turn all these into social media buttons here. So to do that, we're going to make use of Font Awesome for this, and then we're going to make use of Bootstrap Social for this. Going to the footer of the index.html page, I'm going to replace this telephone with a Font Awesome icon. So I would say I. As I mentioned, you can either use span or I for specifying the Font Awesome icons. Font Awesome website uses I, but I'm showing you two possible ways of doing these things. So I say if a phone and close the I tag here. And for fax, I'm going to simply copy this, and then for fax, if it is FA fax, and for email, it is FA envelope, and save changes. Now apply the same to the about us.html page. Going to my web page, you immediately notice that the telephone, fax, and email are now replaced with the corresponding icons. Now the last step is to use Bootstrap Social to replace all these links with the social media buttons. To get that done, we'll go to the footer and then replace each of these with their corresponding icons there. So I would say I class Font Awesome FA Google Plus and close the I tag there. And then I'm simply going to copy this and then apply the same to the remaining ones. So I would say Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, and finally for mail, I'm going to use an envelope O icon there. In addition, to turn these into Bootstrap Social buttons, to the A tags, we should apply the classes as button, social icon, and then button Google, doing the same to the remaining ones. For the second one, it would be Facebook, then LinkedIn, Twitter, Google, and then for the last one, since we don't have a corresponding Bootstrap Social icon button for the mail, we won't have anything except button social icon. Now with this, let's go and take a quick look at our footer. Going to your footer, you can now see all the buttons have been turned into their corresponding social buttons there. Let's do the same change to the footer in about us.html. So I'm just copying that code there and then going to about us.html and then simply replacing that in the footer of about us.html. With that, let's take one final look at our web page. Going to our web page, you can see that now all the social media links there have been turned into social media buttons there. Going to the About page, you see the same thing in the About page also. Now that you have completed this exercise, this may be a good time to do a git commit with the message icon fonts. Gone are the days when websites were purely used for delivering information to the users. These days, on most websites, users would be able to interact with the website to supply information, for example, by clicking buttons, by filling in forms, and by typing something into search boxes, and so on. So how do we support these kind of interactions with the users? So that is what we're going to deal with in this particular lecture and the exercise that follows. As an example, if you visit the Coursera's website, you see that you have buttons on the top here that you can click to reach different places. You could have a search box into which you can type in information to search for, say, for example, full stack web development, and so on. So what we notice is that user interaction needs to be supported on websites using many different approaches, including buttons, forms, text boxes, checkboxes, and many others. Early interactions with websites were provided mainly through hyperlinks. So you could click on a hyperlink and go on to other pages and so on. But these days, obviously, hyperlink is just one of the many methods of interacting with your website. You could have buttons included on the website, which, when clicked, will result in some action being taken on the website. You could have forms that you fill out to supply information to the website. So when you look at how you would include such user interaction features into your website, you would see that you could use something like the A tags that are useful for providing hyperlinks. Then you have the button tags that enable you to include buttons in your website. Now, what we're going to look at is how do we format these A tags and the button tags using Bootstrap classes so that you can style them to fit the general theme of Bootstrap. HTML already includes the form elements and the input elements in there. Now we're going to look at how Bootstrap enhances these elements by providing styling features for forms and the various elements that go into the forms. Buttons obviously provide a simple way of interacting with your website. So when you have a button on your website, you might hover on the button, you might click on a button and expect something to happen in the process. The button behavior depends upon where it is positioned in Bootstrap. If the button is inside a form, for example, typically the button clicking would result in the form being submitted to a server or the form information being cancelled. A button outside a form could have other ways of providing interaction. Similarly, the A tag that we have traditionally associated with hyperlinks could also be hijacked to be styled and presented in the form of a button. So here we will see how Bootstrap provides classes that can be used to format the A tag into a button to be presented on your website. We'll also look at various form elements like the input elements, the select, the button, and also the text area elements, and how we make use of them within our forms to design and construct a form that can be included in our website. So the exercise that follows this particular lecture will introduce you to Bootstrap's support for styling buttons and also look at how various form elements can be enhanced using Bootstrap classes to present classic Bootstrap forms. Now that we have understood how to provide user interaction on our website using buttons and forms, let's examine how Bootstrap supports buttons in this exercise. To get started on this exercise, first go to the exercise instructions and you will find this resource called as contact.us.html.zip file. download this zip file and save it at a convenient location on your computer. Let's just name that as contactus.html.zip, and then I will move it to the location where my project is stored. And once you download the zip file, unzip it, and you will get the contactus.html page. Once you obtain the page, let's take a quick look at the contactus.html page. You will see that this page is already pre-formatted with information. As you go down to this page, you will notice that there is a specific remark there saying button group goes here. So this is what we're going to fill in this particular exercise. In the next exercise, we're going to create a form to be placed into this second row here. Now that we have included the contactus.html page, this is a good time for us to integrate that page into the rest of the website. So make sure to go in and fix all the links in all the pages, index.html, aboutus.html, and contactus.html, so that you can easily navigate among these different pages. Once you have completed all the updates, then we should be able to navigate from any one of these pages to any of the other pages. So you can go to the aboutus.html page, and from here, by clicking on the contact, you should be able to go to the contactus.html page. So now your website is well integrated. It's now time to start working on the button group. So let's do that in our next step. Once we have completed those steps, let's go to contactus.html and then identify the location of this particular statement there. And you would notice that this is inside a div. Let's replace that with the div which defines a class called as button group. So we're going to create a group of buttons here. And for this, I would give the role as a group. And inside this button group, I'm going to create 3 buttons that are going to be included into my contactus.html page. So once we have completed that, then I'm going to take the help of the A tag and then format it using the button class so that it will be displayed as a button group. For this particular example, only the A tag works because we need to specify some hrefs in order to use the links there. So starting out, let me create an A tag. We're going to have 3 buttons in this group here. So I would give this a role as a button, and then the class, I would specify it as button. So with this, we have now formatted this into a button there. So what I'm going to do is that since I'm going to have 3 buttons in my button group, I'm going to copy this and then paste it twice into this button group here. So there you see 3 buttons included into my button group. So now I'm going to customize these 3 buttons. Now I'm going to prepare the first button to be a button that the user can click to make a call to this restaurant. So I will apply the class as button primary to this. For a button, along with the button class, you can specify the color of the button by saying button primary, button info, and so on. Now inside the A tag, I'm going to specify this button as a call button there. And also I will include a font awesome icon here to that call there. And the font awesome icon that I'm going to include is with the class phone. So this should create a button with the wording call there and a phone icon in that button. Now, what is this button supposed to do? It's supposed to allow us to call the restaurant. So to help us do that, I'm going to take the help of the href, and I will set the href with the setup saying tell and then 852. So this is where you set up the telephone number of your company here. So you can see that this says href tel and the telephone number there. So using this, if your device is capable of making a phone call, then touching on this button will cause a phone call to be done from your particular device. So this is how we'll set up the first button. Let's save the changes and then go and have a quick look at it. So going to the web page, you now see the first button in my button group here. So this one is, you can see the use of the font awesome icon and the words call in there. Let's format the remaining two buttons so they will be added into this button group here. Going back to contact us.html, the second button, I'm going to format that to allow me to make a Skype call to the restaurant. So for this one, I'm going to use the color as button info. So this will give me a light blue color here. And inside the tag, I will type Skype and then also include a font awesome icon there. So for this font awesome icon, I'm going to use the classes as FA, Skype. So this would introduce the Skype icon into this button. Now, this cannot be configured with the href correctly for this. So I'm going to leave the href unfilled for this button. For the last one, I'm going to format this into an email button. So when this button is clicked, an email can be sent to the restaurant. So for this one, I'm going to apply the class as button success. So this will create a green colored button. And inside here, I would say email. And then in front of it, I will include the font awesome icon there for email. So I would say I class FA envelope O. We have used the envelope before, so that's the icon that I'm going to use for email. I can also set up this link to generate the email. So I would say href, and you know that for an href, if you use mail to, then that would generate a mail compose window. So I set up the mail icon there. So with this, we have completed all the three buttons. Let's save the changes and then go and take one final look at this button group in our web page. Going to our web page, you can now see the three buttons in this button group configured. So on the left side, we have the call button, which we had already configured. The middle one is the Skype button. You can see the use of the Skype logo there with the use of the font awesome icon. And then you have the email button here. So you see button primary causes a dark blue color, the button info is a light blue color, and button success is a green colored button. So these three are grouped together into a button group here. With this, we complete this exercise where we have seen the use of button group, and also we have seen how an A tag can be fashioned into a button that can be included in your web page. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message buttons. Now that we have seen how to add buttons to our web page, in this exercise, we're going to look at forms and how we can add forms to our web page and also style these form elements using the Bootstrap classes. Going back to contact us.html page, scroll down until you see this comment there called form goes here. We're going to replace this with the form in this web page. So let's delete that and then construct the form in that particular location inside the div there. To get started with the form, I'm going to use the form HTML tag and construct the form within this HTML tag. So within this form tag, let's add in the various elements of our form. So inside this form, I'm going to divide this form into several rows there. To divide your form into rows, you can simply use a div with the class form group and then apply the row class to it. So with this, we're going to add in two form groups here. I'm going to copy this and then paste it down below here. So you can see that I'm going to add two rows to this form here. So to add an item into this form, we'll go into this div, and then I will start out by using a label tag here. And for the label tag, so I will have two rows, one allowing the user to fill in their first name and the second one for their last name. So this is where we're going to use the label to specify the class there. Now, in addition, Bootstrap allows us to use the Bootstrap grid to specify how these forms are going to be laid out. And so I will apply the call MD2. You can see that I have applied the MD2 column classes to this particular item. So this item in the form will occupy two columns. So inside this form element, we have divided it each row into 12 columns. So because we have already used the row for the div, so that will provide us with 12 columns inside the div there. In addition, I have to apply the class call form label to this. So this is what allows me to specify a label here. So for this label, I will fill in the label as first name and then close the label tag. So this label tag allows me to give a label which will occupy two left columns in this particular row. On the right side, I am going to use another div with the class applied as call MD10. Notice that the earlier label used the call MD2 there. So for this div, I'm going to apply the call MD10 there. And then inside this div, I'm going to apply an input element, which is of the type text. So if you're familiar with forms from HTML, you see that we are using the form elements from HTML to create the form here. So the input box here is of the type text. Now this is where we are going to apply the Bootstrap classes to this, and the corresponding Bootstrap class for this is form control, and then I can specify an ID for this as first name. So notice that this ID matches this label for there. So first name and then name as first name, and also I will specify a placeholder for this. So let me use the next line here, placeholder as, I'm sure from your knowledge of HTML you understand how this specification is done here. So with this, we have now created our first form element in our form. Let's take a quick look at the web page. Going to our web page, you can now see how adding in the form elements has created this input text box and the label on the left side. Now I want to add in another row with the last name. Going back to my contact.html, I'm going to simply copy this part and then paste it into the second div here, and then go in and edit that. from first name, I change that to last name. Make sure that you complete all the edits correctly. Even one missing improper edit will cause your form not to work correctly. So make sure that all the first name things here are replaced by last name here. So last name, MD10, text, form control, the ID here should be last name, and the name also should be last name, and the placeholder again last name. So this should add in a second row with the last name. Going to your web page, you can see now the form slowly getting into shape. So you have the first name and the last name now. Let's next add in an input element. We'll see how this works as we add in the code. Moving now to the next part of the exercise. Here we will add two more fields into our form here for entering the telephone number and the email ID. Since the basic structure of the code is similar to the first name and the last name that we have already added to the form, so I'm just going to copy the code from the first name and the last name and then paste it in here and then modify the code accordingly. So I've pasted the code from the first name and the last name here. Let's go ahead and now modify this to turn it into fields that enable the user to enter the telephone number and the email ID. So for the telephone number, so here we already have the first name and the last name above. So the third one, I'm going to change this to label for telnum. So this is for the telephone number. And then the classes, I'm going to apply a call12 class to this, saying that this label will be in its own row when the form is shown on extra small to small screen sizes. And then for medium to higher screen sizes, this would be displayed in two columns of the particular row here. So that's the change that we will make there. And then also the label itself, let me change that to contact telephone number, contact tel dot there. Now, the telephone number itself, we will let the user enter it as two parts, one which is the area code and the second one which would be the actual telephone number. So I'm going to take this part of the code which was the input field that we had for the first name and then create another one down below here which I'm going to use for the telephone number itself. And now we will turn this first one into the field for entering the area code. You could also use it, for example, for country code if that's what you wish to put in the form. So for the area code itself, I'm going to apply for the div the classes as call5, call md3 here. So notice that for the medium screen, you have two columns occupied by the label, 3 columns occupied by the area code itself, and the remaining 7 columns I will give it to the text field here. So similarly for the area code, I say call5. So for extra small to small screens, this will occupy 5 columns, and then for the remaining 7 columns, we'll let the telephone number field itself occupy that. So let me change the next one to call7 and call md7 here. Now, this field, I will change this to tel, input type tel for telephone number, and the class is form control. The ID is area code, and the name is area code. And then the placeholder, I will change this to area code. And the next part, we will change this also to type tel. And the ID is telnum. The name is telnum. And the placeholder itself would be tel number. So this will form the telephone number field, which will be entered as two parts, the area code and the telephone number. So we are using, again, the column classes in order to structure how the two parts of the input field are displayed in the form there. Now the last one, of course, this would be for email ID. So the label, I turn that into email ID, and then the label itself is email, and the input type is email. Now we change the type to email, which is allowed in HTML, so that later on, if we need to do form validation, then we'll know that this field should contain only an email type of entry there. And the ID itself, email ID, and the name, email ID, and the placeholder, email here. That's it. Let's save the changes and go and take a look at the updated form. Going to the form in the browser, you now see two additional rows added into our form. The first name and the last name we added in the previous part of the exercise. So here we have the contact telephone number, which is divided into the area code and telephone number. Note how we have used the column classes to position these two in the form itself, and then the email field here. Let's take a look at the same thing on an extra small screen size. So when you go to an extra small screen size, you notice how the form itself is laid out. You see that the label is on the top and then the field itself at the bottom. So first name, last name. Note how the contact telephone number entry fields are positioned using the column classes. So the area code here and the telephone number, and then the email ID here. Now we'll continue with the exercise. Continuing, in the next step, we will add in a checkbox, and then thereafter we will add in a select to our form. To add a checkbox, let's just copy this form group here so that we will add it as another row here, and then add in the form group div here, and then close off the div here, and then inside this form group row, so this gives us one more row in the form. So inside this form group row, let me add in first the checkbox. So to do that, we'll add in a div with the class call md6. So you see that this is going to occupy 6 columns in the medium to extra large string size, and then offset md2. So this will offset it to the right by 2 columns, and then display the checkbox in there. Now inside here, to add a checkbox, we'll say div with the class form check, and inside this form check class, we will add in an input with the type checkbox, and the class as form check input. And then let me go to the next line and then say name is approve, and the ID is approve, and the value is an empty string there. And to this checkbox, let's add a label here. So to add a label, we'll go and add in label class form check label, and then this label is for this checkbox that we just added. So that's why we'll say for approve. So notice that for the checkbox we have given the name and the ID as approve. So that's why here we'll say for the label for approve, and then inside this label we'll specify the content as may we contact you, and then save the changes, and then let's go and take a look at our form. Going to the web page, you can now see that we have added in a checkbox along with a label here, and notice that this label is in bold because of the use of the strong tag there, and we did offset MD2, so that's why we pushed this checkbox all the way here. This doesn't have a label here, but instead this is pushed right here. So that's the reason for using offset MD2 here, and this one occupies MD6, so 6 columns here. We are not done with that yet. I'm going to add in the next part here, which is a select box there. So I would apply one more div here with the class call MD3 and offset MD1 here. And inside this div, I'm going to define a select. So again, from your knowledge of HTML, you know what a select does for you. Now, the select, we'll apply the class as form control. So this is the Bootstrap class that I'm applying to the select here. And close off the select. And inside here, I need to give the options for the select. So I'm using a simple select here. And so the first one is a option for telephone or email, and close off the option. So this creates a select element in my form, which has 2 options, telephone and email. So let's save the changes. Taking a look at our web page, you can now see how the telephone and email select box is now created here. So this allows me to select which one to do, and then you can also check the checkbox like this. So this finishes the next row. Let's add in one more row, which will allow the user to actually type in their feedback. So I will use a text area for formatting that. For the next one, I'm going to use a text area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up and copy this email part of it. I'm too lazy to keep typing in everything all the time, so I tend to do cut and paste wherever feasible. But for this one, the label should be feedback and a column form label, and then the actual text is your feedback here. So that is the label. And then in here, the second one, I'm going to format this one. Instead of input type, I'm going to change that to a text area, and then I don't need the type there. Text area, the class is still form control, and the ID is feedback, name is feedback, and the placeholder is not needed here, and instead change it to how many rows I want to give for the feedback for the text area. So I'll say 12 rows and then close off text area. So notice how I have included the text area in my form. Save the changes, take a look. Going to my web page, now you see my form taking its complete shape here. You have the first name, last name, telephone, email there, and then the feedback, the text area of 12 rows. Now, we would need a button which the user should click to submit the feedback. So let's add in a submit button to this form. Going back to the form, again, create one more row here by using the div here with the form group row here, and inside here I'm going to add in a button here. So I would say div class offset MD2, because I want my button to be positioned right below all those fields that I have here. So the left 2 columns are being used for the label. So the submit button doesn't need a label, so I'm just going to push it to the right here, and then I would say call MD 10. So this would occupy the remaining 10 columns there. And then inside this div, I'm going to add in a button there. So when you add in a button to your form, use the button tag here with the type submit. So this is the submit button for your form there, and class, remember button classes, button primary. So this would create a dark blue button in your form, and then close off the button there, and then I'm going to simply go in, and inside the button I'll give the name as send feedback, and then save the changes. Now our form is complete. So let's take a look at the final version of our form. Going to our web page, you can now see the form completed. All these fields we have seen already. The button at the bottom with the wording send feedback, and the dark blue colored button because of the use of button primary here. So this completes the form that we wanted to create in our web page. With this, we complete this exercise where we have seen how we can construct a form and include it into our web page. You will be working with forms in some of the later exercises, including your second assignment. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message forms. Let's briefly discuss about Bootstrap tables. What does Bootstrap bring to styling tables that we include in our web pages? We'll also look at another Bootstrap component called as Bootstrap card, which is a very versatile component for displaying content. There may be many occasions where you want to present tabular content on your web page. Tables were essentially designed for that purpose, but soon thereafter, web page designers hijacked tables into using it for designing and laying out content in web pages, because inherently the original HTML did not have the ability to properly lay out content in a web page. Of course, with the arrival of grid-based layouts like the Bootstrap grid, the tables have been turned on tables, and increasingly people are preferring not to use tables as a means of doing content layout in web pages. Grid-based layouts are better designed for this purpose. Here is an example of what we can do to a standard HTML table by using several classes that Bootstrap provides for styling tables. So here you can see that the heading is set apart by displaying it in darker color, and then the rows themselves are highlighted by displaying alternate rows with different backgrounds. The table use in Bootstrap based web pages is similar to how you use tables in standard HTML pages, but of course you apply the class table, which is supported in Bootstrap, to a standard table tag. In addition, Bootstrap provides many different classes for styling tables, like table striped for zebra striped tables, as we saw in the example earlier. Similarly, we have table bordered for bordered tables, table hover, table SM for tables with cell padding cut in half, and similarly table responsive can be applied to a div around tables so that the tables can be made responsive when it is shown on smaller screen sizes. The tables will then be able to scroll horizontally and vertically. Also, you could apply backgrounds to individual rows of tables or entire tables themselves. Here are a couple of examples of how you could apply a background color to a particular row or to a particular cell in a table. Another versatile component that is available in Bootstrap is a Bootstrap card. Sometimes you may want to highlight some content on your web page. So this is where Bootstrap cards come to your aid. A Bootstrap card is a versatile component that allows you to display content in myriads of ways. You would notice that it allows you to have headers for cards. You can also include images in cards. You can include images in the background of cards. You can even change the background colors of cards. Many features are supported by cards. Here are a couple of examples of cards that we will see in the exercises later. We will also see more versatile use of cards in later exercises and other courses in this specialization. Card is a very important component that can be effectively used for displaying content. It's time to move on to the next exercise where we will use tables and cards to display some content in our web page. Our next exercise looks at ways of displaying content on our web page. We'll look at how we can include tables into our web page and how we can style those tables using Bootstrap's classes for styling tables, including responsive design of tables. We'll also look at another versatile component that is available in Bootstrap called as a card. A card allows you to display content in myriads of ways. So we'll look at two different ways of using a card to display content. Later on, we will see the use of cards again and again for future designs of certain parts of our website. To get started, open the aboutus.html page. We're going to insert a table and two cards into the aboutus.html page to display some content. First, let's slowly scroll down until after the corporate leadership information. And right there, I'm going to introduce another div within which I'm going to enclose the table here. So I will introduce a new row here with the classes row content, and inside this div we will introduce a column that will host the table here. So I will introduce a column with column 12, column SM9, and close that div. And inside the div, let me give a heading here, facts and figures, and close the H2. And right after that, let me introduce another div with the classes column SM and column SM3, and close off that div there. Right now we're going to leave the second div empty. I'm going to fill in the table into the first div here, and then we'll take a quick look at the table after I add in the code for the table. So here I have pasted in the code for the table. Let's take a quick look at the table, and then we'll come back to discuss this code here. Going to our About page that we already have been working on from earlier, after the corporate leadership section, you see a new row here introducing the table here. So note how the table is styled. So we have the header with an h2 included there, but let's concentrate specifically on this table. So you see that this table has been styled using some Bootstrap classes that are used to enhance the table. The header has been rendered with a dark background, and then the rows are all designed in such a way that alternate rows are in different color, so that you can clearly distinguish the rows of this table. This is what in Bootstrap terms is referred to as striped table. This is one example of how you can style a table. Now, interestingly, if you look at the same table in a small device, you would notice that the table is still visible, except that this table now becomes scrollable. So whatever can be displayed within the content will be shown, and the rest of the table can be scrolled horizontally in place. So this is the responsive component of Bootstrap's support for tables in action. Now let's go and take a look at the code itself. Now obviously this table is fairly straightforward. It has a bunch of rows and some columns. So you would be expecting me to use the typical th, td, and tr tags there. Switching back to the code, you notice that I am enclosing this table inside a div to which I have applied the class table responsive. So this is what makes this table responsive, so that on smaller screens you can horizontally scroll the table. Now, for the table itself, notice how I have applied two classes. One is the table class. So this is overriding the default table rendering on browsers by providing Bootstrap's own classes here. And the second one says table stripe. So this is what designs the table with alternate rows in different colors here. Then the head itself, so you can see that the head is described here with the class tHeadDark. So this renders the head dark, and then you see the table row itself described here with the th tags here. So this is standard table definition here. The body of the table itself is standard HTML use of tr and td and th elements that you're already familiar with HTML5. So this is what the table is constructed with, and then you close the table body. So that's about it. So all that is unique about Bootstrap itself is the application of these specific Bootstrap classes to the table element itself to style it further to fit into our Bootstrap designed web page. The next component that I'm going to add into the aboutus.html page is a card component in Bootstrap. The card component allows us to display content by setting it apart from the rest of the content. Now here, scrolling to the first row here where we have our history, in the second div, you notice that the first div is already occupying column SM6. The second div is currently empty. So to this div, I will add in the class as column SM. Thereafter, going into this div, I will introduce another div with the class card here. So inside this div, I'm going to build up my card to display some content here. So in this div, we will introduce a h3 with the class as card header, bg primary. So you see that this h3 will be displayed as a card header with the background as primary, and then text white, which Bootstrap class will define the text to be white in color. And then inside this h3, I'm going to introduce the title for this card here, which is facts at a glance so that I can show some content inside this div here. Now, to this card, next, I'm going to add in another inner div here with the class as card body. And inside this card body will be the actual content that will be displayed in this card. Let's save the changes and then go and have a look quickly at our web page. Going to our web page, we can already see the card taking shape in our web page. So you can see that the left half is occupied by the history, and the right half, you see the card put into place. Let's add some content into this card. Going into this card block, now I'm going to use a description list. And this description list in Bootstrap allows me to apply the row and column classes to it and thereby format the content inside. So inside this description list, I'm going to add in a DT with the class and column 6 here. So meaning that this is going to occupy 6 columns inside this description list, which itself is a row here. So nesting, as you see coming into picture here. So to this DT, I am going to add in the description title here, and then below that I will add in the DD with the class call 6 here, and then I can add in some content here. And DD here. Let's save the changes and take a quick look at our card. Going to our card, you can now see how the description list allows me to display information inside my card. You can see the left side and the right side clearly displayed. Here we are taking advantage of the description list and adding in the information there. Let me finish up the remaining parts in here by adding in the code and then come back and take a look at the final version of this card. Here you can see that I have completed adding in the remaining parts of my description list. Let's go and take a quick look at our final version of that card. Taking a look at the card and how it has taken shape here, you can now see how we can make use of a card to display some content in our web page and set it apart from the rest of the content in the web page. So a card is a very versatile component that allows us to display content like this. Let's continue with this exercise, adding in another card to this web page. Let's now again go back to our aboutus.html page, and right below the card that we have already added previously, I'm going to add in another div with the class call 12 here, and then inside this div I'm going to construct another card here to display some additional information. So inside this div I will construct a card with the class card body bg light. So you see that I am applying both the card and the card body to the same div here. So which means that this particular card is not going to have any card header, but instead just contains the card body here. And then also the BG light means that the background will be in faded color. So a somewhat of a grayish color added to the background. So this also sets this card apart from the rest of the content here. Now inside this card, I'm going to make use of a block quote to display some information, some interesting little funny piece of information there. So I will use a block quote. This is also again a HTML tag here, and then to this I will apply the block code class of Bootstrap. So Bootstrap styles this block code in its own way. And so let's close up the block code. And inside this block code, I'm going to include a quotation here. So I will start with a P and apply a class called MB0. The MB0 is a utility class that Bootstrap provides. What this means is margin bottom 0. So for this particular, whatever is included in this P tag will have a bottom margin of 0. And this helps me to display the content correctly here. So here I'm going to add in the actual content there. And then close this P. So this P contains the actual quotation. Now to this quotation, so you see that in your content you can also include quotations in your code there. So to this I can also add a footer with the class. So let me push the footer indentation. So this footer is also a class that block code supports. So whatever you include in the block code will, together with the footer, will enable you to display the author of this quotation. So here I am including the author, and then one more. Using the cite, I can even cite the source of this quotation. So you can see that again, this is just some quotation that I'm using just for fun to show you, also at the same time illustrating how the block code works, and also how we can create another kind of card in Bootstrap. So with this, we have added in the code for displaying the block code here. So let me save the changes, and then we'll go and take a look at how this quotation is displayed in our web page. Going to the browser, in our page, you can see that our history and the facts at a glance are displayed side by side. Down below that, I have this long piece of content here. Let's have a look at the same page in a extra small screen. So in an extra small screen, you can see that the history and the facts are stacked on top, and the quotation is right down below here in its own card. So you can see two cards, one below the other here, and then the table itself displayed at the bottom. So the table itself is a scrollable table here. So with this, we complete this exercise. So in this exercise, we learned about how we can use tables and cards for displaying content in our web page. Now that we have completed this exercise, it's a good time to do a git commit. No self-respecting web page designer would today design web pages without including some form of images or media on their websites. Computer science professors are an exception. At this stage, you were probably expecting me to say this, but that's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that a picture is worth $12 on iStockPhoto.com. Bootstrap provides extensive support for including images and various kinds of media in your websites and your web pages. The image HTML tag is obviously going to be used for including images in your web pages. Bootstrap also provides a bunch of classes that you can apply to the image tag in order to further enhance the way images are included in your web page. So you could use a image class called image fluid, which will make your images responsive, meaning that the size of the image will automatically adjust to different screen sizes. You can also use an image thumbnail, which will put a white border around your image. You can also deal with the shapes and sizes of images, like you see in this picture here. So you can have images for which you create rounded corners, either all the four corners or any chosen pair of corners. So you can apply the class rounded to create a image with rounded corners, or you can say rounded hyphen top, bottom, left, or right to put the rounded corners in any one of these four edges of your image. You can also apply rounded circle to create circular images. So when you visit websites, you would see images being used in many of these ways already. You remember we saw the card class in the previous lesson and the exercise. Here I illustrate the use of the card class with an image included. So in this case, we include an image with the class card image top. And if you include a large enough sized image, that image will be included at the top and then enclosed inside a card like this. If the image is too small, then it may be positioned to one corner in your card. So use a large enough image to be able to define a clean card like this. So here you see the image being described with the classes applied to that, including card image top and image fluid to make the image responsive automatically. So this is how you can use images with a card class to define cards that you use on your web pages. Another way of including images and related content in your web pages is a media object. A media object allows you to specify an image that you can position either to the left or to the right of the description. And also you can include a media body which contains the description that goes together with the image. So as you see in this example here, the media body itself encloses any HTML formatted content here. So here I'm using an H2 and an H4 together with a P class inside the media body to define the actual content. We will use the media object in the exercise that follows. You can also do a responsive embed of content. So for example, if you have a video that you want to enclose in your web page, then you can use an iframe class to frame the video and then enclose it inside a div with the classes embed responsive and embed responsive, giving sizes. So you can say 16 by 9 or 4 by 3 or video content to be displayed. So responsive embed, you can use the embed or iframe or video or object HTML tags and then enclose it inside a div, applying the embed responsive and also together with the embed responsive specifying the dimensions which you want to use, 4 by 3 or 16 by 9 dimensions. So this is how you can also enclose video content in your web pages. Now that we have seen the support for images and media, it is time to go on to an exercise where we will look at how we can include images in the web page or the website that we have been working on. We'll make some changes to the index.html page by including some images and content using the media object. Time to move on to the next exercise. In this exercise, we're going to deal with images. How do we include images in our web pages, and how we can make use of the media object in our web page. As the first step, go to your exercise instructions and download image.zip file, and then save it to your confusion folder, and then unzip the file to obtain a folder named img, and inside that you will find a few images that we're going to make use of in this exercise. All the images are in PNG format in that folder. We are now going to work to add some images to our web page. First, let's add in the logo for our restaurant. So going to the index.html page, in the Jumbotron, you see the second div here with the call and call SM. So we're going to fix that up by adding to this div an align self-center to this div. Now, to this div, we're going to add in an image. So let me use the image with the source img. We have already put the image folder containing the images into our project. So from there, I will add the logo.png file as the image here. In addition, I'm going to add the class as image fluid so that this image will automatically be responsive and adapt to the screen size. Let's save the changes. We're going to apply the same change to both about us.html page and also the contact us.html page in the Jumbotron. Now, when you take a closer look at your web page, you will find that in the Jumbotron, right after this wordings, you will see the image for our restaurant inserted in there. Next, we'll go into the navbar, and then where we have this A for the navbar brand, I'm going to replace these words for the restaurant with the corresponding logo. So this words, I'm going to replace that with img, and source is logo.png. In addition, I'm going to specify a height attribute of 30 and a width attribute of 41 to this logo. This size is apt for the navbar brand there. So let's save the changes. I'm going to go and make the same change in the about us.html page and also the contact us.html page. Taking a look at the web page now, you see that the restaurant's name has now been replaced with the restaurant's logo in small size there. You now see that when you navigate to the about page, you would see the image being included there, and similarly on the contact page, you will see that the image has been updated. Going back to the main page. Now, what we're going to do is to use a media object in place of these descriptions that we have here, and then use the media object to replace these with the description and also an image to be included there. So that gives a better view of our web page. So let's go ahead and make that change. To make use of the media object in our index.html page, we will go to the first row of content here, and then right there in the second div, I'm going to introduce a new div with the class media and enclose the content inside this div there. Closing off the div. Now, inside this div, I'm going to introduce an image to be used there. So here I go in and say image class, and in order to use an image in a media object, we need to apply some additional flex related classes here. So I apply the dflex and then mr3. So m meaning margin right with number 3. So that gives sufficient margin to the right of this image so that the description is slightly set apart from the image in the web page. And then I would use image thumbnail for this image, and then also use align self center for the image, and then type in the source of the image, which is img, and you can look up the image name in the img folder, and then let me give it an alternative there and close off the image. So this will now include the image into my media object. In addition, I'm going to create the media body for this image by saying div class media body, and then enclose this h2 and p that contains the description inside this inner div there. So let me indent the content there and then close off that div here. So with that, my description is enclosed inside the media body. In addition to this h2, I'm going to introduce a class as mt0. So with this class says margin top 0. So this title will be aligned to the top of this particular media object here. With this changes, let's save the changes and then go and take a quick look at our web page. Going to our web page, you will immediately notice the change in the web page. So you can now see that there is an image positioned here, and then the description that was earlier in that location has been properly positioned here. Contrast this with the remaining 2 rows, and you now begin to see how the media object helps us to transform that into something more vibrant. I'm going to do the same thing to the 3rd row here. The 2nd row will be left as an exercise for you in the assignment. Going to the 3rd row, I'm going to apply a similar change to this 3rd row to introduce the media object here. So let me introduce the media object there, and then to this div, go into the media object and then introduce the image that I'm going to use here. So I use the class as deflect mr3. If you are positioning the image to the right side, then you need to give a margin as ml3 for that. In addition, I'm going to add in the image thumbnail class to this, and then also say align self center. So these are the classes that I'm going to add to this image, and then let's specify the source of this image, img and alberto.png, and then I will specify the alternative as so. And after this, this H2 and H4 and the P, I'm going to enclose them inside a media body div here. Closing off the media body div. So we now have completed the media object in the third row. So let's save the changes and then go and take a look at our web page next. Now, taking a look at our web page, you notice that we have the dish description there. Now, if you move to the third row, you now see how the third row has also been redefined. Note the use of the media left, meaning that the image is positioned to the left side in this media object, and then media middle, which positions the image in the middle of this description. You can also use media top and media bottom to align the image to the top and the bottom of this description. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we looked at the use of images and media object in our web page. This is a good time again to do a git commit with the message images and media. You may have several reasons for drawing the attention of visitors to certain parts of your website, or maybe you want to alert the users about some information, or you may want to keep the users informed about the progress of an operation that they initiate on your website. Let's look at some different mechanisms that Bootstrap provides for these kind of operations. Bootstrap has many different components that enable us to keep users informed. We have badges which allow us to draw attention of users to recent updates to our web page. We have alert, error, and warning messages that can be delivered to users should they perform operations that are not allowed. And also, we may use progress bars to keep users informed about the progress of whatever operations that they initiate on our website. Let's look at these in a bit more detail next. Badges are an easy way of adding small amount of information to your website to attract the attention of visitors. As an example, you can see that we have added a couple of badges to this description of the dish here on our main page. So you can see that we have a red colored badge drawing attention of the users to the fact that this is a hot item on the menu, and perhaps even informing them about the price of the menu. These kind of small pieces of information can be added to your website using a badge. A badge, for example, the red one here, is created by using a span with the classes badge and badge danger. You can use the various other colors that are built into the Bootstrap framework for creating badges of several different colors. Similarly, you can use a badge pill, which creates a rounded rectangle, as you see here, and that can be done by applying the badge pill class to it along with the badge class. Alerts are another way of informing users about information. So, for example, an alert can be created using the alert component, which simply can be created by applying the alert with alert warning. For example, in this example that you see, warning creating a yellow colored alert, you can apply again danger, primary, and other Bootstrap colors there. And then alert dismissible class allows you to include a cross there which the user can click to dismiss an alert. To support that operation, you need to also include a button into your alert. As you can see inside this div, we included this button here, and the contents of the alert can be formatted using standard HTML. So as you can see here, so this enables us to create an alert on our web page. So to summarize, The alert can be created by applying the alert class together with additional qualifying alert classes, which enable you to create alerts in different colors. We can also include links in our alerts. We can also make the alert dismissible by using the alert dismissible class and including a cross button inside our alert. Similarly, progress bars are included in websites to keep users informed about the progress of whatever they have initiated on the website. So for example, if you're uploading a file to a website, then you may want to keep the user informed about how much of the file has completed upload by showing a progress bar on the website. So creating a progress bar in Bootstrap is done by applying the progress class to a div, and inside that we can apply another inner div with the class progress bar, and also allow that to be further styled by using things like progress bar striped, and then you can apply the color for the progress bar by specifying the color as BG hyphen and the color. So in this case, the BG danger being applied to this progress bar. We can also make the progress bar striped. We can also animate the progress bar and also specify how much of that progress bar needs to be informed. So by changing this width value dynamically, you can create a progress bar that will keep updating itself on the web page. So to summarize, a progress bar can be created by applying a progress class to the div, and inside there an inner div to which you apply the progress bar class will enable you to create progress bar. You can even stack multiple progress bars together to create a stacked progress bar, and also apply different colors to the progress bar, and also can have different appearance for the progress bar using the progress bar striped class, and also progress bar animated class for animating the stripes on our progress bar. Now that we have looked at various ways of alerting users, let's do a simple exercise next and use badges in our web page to draw the attention of users. In this short exercise, we're going to make use of badges to add badges to our web page so that we can highlight some information for our visitors to our website. Going to index.html page, right there in the very first content row, right after the name of the dish there, I'm going to add in a span with the class badge danger, and then add in the badge information there. This will add a red colored badge with the words heart in the badge to our web page. In addition, I'm going to add in one more badge, which is a badge pill, by adding in a badge with the class badge pill, and then create a gray colored badge by using badge secondary, and include the price of the dish into our web page. Let's save the changes and go and take a quick look at our web page. Going to our web page, you can see that by adding in the badges, we have created this red colored badge with the word heart, and then the badge pill with the price of the dish into our web page. So this is a nice way of adding in little piece of information to our web page and highlight that piece of information. This completes this exercise. This is a good time to save the changes to your Git repository with the message alerting users. It's time to move on to the second assignment in this course. This week we had covered buttons, forms, tables, cards, images and media, And then finally, we covered badge. So this assignment will look at trying to explore your understanding of all these topics. Your second assignment consists of 3 tasks. Let's go through each one of them step by step. Your first task is to create a form in your index.html page. So this is right after the descriptions that we have. So use another row with the row content there. Create a card in there with a title, reserve a table, and then inside that card, in the card block, include a form. The form will contain radio buttons. You can check the documentation for forms to understand how to create radio buttons. They are fairly straightforward. So we have inline radio buttons all the way ranging from 1 to 6, and you will allow the user to select any one of these radio buttons. So clicking on one of them will allow you to select the number of guests. And the second piece of information is date, and the third piece of information is time. So the date and time are going to be supported by 2 input fields here. And then we have a submit button here named reserve with the button being in blue color. So remember all these different details here. And this is in a card. Now this card, if it is on a small to extra large screen size, it will be centered in this row, and it will occupy 8 columns. So you have 2 columns left here and 2 columns left there. These are some clues about how you're going to position this. For extra small screen sizes, you occupy the entire screen width. Otherwise, your form cannot be accommodated meaningfully there. So that's the first task in your second assignment. If you recall, we left the second row of our content unstyled. You're going to use the media object now to style this content. Note in particular that for the media object, your image is going to appear on the right side. So use the right set of classes in order to make your image appear to the right side of the content, unlike the other ones where the image appears on the left side. And it has to be centered vertically here. Also note that you need to include a badge here with the word new. So we have seen this already in the exercise before, so this should not be that difficult to achieve. So your second task again is to use the media object to style this row. The final task in the second assignment is to create a button here. This would be a block button. So button block class, which you're going to use. Now, what you can do is you can reposition this content here to occupy half the screen, and then these 2 will occupy the remaining part of the screen, and use the words reserve table in there. Not only that, when you click on this button, you'll be taken down to the form at the bottom of the page, which allows you to do the reservation. So this is where you need to use the HTML ways of specifying IDs in order to achieve this action. So going back again, this button should be positioned vertically in the middle and should share the screen space half with your logo here. The wordings here can occupy the remaining half of the screens. So you can use the column classes to adjust these things. In the previous module, we examined a number of Bootstrap components that were purely based around CSS. So by applying the CSS classes for these components, we were able to create them on our web page. In this module, we're going to examine more of Bootstrap's JavaScript-based components. So summarizing, as we saw in the previous module, Bootstrap supports a number of CSS classes that can be applied to your HTML markup in your web pages to activate and make use of these CSS classes. So you could see how the CSS classes modified the generic HTML tags and provided Bootstrap's own way of presenting this same information. So the components that are purely based upon CSS can easily be activated by applying the Bootstrap CSS classes to the various HTML tags that are there in your web pages. And Bootstrap by itself can be used purely for its CSS classes. One other aspect of Bootstrap's CSS classes that we saw was that most of these components started with a base class that you applied. Like, for example, when you look at button, you saw that the base class was the BTN class. Then you would apply something like a BTN primary, which would add the color to the BTN. Then you could define the size of the button by saying BTN SM. And then you could also define the button to be an entire block by using the BTN block class. So all these subsequent classes are modifiers to the base BTN class. So this approach, you will see it over and over again in many of the Bootstrap's components. So you will have a base class, then say a set of modifier classes that can be applied to modify the behavior of the base component. This facilitates easy design of your web page. Taking another example, we can look at the nav class. We use the nav class in the nav bar that we included in our web page in the previous module. The nav class, we modified that by applying the nav bar nav class to that. So that provided us with a certain way of presenting the navigation information. In this module, we'll examine nav tabs and nav pills, which are yet another way of presenting navigation information for your web page. The tabs and the pills way of presenting navigation, again, supported with a JavaScript plugin, provides an enhanced way of providing navigation within your content. So we will examine that in this particular module. I use this as an example to illustrate to you how, starting from a base class, you can modify by applying the modifier classes to that base class. Of course, if you want to bring in the JavaScript part of your Bootstrap components into action, then you should start applying the JavaScript classes. So Bootstrap supports a number of components that are supported through JavaScript plugins. Now, when you use these plugins in your web page, you could include individual plugins that you are actually going to use in your website, or the entire set of plugins. Now, what we're going to do in the exercises is include the entire set of plugins because we just want to explore all of them. But if you are designing a website, you may include only a subset of these plugins that you are actually employing in your website, thereby reducing the amount of JavaScript code that needs to be sent over to a user that is viewing your web page. This is the way I look at Bootstrap's approach to using JavaScript in its own support for Bootstrap components that are enabled with JavaScript. If you look at JavaScript on its own, it provides a lot of flexibility and enables you to do a lot of interesting things. But that also entails writing JavaScript code to be used when you're designing your website. Now, I look at JavaScript as a big sumo wrestler with a lot of capability, a lot of power, but untamed. Now, Jquery as a library that is built on top of JavaScript essentially takes this sumo wrestler and then packages it in a better manner to make this 100-pound gorilla into a more manageable size, more easier to approach, and more easier to include and make use of in your website design. So if you are using Jquery library directly, you can definitely leverage many of the Jquery components and make use of them in your web page. Now, that is an approach that you can always take because jQuery is already going to be included in your Bootstrap web page if you are going to leverage the JavaScript-based components. Bootstrap takes this one step further. And then, looking at the picture, Bootstrap's approach is to take the sumo wrestler and then put him into a box, essentially standing for packaging your JavaScript plugins into a component that you can more easily use in your web pages. So the Bootstrap JavaScript-based components essentially take jQuery-based support, but then package them in a way that you can employ them in your web page even without writing a single line of JavaScript code. This is where the Bootstrap JavaScript component can be used without writing a single line of code. The way it is supported in Bootstrap is that the JavaScript components support a number of data -star attributes that you can apply to your HTML tags. So you will see me using things like data toggle, data spy, data target, and so on. If you recall, when we designed the nav bar, you had actually seen a couple of these attributes where we designed the button for the extra small screens. Now it is time for us to learn why we did that in the previous module. So we will explore this approach in great detail in this module, looking at several Bootstrap components that leverage JavaScript support. Of course, you can leverage the full JavaScript API that is available for all these components by actually writing JavaScript code. We will defer this to the next module where we will examine how you can write simple JavaScript code based upon the jQuery syntax to add more functionality to your JavaScript-based Bootstrap components. In the previous lesson, I referred to the nav class that is used in Bootstrap for creating navigation structures. We explored the navbar nav already in the previous module. In this lecture, we're going to explore nav tabs and nav pills in a bit more detail. And the exercise that follows this will look at how we make use of this to create a navigation structure for a web page. Tabs and pills provide an interesting navigation structure for our web page. They will allow you to enclose content inside your web page that the user can navigate among the content without reloading the web page to a different web page. So if you have a certain amount of content to be presented in your web page but want to show only part of the content on your web page but still provide the user with an ability to navigate to other parts of the content, then tabs and pills can be very useful for this purpose. What's better than to just go and take a look at the use of tabs and pills in navigation? Taking a look at an example of the use of tabs in navigation, you see that in this particular case, you have the corporate leadership information in our About Us.html page enclosed inside tabs with the tab navigation built on top here. So you can see that you have the 4 different corporate leaders represented in their own tab here, and the content currently revealed on the web page is only the details about the first corporate leader. So if you want to switch to others, then you simply click on the corresponding tab and then reveal that content in your web page. So notice that we are not navigating to a different web page, but we are simply revealing the content using this tabbed navigation here. Instead, in some cases, you may find a pill-based navigation more useful for your purpose. So a pill-based navigation works like this. So you still have the same navigation structure on top here, but the currently displayed information will be highlighted as a pill here. So if you switch to another part of your navigation, notice how that particular item is being highlighted in the web page and the corresponding information being displayed in the tab content down below. So this is a pill-based navigation. So this uses nav pills instead of nav tabs for the class being applied to the nav class there. Now that you have seen an example of the use of tabbed and pill navigation in a web page, I'm sure you're curious to know how it is actually constructed. That is what we're going to explore in the exercise next. So we will use tab navigation and then use tab content and tab panes to organize the actual content that will be displayed in our web page. In this exercise, we're going to explore Bootstrap's tab-based navigation, Bootstrap's support for tabs, and how tabs can be used to organize content on your web page, and how you can navigate from one tab to another tab and then reveal content in each of those tabs in your web page. Now you will here see me using the nav class and then further qualify it using the nav tabs class. The same approach can be also used with the nav pills that we looked at in the previous lecture. To get started with this exercise, we will go into aboutus.html page, and then right there where we have the corporate leadership content there, after the H2, I'm going to introduce the tabbed navigation. So this is where I'm going to make use of the UL with the class nav tabs. So you have seen that earlier when we constructed the navbar, we also use the UL inside the navbar to specify the navigation items there. Similar approach here, except that here we're going to use the UL with the nav and the nav tabs here. So inside this UL, we will construct the navigation structure for this tabbed navigation here. So in there, I will use the list item with the class nav item and construct the navigation around this list item. So this introduces the first item into my nav tabs. Right after that, inside there, I will introduce an A with the class nav link active. So this one, as you see, if you recall from the way we use the UL with the nav item and nav link in the navbar, we are seeing a similar approach here. So nav item active and then href. So this would be a reference to tab pane later on, which would have the ID of Peter there, and role is tab for this one, and data toggle tab. So you can see the Bootstrap's JavaScript component coming into picture here, and then I would say Peter Pan and then close off the A tag there. So this would complete our first tab in our tabbed navigation. Let me complete the rest of the code and then we'll come back and review the rest of the code there. So here you can see that I have completed this navigation structure here. Similarly, I am defining the list items for the remaining three corporate leaders here. With this, let me save the change and then let's go and take a quick look at the web page. Switching to the web page, you now see how using the nav tabs, we have created this navigation structure right below the corporate leadership here. So this navigation structure, meaning that I should be able to navigate and view each one of them in more detail by clicking on these. So that is how the tab navigation works here. Now, obviously, the content of each one of them should appropriately show only that person's details here. So this is where the use of tab content and the tab pane classes will come into effect. And we're going to enclose this content using that and then tie this to this navigation, tab navigation up here, so that only one single corporate leader's information is displayed on the screen at a time. Once we complete setting up the tab navigation, then we'll move down into the actual content here. And then now I'm going to reorganize this content into 4 separate tab panes, each of which will be shown when the corresponding tab pane is selected in the tabbed navigation there. So to get started, the first thing that we're going to do is to go in and separate each of these 4 corporate leaders into the 4 parts there so that it's easy for me to see what I am doing. So at the H3, I'm cutting them into 4 different parts, and then we'll be able to work with these. So, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this content now needs to be enclosed inside a div with the class tab content. So all this content that we have for the 4 different corporate leaders should be enclosed inside a tab content div there. So now I have enclosed that inside a tab content. Now for each one of them, I need to create another div with the classes tab pane and some additional classes, and then organize this this content. So let's start with the first one. So for the first corporate leader, I'm going to introduce a new div with the role as tab panel. So this serves as the tab panel that will be displayed when the first tab navigation is selected. And the corresponding class that I need to apply is tab pane. So this is the tab pane, the actual content that is contained in there. And then another class that I apply is fade. So the fade class allows this content to fade in. So this is an animation class that Bootstrap supports. Also, I apply this class called show. The show class essentially specifies that this particular content should be shown when the page is first rendered. So we will apply the show class only to the first tab pane. The remaining tab panes will not have the show class applied. And the last class that I'm going to apply is active, because this is the tab pane that is going to be displayed in the page when the page is first rendered. In addition, for the navigation to work, I need to give this an ID, and since I used hashtag Peter for the tab navigation content, so I'm going to apply the ID as Peter here. And so when this is referred to in the a link there with hashtag Peter, this is the corresponding pane that I am referring to. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this div from there, and then I'm going to apply this div to the second corporate leader's information, except that for this one, I should only apply the tab pane and fade. The show and active should not be applied for the remaining 3. And the ID here should be Danny for the second one. I'm going to simply copy this code and then paste that for the third corporate leader here. And then so the tab panel, and the third one is Gumbe. And for the last one, again, I paste that in, and then the ID should be changed to Alberto, and close off this div here. So this div for the last one should be closed off at that point, and that should take care of the 4 tab panels that I need, going in and indenting this content so that I am satisfied, my obsession is satisfied there. Okay, That completes the organization of the tab content. Now, let's save the changes and go and take a quick look at what the web page looks like now. Going to our web page, you now see that our web page is only displaying the content corresponding to the CEO. If you switch to any one of the other ones, you would see that the corresponding information is displayed, and notice how this information fades in when you select that particular user. But of course, if you are happy with this, then that's fine. We can stop at this point. But I would like to nicely define a real tab around this. So this is where I'm going to apply a few CSS attributes, properties to this particular tab here, so that it's nice, clean tab structure being defined there. So let's create a few CSS properties for this. The last step, switching to styles.css. After the navbar inverse, I'm going to introduce the CSS classes for the tab content. So I specify for the tab content border left 1px solid DDD, and I'm going to apply the same for border right and bottom. I don't need to apply it to the top because the top is governed by the tab navigation already. And then let me give a padding of 10 pixel all around and then save the changes. Let's go and take a look at our web page after this. Switching back to our web page, now you see a nice clean tab-like structure being created here, so that when you navigate to each one of them, the corresponding information is appropriately displayed in its own tab. This completes this exercise where we looked at the use of tabbed navigation for our web page, and when we saw how we can create tabbed navigation and enclose our content. This is also a good time for you to do a git commit with the message tabs. Let's now talk about a very useful plugin in Bootstrap called as the collapse. We have seen its application in the navigation bar earlier. We'll revisit that code and take a quick look at it in more detail. A related component is called as the accordion. The accordion makes use of the collapse plugin for its functioning, and we will see that in detail in the exercise that follows. The collapse plugin provides an easy way of revealing and hiding content on your web page. This revealing and hiding of the content is usually triggered by the user clicking on a button or a link in your web page. Now you will see many places where the collapse kind of behavior is very well leveraged to show content. We'll revisit our navbar to look at the collapse plugin in action, and then we'll also see an accordion example next. Going back to our web page, you recall that when we created the navbar in our web page, for extra small screens, the navbar was collapsed and then it was revealed when we clicked on the button here. Now this is an example of the use of the collapse plugin here. When we look at the code, we will see that we actually apply the collapse plugin to the div that contains this navigation bar. Taking a look at the code for our navigation bar that we designed earlier, you saw that in here, inside the container, we created this button which is displayed for the extra small screen sizes by using the navbar toggler class. Look at the div that follows this button here. For the div that follows this button, we use the collapse class. So this is the use of the collapse plugin in our navbar. So what this creates is that this particular content, our nav bar that is enclosed inside this div, will be collapsed for the extra small screen sizes. And then together with the collapse plugin, this button that appears there will trigger the showing and hiding of this nav bar here. That is why when you look at the button, you would see that right there we supply the data toggle attribute with the collapse in here, and then the data target as nav bar here. And notice that the ID for this div that we applied here is nav bar. So we are specifying essentially that this button is going to act as the triggering mechanism for this collapse plugin to work on this div here. So this is a use of the collapse plugin in your web page. Also, we'll look at the other component, which is the accordion in Bootstrap. How does an accordion behave? So this is an example of an accordion that we're going to construct in the exercise that follows. So here you see that I have replaced the tabbed navigation that we did in the previous exercise by using an accordion here. The way the accordion works is that one piece of content is revealed and the remaining three are hidden. So this uses the collapse plugin for this purpose. So when you click on any one of these other corporate leader's name, then the details of that corporate leader gets revealed and the remaining three gets hidden. So this is the accordion behavior here. If you are familiar with an accordion, the musical instrument, you know how the bellows of the accordion work. So this is in some sense behaving like the bellows of the accordion. So that's the reason why this component is referred to as an accordion in Bootstrap. One more example of the collapse plugin in use is on your own course website. So if you go to your course website and then you go into the content of your course website and start viewing the content here, you will notice that on the left side you have a navigation that comes into picture on the left side. So this is the navigation there. So when you click on each one of them, you notice how the content in here is hidden and revealed by clicking on each of these links there. So this is like the collapse plugin that we saw in Bootstrap. Although, of course, the Coursera page actually doesn't use Bootstrap. We'll move to the next exercise where we will see how we construct the accordion for showing our corporate leadership information. Accordions are one of those annoying instruments that some of you may have seen already. It has one of those bellows with a keypad down below here, and then you blow and then play the music with the keys there. And not everybody enjoys it, I'm pretty sure. But no offense to accordion players, accordions in Bootstrap are very interesting, for sure. We'll look at how we apply accordions to be able to reveal and hide content in our web page in this exercise. Going back to our aboutus.html page, where we had the corporate leadership information. Now I'm going to replace the tab navigation with an accordion-based navigation. I'm going to remove this UL that defines the tab navigation completely. And then we're going to design the accordion around the content that we already have. So let's delete this UL that contains the tab navigation. So we will be left with just this part, which is enclosed inside the tab panel and the tab content. So we're going to go and modify this. Going to this div here, I'm going to remove this class from there, and then I apply the ID as accordion. We need this ID later on to be able to create the accordion. That div that contains this content is still in place there. So the tab content is now changed to an accordion. Now each of this content in here, we're going to convert that into a card-based structure there so that we can reveal the content in each of those cards. So you will see me using the card and the card body classes there to enclose this content. Now going into the actual content here, I'm going to start applying the card class here with a div there. So we'll say div class card, and then close the div there, and then this content goes into the div there. Now in here we're going to go in and create a div with the class card header. I'm going to show you for one of them, and then we're going to repeat this process for the remaining three also. So we'll say card header role tab, and then ID Peter head. I'm going to take this H3 from down below here, cut it out, and then paste it into the card panel. So this H3 that defines the name of the corporate leadership person is cut from inside the tab panel and then moved in to the card header here. This is going to act as my navigation aid. So to this H3, I'm going to apply a class called MB0. So this is MB0 here. Now this name itself, I am going to enclose this inside an A. So I will go to the next line and then say A data toggle, and the data toggle will say collapse. So now you see that you are using the collapse plugin. So we had this closing H3 there, so I'm going to shift it to the next line here, and then I'm going to close the A tag right there. So with this, the A tag now encloses the name of the CEO in here, and then the H3 tag of course closes the H3 on top, and then this is inside the div which is with the class card header. So this forms the header structure for my accordion there. Going now to the tab panel below, I'm going to change this class from tab panel fade to collapse. So this would be a collapse plugin which will be useful for our accordion, and also I will remove this active class for this, and the ID will be left as Peter for this, and then you would say data parent, and you would specify accordion. You see why we gave the ID of accordion to the div that encloses all this content. So this is the way to specify that this is going to form part of the accordion that you're constructing there. So that's why data parent accordion. Now the content inside this tab panel, I'm going to enclose it inside a div with the class card body, and close off that div here, and then indent this content in there. Let's save the changes and then go and take a look at our web page at this moment. Going to our web page, you now notice that in the corporate leadership, the CEO's name is highlighted here in the card header here, and then the content is down below here. Now we will create the remaining three down below and then enclose all of them in there. I'm going to repeat the same structure for the remaining ones. So I would have the card with the card header, and the card header will enclose the name of the person like this. So you pretty much will follow the same structure for the remaining three pieces of content. So let's make the changes and then we'll come back and review the code. Coming back to the code, you now see that for the remaining three you notice that I am still using the card here with the card header here and the H3 with the MB0. This is inside the card header class div there, and then down below the class only as collab, and then with the ID and then the card body enclosing the P there. Same thing with the remaining two also. So with this change, these three remaining corporate leaders information will be collapsed, but Peter Pan's corporate information will be revealed when we first render the web page. So with this change, now this code snippet is obviously available in the instructions that follow here, so no need to worry too much. You can always refer to that to ensure that you have done it correctly. So let's save the changes. Switching back to our web page, you now see the accordion constructed here. So you see that the first corporate leaders information is displayed here. The remaining three are collapsed in this moment. So that's the reason for the use of the collapse plugin, and also the reason for shifting the name of the corporate leader into the card title is so that it will be displayed like this in there. Now clicking on any one of them, you now notice that when you click on that, that content will be revealed, but the remaining three are hidden. So this is the accordion behavior here. So with this, we complete this exercise. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message accordion. Let us now try to understand several mechanisms to enable us to display information to the users overlaying the content of your web page. So here we'll look at three different constructs that are available in Bootstrap called tooltips, popovers, and modals. So what are tooltips, popovers, and modals, and how are they useful? We'll look at some basic ideas first, and then we'll go on to look at some examples. In the exercise that follows, we'll use tooltips and modals in our web page, and we'll look at an example of popover. So as I mentioned, tooltips, popovers, and modals are a way of revealing content to the users when the user interacts with certain elements on your web page. Say, for example, when the user's mouse clicks on a button or hovers over a button or clicks on a link or reaches a certain point on your web page. So all these will trigger information to be displayed to the users. So in this case, the information is displayed as an overlay on top of your web page. So the underlying content of the web page is still there, but this is laid out on top of the underlying content. So in terms of flexibility, tooltips are the simplest to implement, but at the same time have limited flexibility in how they can display information. Popovers are more flexible than tooltips, but they also have their own limitations. Modals give you the most extensive support for displaying content in a wide variety of ways. As an example, let's go to our web page that we have been working on. You see that when we hover our mouse pointer onto this button, you see this message popping up on the screen here with some additional information. This is an example of a tooltip. This allows you to display small amounts of information to the users. So for example, if you are trying to guide users through your website and want them to know what happens when you click various locations on your web page, this may be a good way of reminding them of what is expected. So you could easily design, for example, walkthroughs of your website using these tooltips to indicate to users. If you want a bit more detailed information, then popovers would be more useful. The same example implemented using a popover would look like this. Now in this case, you will have to explicitly click on the button to show the popover. So in that case, the popover is shown with some title information and then the actual content at the bottom in the popover. Now, dismissing the popover will require you again to click on the button there. So this is the behavior of a popover. In some circumstances, popovers are more useful than tooltips. Our third kind of data overlay is the modal. A modal allows you to present more detailed information to the users than a tooltip and popover. The content of the modal is itself divided into a header, body, and the footer. And the modal itself can contain a lot more detailed information. And you can use the entire Bootstrap grid inside the modal body to organize the actual content. We'll look at a couple of examples of the use of modals next. Going to our web page, you will see that on the right-hand side here, we have a link here called login. So when you click on that link, you will notice that this modal with the login form is popped up on the screen. So this is the typical behavior of a modal. And so here you can type in the information and then click on the sign in button to sign in to your website. Going to your Coursera page, here is a real life example of the use of a modal. So for example, if you click on the login button here, you can see that on Coursera, a form pops up on the screen. So this is another use of a modal in your web page. Now that you have seen examples of tooltips, popovers, and modals, let's go to the next exercise where we'll create a tooltip on our index.html page. We'll also create a modal that allows the user to type in information for logging in into our web page. In the lecture before, we saw several ways of revealing content to the users. So this would be an overlay on top of your web page to show the information to the users. So we'll look at two of those approaches, tooltips and modals, in this exercise. First, we'll add a tooltip to this page. So going to index.html, and in the Jumbotron, we see this button in the Jumbotron there. To this button, I'm going to add in a tooltip. So going into this button, what I will do now is simply go into the next line so that it's a bit more clearer to write the code there. And into this button, I'm going to introduce the tooltip here. So after the button warning, I would say data toggle tooltip. So you can see that the JavaScript component coming into use here, and then data HTML true. So if we apply this data HTML attribute and set it to true, that means that the tooltip content can be styled using HTML. And then we will say the next line, I will give the attribute as title. So this is where the contents of the tooltip will be enclosed. So we'll say or call us at so you can see that I am using HTML to format the contents of the tooltip there. So with that, the tooltip is introduced into the button there, and also the last attribute I will give is data placement, which I will give as bottom here. So meaning that this tooltip will be shown to the bottom of this button here. After adding in this into the button, we'll now go and add some JavaScript code to the bottom of this page in order to activate this tooltip. Going to the bottom of the page, let me introduce the script there by adding in the tags for the script. Inside of this, we will define the actual JavaScript code here. So we'll say $document. So this script is in using jQuery syntax here. So this specifies when the document is ready, when this particular HTML document is ready for rendering. At that point, invoke this particular function here. So we supply the JavaScript function to be invoked at that point. So we'll specify function, and then we'll say in brackets data toggle tooltip and tooltip there. So that is the code that we're going to introduce into this page here. This is in jQuery syntax, and we'll cover jQuery a little bit more in the next module. For the moment, this is specifying that wherever there is an attribute of this kind for that particular HTML tag, turn on the tooltip there. So with this change, we'll save the changes and then go and have a look at how the tooltip looks like on the web page. Going to the web page, now when we hover our mouse pointer onto the button here, you can see that the tooltip is being displayed at the bottom here. So, and you can notice that the content of this tooltip is exactly what we gave as the title attribute for that button there. So this is how we can add tooltips to our page. Tooltips are a nice way of providing some additional information for the user when the user navigates to different locations on the page. Continuing with the exercise, in the next step, we're going to create a modal in our web page. This modal will host the login form and will be shown by using a link in the nav bar. So to get started, Bootstrap advises that all modal-related code be placed at the top of your page. So I'm going to go in and right below the nav bar here, I'm going to place in the code for the modal there. So to create a modal, I will start out by saying div id login modal. So we give an ID to this modal so that it can be triggered from the navbar link, and then class as modal fade. So you see that the class is modal, and fade means that the when the modal is brought onto the screen, it will fade in onto the screen, and the role is as a dialog, so which means that it is displayed on top of the page. Let's close off the div at the point. So inside here, we're going to create the modal. So in there, I'm going to create the second div with the class as modal dialog, and then inside here we will define the content of the actual modal here, and close off the div. And so this is the way the modal content will be structured here. So inside this modal dialog, we'll create another div with the class modal content, and close off the div. And a typical modal will contain a modal header. So that's what the next div is going to host. And then a modal body, which will contain much of the modal related content. All these sections of the modal are optional, but at least you should have one such section in your modal, otherwise it doesn't make any sense to create the modal there. So with this, the structure of the modal is now ready. So we are going to go in and fill in the content into this modal. So now we need to define what goes into the modal. Now in the header, we're going to put in a button, a cross button in the modal, which when clicked will dismiss the modal. That's the usual way modals are designed. And the modal body will itself contain the form. Now a modal can contain anything that you want. So for example, if you click on an image in an image gallery and you want to show the larger size of the image, even there you can use a modal to display the information. Now in this exercise, we're going to use the modal to host a form that is shown for the user. Okay, now in the modal header, we're going to introduce a button with the type button and class close. So you see that this is a button that is used to close the modal, and then you'd say data dismiss and then modal. So what this means is that this particular button, when clicked, will dismiss the modal from the screen. And this button, I'm going to use the times will display as a cross in the modals here. So I would say times here. Before this button, we're going to introduce a header which we will display in the modal's header. So I will start out with an h4 with the class modal title, and then inside this h4 I will include the title of the modal, which is login, because this is going to show the login form. Now that we have put in some details into this modal, let's add in the link into our navbar, which will trigger this modal, and then we'll have a quick look at how the modal looks like on the screen. Going to the navbar, right after the UL here, I'm going to include in a link which can be used to trigger the showing and hiding of the modal. So to do that, I will go in and use a span with the class navbar text. This is what allows me to include a link into the navbar and show it as text. So inside the span, I will use an A with the data toggle. So you can see the JavaScript data toggle coming in, and the data toggle is for a modal, and then data target. You recall that we had given the ID as login modal to our modal that we included. So I'm going to use that as my data target with the hash in front of that. And inside here, I will go in and use a font awesome icon for a login. So this is a font awesome FA sign in icon, and say login and close the A tag. So with that, let's save the changes and take a look at the web page. Going to our web page in the browser, you now see that on the right edge, you see this login with this icon created there. So this is the link that is going to trigger the showing of the modal. So if I click on this link, then the modal will show up on the screen. So notice that when we created this modal, we said header, which contained the login, and then also this button, and then the body currently empty. We're going to introduce more code in there. Now, if you click on this button, the modal will disappear. Click on that again, the modal is shown. Even if you click outside the modal disappears. So this is the behavior of the modal that we have come to expect. Now, in the next step, I'm going to go in and introduce the form here. Now, I'm not going to explain the details of the form because you have already studied forms in one of the earlier lessons. So I'm just going to simply go in and paste the form code, and then we'll have a look at the form in the modal here. Coming back to the code, you can now see that in the modal body, I have filled in a form, and then I have two form groups here with an input with the type email and input type password, and then I have a checkbox here that I have. So this should be easy for you to decipher what this form is, code structure is, from your understanding of how Bootstrap forms are designed. I have put in two buttons. One is a submit button and the other one is a cancel button. The cancel button has the first one, the cancel button here has data dismiss modal. So which means that when you click on the cancel button, the modal will be dismissed. And the other one is a submit button, which is used to submit the form. So with these changes, let's save the changes and then go and have a look at our web page. Going back to the web page, now you click on the login, then you see a form for user to sign in. So you see that you have two boxes here, input boxes here for entering email and password, and then a checkbox for saying remember me, and then you have a sign in and a cancel. So if you click on the cancel, the modal will go away, just like when you click on the cross there. And then if you fill in this information and click on sign in, the sign in process should be initiated. At this moment, we don't have a server for this to work, but I'm just showing you in Bootstrap how you would create a form like this. I'm sure you have seen things like these on many websites, where when you click on a login button, something like this with a form pops up on the screen and expects you to type in the information. So now you see how you can leverage modals to display information, overlaying your web page. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we have seen the use of tooltips and we have seen the use of modals to display content. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message tooltips and modals. Let's take a look at yet another interesting component in Bootstrap called as the Bootstrap carousel. The carousel allows you to display multiple items on your web page and provides an animated display of these items. As I mentioned, a carousel is an interesting component that allows you to include a slideshow on your web page and can also provide manual controls for the slides. So as the slides slide from left to right on your web page, you can control and choose which particular item to view, and also you can manually scroll the items left and right. The carousel finds a lot of applications in many websites that you might have visited. Let's take a look at an example of a carousel. Going to our web page, you see a carousel included in this web page. So you see that this carousel provides interesting transitions from one slide to another, and also provides manual controls that enable you to select which item to view. So for example, you can manually scroll right and left in the carousel. You can also select an item from the carousel using these indicators that are provided at the bottom of the carousel. I'm sure you have seen many websites using this kind of a component. Now that I have gotten you interested in the carousel, I'm sure you're curious about how you create one for your web page. That is what we're going to examine in this next exercise, where we will add a carousel to our web page, the index.html page, and then create the manual controls for it. We just learned about the carousel component in the previous lecture. In this exercise, we're going to add in a carousel to our index.html page, and in the process, learn how the carousel component works. Going to index.html page, we'll add in a new row into the content div as the first row in the div. So we'll go in and say give div class row content, and inside this div we're going to create the carousel component, and in this div I will add in the inner column div, which will contain the carousel component here. To add in the carousel, here I will add in a div with the ID my carousel and class carousel and slide, and the data ride class, so you can see the JavaScript component coming into action here, and then close off the div and start building out the carousel inside this div here. So into this carousel we'll add in the content of the carousel next. So go in and then add another div with the class carousel inner and the role as list box. This is the way we build up the carousel, and then close that div there. And inside this div again we'll introduce divs that will host the items of the carousel by applying the carousel item class, and the first one in the carousel item, the first one in the carousel class, I will apply the active class. So this is the first div which starts out containing the starting slide there, and the remaining ones I'm going to add in. Let me add in two more carousel item divs here and apply only the first one with the active class. Now I'm going to introduce in the content into these carousel items. So to construct a carousel item, I will go in there and then include an image with the class D block. So this is used for this is a flex class that allows our image to be properly positioned, and then add in the image fluid class, and then the source as img So what I will do is to move in the content from the 3 content rows below and then add it into the carousel here. So I add in an image here, and then to the carousel I can also add in a div with the class carousel caption. In here we can include some text that will be overlaid as a caption onto the image. So I'll say carousel caption d none dmd block, and then inside here I will include the content from the content rows here. So I will go in and copy the content from the content rows here and then paste that into the carousel caption block here. And I'll remove the class that we applied to the h2 from this content. Now we'll repeat the same thing for the remaining 2 by copying the content from the content rows below in here. So let me complete that, and then we'll come back and take a look at how the carousel looks like. Here you can see that I have completed the remaining carousel items here by copying the content from the content rows below. Let's add in a few CSS classes so that the carousel is nicely structured. So going to styles.css file, at the bottom here, I'm going to add in a couple of more classes here. So for the carousel class, I would add the background as 51D2A8, which we have used before, the dark colored class. And then for the carousel item class, I'm going to add in a height as 300 pixel, and for the image that is included inside the carousel item, I'm going to apply a few transformations here. I would say position absolute. I want to position it to the so this top and left 0 will position this image to the top left edge of the carousel box there, and with the minimum height set to 300 pixel to match the carousel item's height. So this image will essentially stretch the entire height of the carousel, but will be positioned to the left edge of the carousel box here. So let me save the changes. We'll just go ahead and have a look at what this carousel looks like on our web page. Going to the web page, you can now see the carousel in action on our index.html page. So you can see that the carousel is positioned at the top here, and then will keep scrolling at regular intervals. Note how by using the CSS classes, I have styled the background for the carousel such that the captions are clearly visible in the carousel, and also how the image has been positioned on the carousel. The height of this carousel slide is fixed at 300 pixel. So this gives a nice clean layout for this carousel. Now let's add in a few controls for this carousel. Going back to index.html, right after the carousel inner box here, but still inside the carousel, I'm going to add in an OL to introduce a few manual controls for the carousel, and with the class carousel indicators. These indicators will be positioned on the carousel slides to indicate which particular slide is currently being shown. So let me introduce in the content here. So I say OL, I use the OL for this, and then inside there I use the list with the data target set to my carousel. So this is the ID of the carousel, and data slide 2, and the first indicator will slide to slide number 0, with the class as active for the first item in this list. Then the remaining 2 items, I'm going to simply use list with the data target set equal to my carousel, and the data slide 2 is set to 1. So this is for the second slide there. I'm just going to copy this one and then create the third indicator in here. So we'll go in and copy this and then change this to data slide to 2. So we have 3 slides in our carousel. So 3 indicators are sufficient enough. Now we'll also add in a couple of controls to this carousel, which allows us to manually scroll the carousel. To do that, I will introduce an A with the class carousel control priv here. So this would allow me to go to the previous slide with the href equal to my carousel. So you can see that we are trying to target the carousel there, and the role is a button. So this is going to act as a button, and the data slide as previous. So within this A, I will introduce a icon to represent this control on the screen. So I'll say span class carousel control priv icon, and close off the span here. I will now copy this control and paste it here, and then create the control for the next slide here. So I would say carousel control next, and role is button, and the data slide is to next, and the icon would be carousel control next icon. So adding these into my carousel, let's go and take a look at our carousel at this moment. Going to the carousel, you can now see that in my carousel, I have 3 indicator buttons here, which indicate which particular slide is currently visible in my carousel. And as the slides slide, then the indicator also correspondingly changes to indicate which particular slide is visible. I can manually click on one of them and go to the specific slide in the carousel. Not only that, you can see that there are now 2 indicators, the left and the right, which I can use to again scroll through the carousel by clicking on these indicators here. So using these controls, both the previous and the next control and the indicators here, I can navigate to the specific slide in my carousel. This completes this exercise. This is a good time for you to do a git commit with the message carousel. We have reached the end of the 3rd module of this course. This is a time for your 3rd assignment. In this assignment, we are going to look at the Bootstrap components that we examined in this module and add a few to our index.html page. Your 3rd assignment involves 3 tasks. The first task is to take the reservation form that you created earlier in one of the content rows below, and then cut that form out from the content row, and then create a modal that contains the same reservation form for your table. So you can see that you have the number of guests here and the date and time here, and then 2 buttons, the reserve and cancel button, just like you had for the reservation form. In addition, the second task in this assignment is to add one more row here with a radio button here. So here you see that you will allow the user to specify which section of the restaurant they want the table in, whether it is non-smoking or the smoking section. By default, the non-smoking section will be selected. If the user wants the smoking section, then the user will click the button to select the smoking section. If the user wants the non-smoking section, then obviously the user will click on the non-smoking section to select the button. So this is a radio button here, radio button group here with two buttons here, smoking and non-smoking. So that is your second task in this assignment, to add the button here. The third task is to turn this button here, the reserve table button here, to invoke the modal. So when you click on the button, it shows and hides the modal. To do this, you first need to remove the tooltip from the reserve table. Otherwise, that functionality won't work. And also remove the script, the JavaScript code that you added to the end of the index.html page to trigger the tooltip. So doing that, and then make this reserve table button act as the toggle for your model. So that is your third task in this assignment. Hope you enjoy creating this new variation of the index.html page. Let us now spend some time trying to understand how Bootstrap and Jquery work together to support the Bootstrap's JavaScript components. As we have understood from the previous module, Bootstrap has a number of interesting JavaScript-based components. And we also learned that Bootstrap's JavaScript-based components are all enabled using Jquery as the support. So many of these plugins are written in Jquery. The plugins can themselves be individually included, or you can include all the plugins together as a single unit. In the exercises, we have been including all the Bootstrap's JavaScript plugins into our web page. We also saw this graphic in the previous module to help us understand the relationship between JavaScript, Jquery, and how the Bootstrap's JS-based plugins are implemented. So we saw that the Bootstrap's JS components box in the Jquery-based components and make it easy for us to make use of them in our web page. We also learned that the Bootstrap's JavaScript-based components can be used in your web page without writing a single line of JavaScript code. So this is where the data -star attributes come to our rescue. So you can use the various attributes that we saw in the previous module to enable many of our Bootstrap's JavaScript-based components. In case you want more flexibility with your JavaScript components, then the full flexibility of the JavaScript-based API is available for all the Bootstrap JavaScript components. You can write code using the Jquery syntax and then use that together to control your Bootstrap's JS components. We're going to explore that in a little more detail in this module. Before we proceed forward, let me give you a quick tour of Jquery and its syntax so that we understand some of the code that we write in this module. Jquery is a very powerful, lightweight JavaScript-based library that provides a number of different components. It is a feature-rich library that enables writing code for doing HTML or DOM manipulation. It allows you to do CSS manipulation. So for example, you can apply CSS classes to various HTML elements through the Jquery code. It allows you to handle HTML events, and when those events occur, you can implement methods that will be executed in response to the occurrence of these events. Jquery also supports various effects and animations that can be applied to your HTML elements. Also, Jquery enables you to interact with a backend server using Ajax, although we won't explore that in too much of detail in this course. We also learn that Bootstrap's JavaScript components are built upon Jquery. These components make use of many of the Jquery methods that are available to implement the various features that these Bootstrap's JavaScript components support. Let's briefly understand Jquery syntax. Now, if you have seen some of the code that we included in the previous module, specifically for the tooltip, you remember that there was something that started with a dollar sign. So the Jquery syntax is all implemented using the dollar sign. The dollar sign at the start of a sentence implies that this defines and accesses Jquery's library plugins that are available. Now, whenever you use the dollar sign, you also supply a selector. The selector is used to query and find those HTML elements within your DOM to which you want to apply this manipulation. There are various ways of doing selections. We'll look at them in the subsequent slide. Then, the third aspect of a Jquery statement is the action that you specify. Now that you select an HTML element, what kind of an action you want to be performed on that element? So that is the third part that you will see. So as an example, you can specify a Jquery statement like $p within quotes and then .height. So in this case, what it implies is that select all those HTML elements which are the paragraph elements starting with the p tag, and then those elements, hide those elements. So the action to be performed is the hide. So this will result in all the p elements being hidden from your DOM and consequently from the web page that is rendered. Similarly, you will see later on us using a statement like saying dollar and then within quotation marks hash my carousel, implying that you are specifying the ID of a specific HTML element and then specifying carousel and pause. We'll look at more details of what this actually does in one of the subsequent slides there. But note the structure of the Jquery statement syntax there. You specify the selector and then you specify the corresponding action to be performed on the element that is selected by these selectors. Let's take a look at a Bootstrap Jquery example. We'll go back to the previous example that we have seen earlier where we introduced the tooltip. So when we introduced the tooltip, we specified script, and then inside the script, we said $document. In this case, the document means the entire document. So the selector here is for the entire document. So for the entire document, and then we specified ready. Ready is the action to be taken. So when the document is ready, then execute this function that is specified as a parameter for this ready action there. So the function that we saw being used for the tooltip specified it as dollar and then within brackets it said data toggle equal to tooltip. Now here we are specifying that select those elements for which there is an attribute with data toggle set equal to tooltip, and then for those elements that match this criteria, perform this action called tooltip, enable tooltips for those elements, and we closed the function there. So this specifies that this particular script will be activated for those elements for which you have applied the data toggle tooltip. So basically for those HTML elements on which you have defined the tooltips, you want the tooltip to be enabled there. So this is how we interpret this syntax of this Jquery example here. Let's look at the various ways of specifying selectors. So as we realized from the Jquery statement syntax, we always follow dollar and then within brackets we specify a selector. how do we specify selectors? What are the various ways you can specify selectors? Here are some possibilities. You can specify a selector by specifying any specific HTML element by specifying the tag. So you can say P, button, H4, H3, or any of the HTML tags directly. And so in that case, the HTML tag name is specified within quotes, and that'll form your selector. When you apply a selector like this, you're saying all the elements that match this criteria will be selected. Then you can also specify a specific HTML DOM element by specifying the ID of that element by using the hashtag ID. So for example, we use hashtag mycarousel. So in this case, you're saying select that particular HTML element for which the ID is mycarousel. So that's the other way of selecting, by specifying an ID for an element. The third possibility is to select elements by the classes which have been applied to that. So for example, you can say within brackets, if we say .btn, meaning all the HTML DOM elements for which you have applied the button class will be selected. Or you can even further qualify by specifying a group of classes by saying .button default, meaning that those elements for which button class and the button default class have both been applied. So that's another way, by using the classes that are applied to the HTML element. The other possibility is to specify an attribute that has been applied to an HTML element. So for example, you can say attributes are specified within square brackets here. So you can say within square brackets href and include it in the quotations. So which means that all those HTML elements for which href attribute has been applied. Similarly, you can say data toggle is equal to tooltip, which essentially says all those elements for which the data toggle tooltip attribute has been applied. Also, you have selecting the current element for which you want to do something by saying $this. So meaning for the current element that has already been selected, for this, do something. And a lot more other possibilities. So these are some examples. So you will see me using some of these in the examples and the exercise that follows. Not only that, you can also specify Jquery events based on which you respond. So for example, the user interactions with various elements on your web page will cause DOM events. So for example, with a mouse, the user may click at a particular location or double click, or when the mouse enters and leaves a specific location. For keyboard, you can respond to key presses, key down and key up events. For forms, when the form is submitted, when there is a change in a particular input element value, and when a particular element is focused upon, and so on. We can even talk about the entire document. So upon the loading of the document, upon resizing the document, upon scrolling or unloading the document, you can respond to those events. So in that case, the Jquery event methods that are supported include ready, click, double click, mouse down, on, and so on. So these are all the event methods that will be executed upon occurrence of any of these events there. Let's take an example of the Bootstrap's carousel to see how JavaScript code can be written to control the carousel actions. So for a carousel, you saw already from the previous module, in the exercise, we used all these attributes. So we used the attribute data slide with previous and next, or we said data slide to, and then specified the specific slide number. We would say data ride and carousel, and then we'd specify data interval, the interval for the sliding action to take place. So for the carousel, you can do things like, for example, you can specify for JavaScript-based controls, you can say dollar and within brackets specify to select those elements, the carousels that are included in your page, by specifying dot carousel, meaning all those elements for which the carousel class has been applied. And then following that, you use the dot carousel to specify something. So as an example, you will see me using something like this in the exercise that follows. We'll say dot carousel, and inside there you would specify interval colon 2000, meaning set the interval for the sliding to be equal to 2000 milliseconds or 2 seconds in this case. So that way you control or modify a particular property of the carousel JavaScript element there. The carousel also supports many other controls. So for example, you can say carousel cycle, meaning start cycling the items from left to right. You can say carousel pause to pause the sliding action of the carousel. Then you can say carousel number. So it cycles the carousel to that particular carousel item. And then you can say carousel prev, carousel next to go to the previous item and the next item in my carousel. So these can be invoked directly from our JavaScript code. Similarly, when the JavaScript carousel item is in your web page, it causes various events, and based on the occurrence of these events, you can respond. So for example, you can say slide.bs.carousel. This particular event will be fired when the slide instance method is invoked. Similarly, slid.bs.carousel means this event is fired when it has completed the slide transition to the next item. So within your code, you can specify something like $mycarousel.on slide bs carousel. So meaning that when the slide action starts, then invoke this function and then do something inside that function there. So this kind of code can be written also for responding to the events that are caused by your carousel's behavior. Having considered some of these examples, we'll go on to the exercise where we will actually write some JavaScript-based code to control our carousel. We will write code to include a couple of buttons within our carousel, which will be used to control the sliding action of the carousel. So which means that we can pause and resume the sliding action of our carousel. And we will activate these buttons from JavaScript. Many of the Bootstrap's JavaScript-based components provide us with a mechanism to control some of the features of these components by writing JavaScript code, in particular by writing code using the Jquery syntax. So we're going to explore this in this exercise by using some JavaScript-based controls for our carousel that we included in the index.html page in the previous exercise. In the previous exercise, we introduced this carousel into our index.html page. What I would like to do in this exercise is to introduce a couple of control buttons into this carousel and then use JavaScript to be able to activate these buttons. The buttons would be used to pause and play this sliding action of this carousel. So including the button in our carousel here, we can click a button to stop the sliding action of the carousel, and then we can click another button to resume the sliding action of the carousel. So that is what we're going to explore in this exercise. To get started on this exercise, we will go to the index.html page, and right after the left and right controls of our carousel, I will introduce a div with the class button group. So this will enclose a button group of 2 buttons here, and then with an ID of carousel buttons, and close off that div there. Now inside this I'm going to add in 2 buttons. So let me add in 1 button with the class button danger, button small, and an ID of carousel pause. So this is going to act as the pause button. Close off the button there, and for this button I'm going to introduce a font awesome icon with the class fa pause, and close off the span there. So this will introduce a pause button into the group of carousel buttons. I'm going to copy this and paste it again to create another button. The second button I'll call button danger, button small, and then this would be carousel play, and the span class, the font awesome button would be fa play here. Let's save the changes and go and take a quick look at it in the web page. Taking a look at the buttons as they exist in our browser, you can see that these 2 buttons are now positioned to the left corner of my carousel. I would like to reposition these buttons to the right edge so that it doesn't cause this blue empty space underneath the image here. So let me use a couple of CSS properties to reposition these buttons to the right corner of the carousel. Going to the styles.css file, let me introduce some CSS code here. So for the element with the ID carousel buttons, I am positioning it to the right edge and bottom 0 pixel here. So these 2, and then the position as absolute. So this will position these buttons to the right corner of my carousel. Obviously, just introducing the buttons into the carousel will not serve any purpose. Now we're going to take advantage of the JavaScript controls that the carousel provides by writing a little bit of jQuery code at the bottom of index.html page to make these buttons do their work. We want to be able to pause and resume the sliding action of my carousel. Going to the bottom of the index.html page, let me introduce some script here. So this script should contain some JavaScript code written in jQuery syntax. So I'm going to say document ready function, and this function should contain a couple of functions here to activate the buttons. So I would say my carousel, this is the ID of the carousel that we have introduced. So we would say carousel interval 2000. So what this does is it sets the sliding interval of the carousel to 2000 milliseconds or 2 seconds. So I'm making it a bit faster for the sliding action to take place in the carousel. Continuing with the jQuery code here, I'm going to now activate the pause button. So I would say carousel pause. So that's the ID I gave it to the pause button there. So that's the reason for giving the ID. So I want to to activate the pause button. So I say when the user clicks. So you can see how to read the syntax. So this says, for the carousel pause button, if a click action is done by the user, then execute this particular function that I specify inside this code here. What is the function that I want to do? I want to be able to pause the carousel. So we would say carousel pause. So now you see how you have used the Jquery based controls, the JavaScript controls that are given for the Bootstrap carousel component, and written some code to be able to control the carousel. Similarly, I want to be able to activate the play button. So when the play button is clicked, I want the sliding action of the carousel to resume. So I'm going to simply copy this code, paste it there, and then I would say carousel play, click function my carousel, and then the function says carousel cycle. That's the way you specify that the carousel should resume sliding like before. So this function we are attaching to the play button here. So with these two functions introduced inside this document ready function, we are all set for the carousel to be activated and the two buttons to be able to control the behavior of the carousel. So let's save the changes and go and have a look at the behavior of our carousel. Going to our page, you now see that your carousel is moving very fast because I set the interval to 2000 milliseconds or 2 seconds. So every 2 seconds, you will see the sliding action of the carousel. This is definitely annoying. So let me pause that by clicking on the pause button. So when you click on the pause button, your carousel's sliding action is paused, because when you click on the pause button, then the function that we introduced in the JavaScript code comes into action and then pauses the movement of the carousel. Now, if you want to resume, then click on the play button, and then the carousel should resume its motion. So as you can see, the moment you click on the play button, the carousel starts moving. Now, of course, you can improve more upon how you create these buttons and so on, but this is a simple way that we can introduce to control our carousel. This exercise illustrates to you how we can use JavaScript code to be able to control our Bootstrap JavaScript-based components. This is a good time to do a commit of your code with the message Bootstrap Jquery. In the previous exercise, we saw how we can leverage the JavaScript-based controls that are provided for the Bootstrap JavaScript components in order to control the behavior of the components. In particular, we saw the use of the carousel and how we were able to introduce two buttons to control the cycling behavior of the carousel. Now, I'm not fully satisfied with that implementation. I would like to now collapse the whole thing into one single button that can both indicate the current behavior of the carousel and also be able to control the carousel. So let's see how we can leverage further Jquery code in order to achieve this in this exercise. To achieve that, we'll go back to the code in index.html where we defined the two buttons. I'm going to now remove this div for the button group because we are going to have only one single button instead of two buttons. So I have removed the div around the two buttons. I'm also going to delete one of the buttons because we're going to work with just a single button for this exercise. So let me change the indentation. So now this particular button that we have there, I'm going to rename this button as carousel button. And we will start out with this button being a button with the pause icon. We're going to flip the icon for this button through JavaScript code. So how do we do that? Taking a look at our web page, we'll now see that we have one single button here, which is currently indicating the pause there. Now, my hope at the end of this exercise is to turn this button into a single control, whereby if I click on this button, it'll pause the cycling behavior of the carousel and then simultaneously turn this button into a play button, meaning that this icon will be replaced with the play icon, so that this single button indicates what the current state of the cycling behavior of my carousel is. How do we do that? We need to go and edit the JavaScript code in order to achieve that. Going down to the JavaScript code at the bottom of index.html page. So here we had this script that we had included earlier in order to activate the two buttons there. I'm going to edit this code to make use of that single button that we have there. So coming down here, I'm going to remove this second part because we only have one single button now here, which is the carousel button. And whenever that is clicked, you need to do something in response to doing that. So if the carousel button is clicked, then what do? Now, fortunately, depending on whether the button is a play button or a pause button, we'll be able to take an appropriate action. But how do we know whether it is a play button or a pause button? So this is where we're going to make use of some jQuery code in order to identify whether this is a play button or a pause button. To help us to identify this, we're going to go inside here and then use an if statement, and inside there I'm going to test to see whether this is a play or a pause button. So here I say carousel button dot children span. So which means that for this carousel button inside there, if there is an element with the tag span tag, so we obviously know that in our carousel button we had the span tag which contained the font awesome icon there. So for that span tag, we're going to check has class. So we're going to check this has class, and then the class that we're going to check for is FA pause. So which means that if this span tag has the FA pause class, then we know that this button is currently acting as the pause button. So obviously when the button is clicked, the user is expecting that the pause, the cycling behavior should be paused. So that's what we identify here. So you now see that we are writing some more advanced JavaScript code using the jQuery syntax in order to make this work correctly. So inside here, so what do I need to do now? So which means that if that button is a pause button, is currently a pause button, then obviously when the button is clicked, you want to pause the carousel. Then in addition, we want now to be able to flip that icon from a pause icon to a play icon. So what we will do is we will say right there after this, we'll say dollar carousel button dot children span, and then we will say remove class. So we're going to remove the pause class. So notice how this works. We're going to remove the pause class from that, and then we're going to add the play class. So that way your buttons icon is now going to be flipped from a pause button to a play button. So we're going to remove the pause class. I'm going to just copy this code and then paste it right there and then do the edit to this code. Same thing for the carousel button for the children's pan. I'm going to instead of the remove class, I would say add class and then FA play. So that way what we are doing is we are flipping that button from a pause button to a play button. Also, we are pausing the cycling behavior of the carousel. Now, if this is not the case, then it should be a play button, so the opposite effect should be introduced. And then I'm going to simply copy this code and then do the other test for the situation where the button is a play button. So I would say else. Now, obviously, I don't need this if here, but just to be doubly sure, I'm going to put that in there because there are only two possibilities. Either it's a pause button or a play button, but just for my reassurance, I'm going to put that as an FA play there. Now, inside there, I'm going to change this from pause to cycle, because from the previous exercise you remember that if you want the cycling behavior to resume, you would have to set the carousel action to be cycle. And then similarly for the remaining two statements, I'm going to remove the play class and then add the pause class. So notice how we are using a little bit of advanced Jquery code to be able to dynamically change the buttons icon and at the same time induce the appropriate cycling behavior on our carousel. Taking a look at our web page, you now see that my carousel is cycling, and you see that this button is currently a pause button. When I click on this button, notice how it changes from pause to a play button there. And then simultaneously, my cycling behavior of the carousel is paused. So at this point, my carousel will remain paused at that location until I click the button. So now, if I click this button, again, note the change from a play button to a pause button, and then the cycling behavior of the carousel will resume at this point. So using a single button now, I'm able to both control the behavior of the carousel and also simultaneously display the current state of my carousel's cycling behavior. If that's a pause button, that means that my carousel is currently cycling. If that is a play button, then my carousel is paused. So to resume it, I will have to click on the button. So this is one more additional change that you can do to the exercise. So now you see how in our code we made use of the has class method, and we also saw the use of the remove class and the add class methods, Jquery methods that we applied in order to manipulate the DOM to reflect the behavior as pertinent in this particular case. With this, we complete this exercise. It's time for you to do a git commit with the message more Bootstrap and Jquery. This particular lesson deals with CSS preprocessors, in particular Less and Sass. Now, obviously, these topics have more to do with CSS and defining CSS classes, but it would be inappropriate for me to complete a Bootstrap course without delving a little bit into CSS preprocessors, simply because Bootstrap is built using Sass for its source. So we'll briefly examine CSS preprocessors, what they are, how they are useful in defining CSS classes, and why Bootstrap makes use of them. As you probably understand from your previous experience with CSS, CSS is great for defining styles and repeatedly applying these styles to various HTML elements. And that's the way we use CSS when we define our web pages. But when you look at the CSS code itself, you begin to quickly realize the limitations of CSS. Especially if you are coming from a programming background, you realize that CSS doesn't have what you typically expect in a programming language, like variables, nesting of selectors, expressions, and functions. This means that writing CSS code becomes cumbersome and maintaining CSS code becomes cumbersome because of lack of the traditional programming language like syntax. Now, this is where the CSS preprocessors come to our rescue. There are several popular CSS preprocessors that try to address some of the shortcomings of CSS by supporting many of these features. Two in particular that is of interest to us is Less and Sass. We will look at these two in more detail in this lesson. Now, when you define your CSS classes using one of these preprocessor languages like Less or Sass, then they eventually have to be converted into CSS. But this can be done automatically before the CSS gets used in your web page. What these preprocessing languages bring to us is more programming language like syntax, as we will see in the next few slides. We'll examine Less and Sass briefly. In particular, the reason for us to take a look at this is because Bootstrap itself uses Sass for defining its source for its CSS classes. And so if you go into customizing Bootstrap, then you would have to work with Sass code. Bootstrap 3, which was the preceding version of Bootstrap, used Less, and hence I thought it would be an appropriate thing to cover both Less and Sass because they are pretty much similar to each other in terms of their capabilities and the way the syntax is defined. The typical features that CSS preprocessors bring is the support for variables, nesting selectors, expressions, functions, and mix-ins. So we will look at some of these with some examples in the next few slides. The first thing that we'll look at is variables. Now, in many CSS classes that you define, you might have some repeated use of certain quantities. It might be more worthwhile if you define some variables that hold these quantities and use these variables in defining your CSS classes. So that's where variables come to your rescue. Here, we'll look at both Less and SCSS code. SCSS is a version of Sass, more popular version of Sass syntax. So that's why I concentrate on SCSS here. So if you define variables in Less, you will precede the name of the variable with an @ sign. In case of SCSS, you will use a $sign before the variable name. And once you define those variables, you can then use those variables when you define the classes. As you see in the example where we define the nav bar in versus background or the carousel items height as variables. Now, the advantage of defining variables at the start of your CSS class is that there is a single point where you can update a value and it'll automatically update all the CSS classes that use this variable. Typically, the way we use variables in programming languages. Variables in the CSS preprocessor languages can also have their own scope. Very often when you define CSS classes, especially when you have to define classes that are nested inside other classes, then pretty soon your CSS code gets very cumbersome. So this is where nesting is supported by your CSS preprocessors. So as you can see, you can define, for example, a carousel class, and inside a carousel class, you can define a carousel item class. And similarly, the image subclass inside the carousel item class. So here you can see that each of these is nested inside a prior class. With variables, you can hold one value at a time in a variable. Suppose you have a group of variables that, summed up together, declare a set of CSS declarations. That is where we make use of mixins. In Less, you define a mixin by giving it a name, and in Sass, you simply precede that with an @mixin in front of the name of the mixin declaration. And inside a mixin, you can define a bunch of CSS declarations that can then be reused for various CSS classes. As you see in this example here, we define the zero margin as a mixin, both in Less and Sass. Note the minor variation in the syntax in each of those cases. And then you can then use this mixin in defining additional CSS classes. So here you can see that for the row header, we define the zero margin as a mixin in the row header. And so which means that all these properties for the zero margin will be inherited by the row header class. Mixins themselves can take on additional parameters if you so wish to define them. So in this case, I'm defining a variation of the zero margin mixin that we saw in the previous slide. Here, this zero margin mixin takes two parameters, pad up, down, and pad left, right. And with Less, you can even specify the default value for it. But with SESS, you need to explicitly specify the values. So here we are defining two different CSS properties there, margin and padding, and then the padding itself uses the parameters for our mixin there. So in that case, you can use these mixins as you see in the two CSS classes defined below, the row header and the row content, by specifying the parameter values when you include that mixin into your CSS class there. Not only that, you can even perform mathematical operations on predefined variables when you use them inside your CSS classes. So here you can see that I have defined two different carousel items with two different sizes. And so you can see that the heights of each one of them is defined differently. In one case, I am using the predefined height. In another case, I am multiplying that height and then using it to define the height property inside my carousel item for the item large class. So this kind of mathematical operations on variables is also allowed in CSS preprocessor languages. Other features that the CSS preprocessors include are functions that allow you to define mathematical functions, lists, strings. You can also do color operations and color blending operations using these functions and make use of them when you define your CSS classes. This is a bit advanced, so I'm not going into too much of detail there. Also, you can import predefined CSS preprocessor classes into other classes. So for example, if you have a less classes defined, and you can import that file into another less file. Similarly, if you have defined SCSS files, then you can import them into other SCSS files using the import operation. The syntax is the same for both less and Sass. Now that you have seen some features of the CSS preprocessor languages, let's now examine how we can actually make use of them by doing a couple of exercises. First, we'll do an exercise based upon less. Then we'll follow that up with an exercise based upon Sass. It's time to move on to the next exercise called exercise less, something that you wish your doctor will tell you when you visit him or her the next time. Nevertheless, let's examine less in more detail now to understand how we can define CSS classes using the less preprocessor syntax and then automatically generate the corresponding CSS classes from our less classes. To get started, let's go to our project in the text editor, and then inside the CSS folder, I'm going to rename this styles.css file as styles old.css. I'm going to save my current version of the styles.css file because now we will write less code and SCSS code and then automatically generate the styles.css file by compiling these CSS preprocessor languages. So after doing this, then in my CSS folder, we'll create a new file named styles.less. And inside here, I will define my less code. Let's first define some less variables. So I'll say light gray DTT and so on. You can see that I have added in a few more less variables here. So I define background dark to be this value, background light and background pale, and also one more variable called carousel item height as 300 pixel. I'm going to make use of these variables when I define my CSS classes later. Let me now add in a mixin for my less file called zero margin, and I would define pad up, down, and pad left, right, 0 pixel being the default value. And then in here, I set margin 0 pixel auto, padding pad up, down, and pad left, right. So with this, I have defined the mixin that I'm going to make use of in my CSS classes that I define later. And this carries two parameters, pad up, down, and pad left, right. Next, I will add in a few more CSS classes. So I start out with row header and define this as zero margin. Let me add in a few more CSS classes and then come back to have a look at them. So here I have defined yet another CSS class using the zero margin mixin with the parameters 50 pixel and 0 pixel. A footer where I define the background color using the variable that I have defined earlier as background pale, and then a jumbotron with the zero margin mix-in and the background color defined as background light, and some of these other ones which are standard CSS classes, which I have included there because I'm going to make use of them in my web page. And then you have navbar dark, for which the background color I defined as background dark, and the tab content, for which again you see me using the variable light gray for the border color here. Next, I add in the carousel class here, for which I define the background as background dark here, and then I define the carousel item. Note how I define that as a nested item inside my carousel, and for the carousel item I define the height as carousel item height here, which is a variable that I defined earlier, and inside there I define the image, which is again yet another nested item inside the carousel item. And then for the image I will define some CSS properties next. So as you can see, I have defined some properties for the image. So here you see the use of nested classes here. So you have carousel, and inside that I have a carousel item, and inside that an image defined here. Finally, at the bottom, I add in the carousel button class, which is used for specifying the carousel button. So with these changes to my styles.less file, adding in all the less classes here, let me save the changes. Now I want to be able to automatically convert this into the corresponding CSS file. To automatically convert my less file into its corresponding CSS file, I'm going to make use of a Node module called as less. So to install that, at the prompt I type sudo npm install -g less. So I install this as a global Node module, and once that is installed, then it'll make available a less compiler called as less-c at the command prompt. If you are running this on a Windows machine, you don't need to do sudo, as you probably already recall. So now that we have installed the less-c compiler, I'm going to compile my less code into its corresponding CSS code. So to do that, let me go into the CSS folder, and then here you will see that you have the styles.less file. So at the prompt type less-c styles.less styles.css, and once that completes the compilation, you will have the corresponding CSS file. So as you see now, you have the less code being converted into the corresponding CSS code. Taking a look at the generated CSS code from the less code, you would see that this code looks pretty much the same as what we defined in our original CSS file. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we have learned how to write less code and then automatically convert that into the corresponding CSS code. At this point, you may wish to save the changes to your Git repository with the message exercise less. We'll now move on to the next exercise, where we will use SESS syntax to define our SESS classes and then automatically convert them into the corresponding CSS classes. We'll be doing exactly the same set of steps that we did for the less exercise that we completed just now, but using the SESS syntax. To get started, in your project, in the CSS folder, let's create a new file and then name it as styles.scss. Now in this file, we'll define our SCSS classes and then automatically convert that into our CSS classes. So in there, let's start out by first defining the variables. So I will start out with light gray. I have now added in a few more variables here, again with the same names as we used in the less exercise earlier, but with the SCSS syntax. So all the variables are preceded with the $sign to define them as variables. Next, we'll define a mixin. So for the mixin, I'll say mixin 0 margin, pad up, down, pad left, right, and we defined the values as before. Now that we have completed defining the mixin, we can make use of it in our SCSS classes that we define later. Let's now define some SCSS classes. So I will define the row header, which I will make use of the 0 margin mixin with the values 0 pixel here. We'll continue to define a few more classes that we will add in here. So you can see that I have defined, along with the row header, the row content where I use the mixins, and the footer and jumbotron address and so on. And you can see the use of the variables that we have defined earlier in this example there. The code obviously is available in the exercise instructions that follow this video. Next, we will add in a few nesting classes. Just like we did in the less exercise, we'll add in the carousel class with the background set to background dark, and then inside there we'll nest a carousel item class with the height set to carousel item height, and then another inner class called as image with some properties there, and then the carousel button class as we defined earlier. So with this, we have made the changes to our SCSS classes. So let's save the changes. Now we need to convert this into its corresponding CSS file. To convert our SCSS code into the corresponding CSS code, we're going to take the help of yet another Node module called as Node Sass. Let's install the Node module by typing npm install save dev save dev and then Node Sass. So this way we will save this Node Sass package as a development dependency in our package.json file. Once the installation is complete, we're going to add in a script into our package.json file. Going to our package.json file, if you scroll up, you would see that in the dev dependencies, now the Node Sass is also added into the dev dependencies. We'll now add a script into our package.json file. So right after this light, I'm going to add in a script named SCSS, and then this script would be Node Sass -o CSS/, meaning that the output of this, the converted files, will be in the CSS folder, and the source here will also be in the CSS folder. So all the files with the extension .acss will be converted and the corresponding .css files will be generated by this Node Sass node module. Let's save the changes, and then we'll go to the command prompt and then type in npm run SCSS, and this will take care of doing our conversion. Going to the command prompt, we'll type npm run SCSS, and this should automatically convert all our SCSS files into the corresponding CSS files. Going to our editor, you now see that there is a styles.css file that has been generated. Looking at the content of this file, you will see that this CSS code that has been generated from our ACSS code is pretty much the same as the original CSS code that we wrote ourselves. With this, we complete this exercise. In this exercise, we saw how we can write SCSS code and then automatically convert that into the corresponding CSS code. The reason why we examined this in detail is because Bootstrap provides its source files in SCSS format. If you visit the Bootstrap page, you will notice that it says Bootstrap is designed using the Sass preprocessor. So if you look at how this is converted from Sass and how you can do your own customization using the Bootstrap Sass code, you can go into the documentation and then you would see under options, you will have some customization options being defined here. Various customization options. You can see that these variables are all defined using the SCSS syntax here. And also under build tools, it'll explain to you how you can do your own customization of Bootstrap. Now, I would strongly recommend you not to try this until you have sufficient experience using Bootstrap in your daily life. This completes our exercise. This may be a good time for you to do a git commit with the message exercise SCSS. As we come to the conclusion of this course, it's time to look back and reflect upon what we have covered in this course so far and what is the way forward from this course towards the other courses of this specialization. Looking back at the big picture view of full stack web development, we have started out our journey by looking at the front-end web UI frameworks, in particular Bootstrap 4, in this course. We will cover the remaining parts of the full stack web development stack in the rest of the courses of this specialization. In this course, we covered Bootstrap in great detail. We looked at responsive web design and how the Bootstrap grid system enables us to achieve responsive websites. We also looked at various Bootstrap's CSS and JavaScript components. Along the way, we learned how to operate within the Node ecosystem for doing web development. We learned web tools like Git, and we installed Node and learned about the NPM package manager. We also learned about task runners like Grunt and Gulp, and learned how to set up NPM scripts for automating frequently performed tasks in web development. As we move towards the next course of the specialization, in the next course, we'll be concentrating on JavaScript frameworks. So this is the other piece of the puzzle on front end. So together with UI frameworks, the JavaScript frameworks facilitate development of dynamic websites, especially the front end. We'll look at the remaining parts, including hybrid development and server-side in the remaining courses of the specialization. I hope you enjoyed going through this course, and I hope I'll see you back again in the next course of the specialization.